This boy had just entered the academy. His role was to fire shots and cover attacks from behind. But at that moment, everyone shared the same thought. If this guy lands on my team, I'm completely doomed. And the reason was obvious. The academy examination was just about to start. For the first time in a long while, everyone was stunned. After ages, some had actually selected a handgun in this world. It simply made no sense to anyone. Modern weapons were considered to have the weakest growth potential. After all, mythic items contained the strength once wielded by ancient heroes. That was why spears, swords, and even bows made up 99.99% of the weapons people chose. Yet for the first time, someone seriously chose a handgun. That choice made every student uneasy. Test groups were assigned randomly, with 4 people on each team. So when Kim Hajin noticed Yoo Yeona's name, he stiffened. This girl had the most inflated pride in the academy. Of course, she was undeniably talented. She ranked 7th on the first day and was born to inherit a top guild. She despised weaklings, so the instant our boy joined her team, she looked at him with open disdain. Bro barely got a word out before being looked down on, but the test had already begun. After running for 40 minutes, they finally reached the target zone. By then, Kim Hajin was already completely worn out. Compared to the others, his stamina was seriously lacking. Yoo Yeona ordered everyone to prepare. Then she spotted the black octopus emerging ahead. Honestly, that thing sounded way too suspicious for a test monster. Yoo Yeona immediately told our boy to keep his distance and not ruin the operation. She basically told my bro that he would be more useful staying idle back at base. But he had no intention of accepting that insult. Soon after, the creature started smashing everything around it. Team moved into fight and the axe guy lured it toward the shore, while Yoo Yeona advanced like she was about to carry the whole battle. The boss struck first with a rain of spores. Axe guy was already in serious need of backup. Yoo Yeona stepped in and saved him with ease. She tried to handle the creature alone, but it quickly noticed an opening in her movements. Small creature was about to lunge at her smug face, but then boom, the gunman finally stood his ground. Like someone used to street chaos, my bro landed the shot perfectly. He hit it cleanly from the sidelines. Yoo Yeona still tried to snap at him, but the black octopus launched a massive swarm of toothy creatures straight toward her and Kim Hajin. Unfortunately for the monster, this boy was built different. He simply shut his eyes and activated bullet time, one of the few skills he had as a mere extra. For 3 seconds, the world around him slowed dramatically. With that opening, his handgun finally took over the battlefield. Once the cries faded, time began moving normally again, and every creature scattered across the arena was wiped out in the very next instant. Yoo Yeona was utterly baffled. Still, she managed to seize the opening and lock it down. She shut the monster's mouth, and the others quickly finished the job. It was handled with ease while our patriot took a short break. Then we find out that his team ended up ranked 16th. Yoo Yeona is furious because the girl she sees as her rival, Nayeon, somehow placed 4th. To make matters worse, when Yoo Yeona spoke with her, Nayeon said reaching 16th with a gun user on the team was already a miracle. Even so, Nayeon knew Kim Hajin had actually contributed far more than expected. She had taken the wrong route, wasting 40 minutes of running time. Naturally, she had no intention of admitting that. There was no way she would ever praise a guy who used guns. The wild part is, she does not even remember his name. After all, this boy is basically the extra among extras. He was actually the person who created this story, a story that had already been abandoned. But after one random comment appeared, he was suddenly pulled into that world as a student of Cube, a secluded training institution built to raise future soldiers and heroes. The worst part is that he is only an extra. He was so insignificant back then that he did not even have a real face. This guy literally had a question mark where his face should be. Meanwhile, everyone else gave off that main character presence. Then, without warning, his old laptop showed up inside his apartment. It was the same laptop he had used to write the story. The moment he picked it up, his question mark face shattered, like some Digimon-style evolution. From then on, he finally had an actual face. Because of that, his stats were a reset, and he received points to distribute. This man went full Vegas mode and dumped every point into luck. He also placed a few into perseverance for the test we already saw. From this point, we understand how everything unfolded. He chose the American home utensil. Everyone assumed he had basically given up right there. Instead, he built up his presence through Yoo Yeona. Now Yoo Yeona was staring at him and wondering, how did this guy manage to do so much with guns? He even drew more attention from the teammates than she did. So who exactly is he? As for the protagonist, he is already back in training, likely pushing himself to fix his stamina after what happened. He realizes he forgot to check his alerts after starting his workout, and wonders how many points he gained. As always, luck seems to be doing him plenty of favors, and his accuracy has risen sharply. His gift has improved as well, making every shot count as a true bullseye. The MC's senses, including sight and hearing, have also sharpened, while his story points increased by 27. Looking back on the monster round, Kim Hajin concludes that luck must have played a major role there too. Even with his CC points and his plan involving Yoo Yeona is working so far. His physical stats have also grown through training, with strength, stamina, and health improving, while his high luck helps boost that progress even further. Since he has trained enough for the moment, he decides to end the session and return. Meanwhile, on her side, Yu Yeonha is carefully reviewing the footage from the monster round. What draws her attention the most is Kim Ha-jin's shooting. He fired 60 bullets from his gun in only 3 seconds. With just one pistol, Yu Yeonha tries to imagine someone firing 20 shots per second, but she cannot see how that should be possible with a handgun. She starts wondering if it was some kind of automatic weapon. She also checks his physical stats, noticing great agility, but lower health and overall build compared with the other cadets, plus his sudden weapon change during selection. Yu Yeonha's instincts tell her something is strange, and she cannot even recall seeing the protagonist back at the military academy. While she is still thinking it through, Yu Yeonha receives a message from Jong-hak. He is someone she obviously has feelings for. She tells him she is busy analyzing the footage. He wants to know whether she found anyone useful on her team, since she clearly intends to lead the strongest group. The question catches Yu Yeonha by surprise, because she had not considered anyone on her team especially noteworthy, except for the mysterious shooter, the one person Jong-hak is actually interested in. A faint smile forms on Yu Yeonha's lips. She feels pleased because the boy she likes has finally shown interest in her. Still, Yu Yeonha says Kim Ha-jin is only performing decently for his rank, somewhere in the 900s among the cadets. Jong-hak is surprised and wonders if MC merely got lucky. Yu Yeonha starts thinking it over and asks herself the same question. Was he truly skilled, or had luck carried him through? With that subject settled, the story shifts to the guild building known as Holy Grace of God. Inside, the vice captain is completely absorbed in Kim Suho's impressive performance. Out of all the recorded footage, Kim Suho shines brightly enough to draw Sung-ah's attention. As the guild's vice captain, she praises his precise movements and refined swordsmanship. In her eyes, Kim Suho has reached a level so smooth it almost seems effortless, as if he is dancing through combat. Beyond that, the force behind his strikes feels powerful enough to tear through space itself. Because of this, Korea's 3 largest guilds have all turned their eyes toward him. Every one of them wants to recruit him, and Sung-ah hopes to act quickly, especially since he has not joined any guild yet. After Kim Suho, the next person who catches her attention is Kim Ha-jin. She is startled that, among all possible weapons, he chose to fight with a gun. Her assistant confirms that the protagonist has already become a topic in guild circles. Many people watched the footage because Yu Yeonha was on his team, and they wanted to analyze her match too. The main question spreading online is simple. How did he shoot 60 rounds from a non-automatic pistol in just 3 seconds? It simply doesn't add up. Even with impossible speed, that gun should not handle that much recoil so quickly. Since his talent seems strange and difficult to define, people have begun calling him unconventional. Sung-ah also discovers that soon after entering the academy, he changed from a sword to a gun. That makes her suspect he may have already awakened his real talent. She is referring to the moment when a person's unique ability fully reveals itself. No one knows from the beginning what kind of talent they will receive. That is why some cadets switch weapons after their gift appears, especially when it doesn't suit their previous training. However, that usually causes a major setback, often leaving a cadet at least 3 years behind. For that reason, the military academy trains students in many weapons instead of only one. Even then, Sung cannot understand how a 17-year-old could reach such an awakened state. Still, she suspects his talent may be limited if it only applies to firearms. At first, she considers him a potential recruit, but then chooses to watch how his talent grows before taking action. She needs evidence that Kim Ha-jin can truly match the attention gathering around him. Now, it is Wednesday, which means training has begun. Kim Suho is paired against another opponent. The student faces him in a fair one-on-one match. This part of the course is known as anti-personnel training. It is usually done in pairs with training weapons, allowing results to be clear while keeping injuries to a minimum. But for Kim Ha-jin, everything goes terribly wrong. He ends up recording the worst result among everyone, even with his passive skill. He is the only student made to spar with the instructor instead of another cadet, and he loses 18 consecutive times. The real problem is that training guns are not properly suited for this type of match. If MC used a real gun against another student, someone could be injured. That is why the instructor takes responsibility and faces him directly. Kim Ha-jin gets thoroughly overwhelmed and begs to stop, but the instructor ignores his plea and sends a punch straight toward his face. At the last instant, he slips away from the strike, and the punch crashes into the ground instead. The teacher is stunned that he managed to dodge. Then the protagonist moves again. The protagonist avoids 2 more attacks, causing the instructor to notice something important. Kim Ha-jin may seem clumsy and ordinary at first glance, yet his eyes can follow attacks with remarkable precision. This is another effect of MC's gift Deadeye. It heightens his senses and allows him to read the path of incoming movements, helping him react. He can dodge each attack, but the problem is clear. Seeing an attack is one thing, while moving his body fast enough is another. The other students watch from the side and think he only looks awkward and lazy. His classmates even mock him, treating him like a complete loser. Still, he earns 40 story points, so in one sense he gets what he wanted. Even so, he hates being laughed at. After the exhausting training session, Kim Ha-jin takes a break with a soda. Then he glances to the side and spots Yoo Yeona walking past. She looks at him with clear disgust, as if she sees him as someone far beneath her. It is somewhat ironic, since he is the author who created that personality for her in the first place. Today, however, things are different. He feels like testing something, so he calls out Yoo Yeona's name. Then he tosses a drink toward her. She catches it instinctively. Then she asks if he is trying to pick a fight. His charm must really be that terrible, because she genuinely thinks he just attacked her. Kim Ha-jin explains that it is only a thank you for helping their team advance during training. To him, this small experiment matters. He wants to see how many story points he can gain from a simple exchange with a main character, since side characters usually only give him around 40. Yoo Yeona gives the drink back. She warns the idiot not to act so familiar with her. This is his first warning, and he should not take it lightly. As she leaves, Kim Ha-jin smiles, knowing he has already achieved the result he wanted. Later, when Yoo Yeona carries her bag outside, she is startled to notice it feels heavier than it did before. Sensing something strange, she opens it and discovers another can inside. He had secretly slipped in a second, one making Yeona dislike him even more. She wants to crush the can, but stops herself in the end. After all, the can itself did nothing wrong. Yoo Yeona secretly enjoys ordinary food like burgers and cola, but her family image keeps her from buying them openly. Kim Ha-jin designed this entire test around that hidden side of her, something almost no one should know. Even so, their brief exchange does not earn him many points, so he decides to involve himself in major story events instead, since he knows what will happen next. The protagonist believes the demonic human attack at the National Weapon Museum should happen soon. Demonic humans are wicked people who have made deals with demons. In exchange for their souls, they receive great power and become tools for the demon's dirty work. The upcoming incident will be caused by one hiding in the museum, waiting for a specific target. In the end, that demonic human is defeated by Kim Soo-ho and the other main characters present, and through the incident, Kim Soo-ho earns their recognition and respect. The main fighters there will be Kim Soo-ho and Naeun. The villain should not be too difficult, since this happens early in the novel and serves as Kim Soo-ho's first real enemy. Since he already knows all of this, Kim Ha-jin begins planning how to enter the event. While he is thinking of a way to reach the museum, an instructor scolds him for standing around outside the dorms doing nothing, so the MC grabs his laptop and heads out, right as he receives an important system message that has not yet been revealed. At this academy, clubs exist for extracurricular activities, allowing cadets to join groups and organize their own events. These include academic clubs, martial arts, and even simple hobbies such as painting or music. Cube has hundreds of clubs inside it. One of their biggest benefits is helping cadets grow, build connections, and learn more about one another. Eventually, Kim Ha-jin decides it is time to join one himself. At Cube's entrance, he signs up for the travel club and is welcomed by Yoo Yeona, the club president. He is thrilled to greet so many new first-year members. In fact, when the applications first arrived, Yoo Yeona could barely believe it. The club had attracted several impressive cadets. He welcomes them again and explains the club's purpose: rest. It sounds simple enough. Members can use a portal up to twice a month to travel outside Cube. For their first outing, Kim Ha-jin announces they will go somewhere nearby, Seoul, the capital city of Korea. Kim Ha-jin thinks a Seoul trip should be simple if they split into pairs. So far, nothing has changed from the novel, and he has no idea the protagonist's true goal today is the first major arc, the Seoul Weapon Museum. Once he arrives there with several main characters, the MC plans to influence the story quietly from the sidelines. Club president tells everyone to draw lots for partners, which surprises Kim Ha-jin, because this was not how the groups formed in the novel. Still, he does not mind much and sticks to his plan. To his surprise, he ends up partnered with none other than Yoo Yeona. Staying true to herself, Yoo Yeona coldly says they should each handle things in their own way, and the protagonist agrees, then lets her go off and do as she pleases. Before leaving, Yoo Yeona looks back with a deadly glare, basically warning that she will not forgive him if he speaks casually again. Since this is his second offense, there will be no mercy next time. Kim Ha-jin simply accepts it and moves on. The scene then moves to the National Weapon Museum, the main stage of the story's first arc. It is the largest collection of weapon replicas in the country. Still, the MC walks through it without much interest. Then he notices Na Jung-hein on his left, staring closely at one weapon. If Naeun is here, Kim Ha-jin knows the main lead must be nearby as well. And sure enough, Kim Soo-ho is just ahead, examining a weapon by himself. Just like in the novel, he walks over and asks whether Kim Soo-ho is looking at the 7-branch sword. He also introduces himself, which helps Kim Soo-ho remember him. Kim Soo-ho, Kim Ha-jin is the sniper from the travel club. The protagonist thinks about how Kim Soo-ho was written: strong, handsome, and kind. Readers used to complain that he felt too perfect and cheesy. Haters really never change. Then Kim Soo-ho mentions a nearby weapon exhibit and asks the MC to come along. The MC agrees, though he doubts that visit will happen after what is coming. Out of nowhere, the museum enters alert mode. Broadcast announces that monsters have appeared outside. The civilians freeze in fear. That fear quickly turns into chaos, and everyone rushes around searching for an exit. People begin pushing one another without caring who gets hurt, not even children. In the middle of the chaos, someone strikes the glass with a fist, making everyone turn to look. That single action stops the crowd cold. Even Kim Soo-ho is surprised when he realizes it was Na Jung-hyun. He tells everyone to calm down because the museum's standby hero will arrive soon. Taking advantage of the moment, she grabs a bow from the display and warns that running outside will only make them targets. But removing the weapon activates the security system and locks everyone inside, so she orders them to take weapons and hold out until the real heroes arrive. Suddenly, Naeun senses a dangerous man far away and immediately prepares herself. A dark red aura surrounds him, and one glance is enough to reveal he is the demonic human behind the attack. Kim recognizes him as Lucius Dog, an important villain tied to Kim Soo-ho's growth in the original story. The demon extends his claws toward Naeun, but while his attention stays on her, Kim Soo-ho seizes the opening and attacks from behind with the 7-branch sword. His blade is only a moment away from bringing the demon down. That should prove the plot is still following its path. Kim Soo-ho was meant to defeat this enemy without much trouble, but instead Kim Soo-ho is sent flying by a fierce counterattack. The blow hits so hard that he crashes down right in front of Kim Ha-jin. He can only stare in disbelief. This was never meant to happen, and seeing Kim Soo-ho down leaves the protagonist completely confused. The story was not supposed to unfold like this. Kim Soo-ho should have won, and even after struggling, he still had enough strength to overcome the demonic human. Kim Soo-ho's sudden defeat rattles Naeun, and she cries out his name. He coughs painfully and can barely push himself upright. Kim Ha-jin realizes Kim Soo-ho is in real danger, and there is no time to recover from such a heavy setback. The demonic human approaches him, clearly intending to end the fight. Now Jung-hyun tries to think quickly, and releases arrow after arrow directly at his face, but the man shrugs off every shot as if they mean nothing. Nothing works. Confused, Jung-hyun keeps trying to stop him, yet every attempt fails. Her arrows cannot harm him at all. Despair begins to spread across her face, because she cannot understand what is happening. Even worse, the demonic human is not using any skill to defend himself. He is simply enduring the attacks with pure physical strength. Kim Ha-jin notices that Naeun is now in danger as the enemy moves closer. The demonic human swings his claws straight toward her face, and it seems like Naeun has reached the end, until Kim Soo-ho leaps back in and kicks him in the face, having managed to stand while Naeun bought enough time. But before they can regroup, Kim Soo-ho is thrown back again, barely blocking the dark energy with his sword, and then the demonic human shocks him by changing form. His body becomes wrapped in that dark aura. The difference in power turns overwhelming. Kim Soo-ho is forced down again in an instant. Naeun begins shooting from behind him to keep Kim Soo-ho from being taken out. The monster turns swiftly toward her, then sweeps a massive claw at Naeun's face and hurls her into the wall. In Kim Ha-jin's eyes, the situation has become a complete disaster. He is terrified that any one of them could fall here. After watching the story break away from his script twice, the MC has no idea why the main plot is changing so drastically. He quickly opens his laptop, trying to salvage the situation. Kim Ha-jin steadies his nerves and gathers his bullets. He already knows his current rounds will not affect the demonic human enough to matter, even if he lands a critical hit. Even so, this is a world he created. That is why he believes its major rules should not have changed. As he types, he adjusts the attributes of his mana bullet to match the fight. He increases its attack power to test, and spends 100 story points to make the adjustment possible. After reloading his gun, Kim Ha-jin prepares himself. In a battle like this, adaptable skills matter more than anything. While Kim Soo-ho and the demonic human face each other down, he finds the perfect angle. Since the enemy has a dark attribute, he uses the one thing meant to erase darkness. He calls out Kim Soo-ho's name and tells him to move aside. Then, with the light attribute active, the protagonist fires a white light bullet. Bullet strikes the demonic human cleanly, and a blue beam of light bursts forth. Out. The shot tears through the demonic human's arm and makes him cry out in pain. At the same time, Naeun slips free as the dark energy fades away. She collapses to the floor, and Kim Ha-jin decides he has done enough. The enemy is badly wounded, and Kim Soo-ho should now have the opening to finish it, while the MC's body trembles from using his skill. So he leaves the rest to Kim Soo-ho and trusts the protagonist to bring the fight to an end. Kim Suho raises his weapon, wrapping himself in a glowing blue aura. He activates the Sword Saint's magic power and releases his strongest slash. That final blow brings the battle to an end, as Kim Suho defeats the demonic human in a single strike. Creature collapses, finally beaten. Kim Suho can barely keep himself standing. Naeun is in almost the same exhausted state. He goes over to her and asks whether she is alright. Frustrated and upset, she pushes his arm away. Kim Hajin thinks they should be given space, since her brother is meant to arrive soon and comfort her, just like in the original story. But then both of them shoot him a sharp look, because an ordinary extra like him should not know anything about their private lives. Naeun begins trying to question him. However, she is too drained to keep speaking. At the same time, outside the museum, the remaining monsters are swiftly handled by the vice captain. With her twin swords, she soon brings the chaos outside under control. She asks what happened inside. Then she hears that a demonic human was defeated by cube cadets. Wanting to identify them, she immediately asks for their names. Captain is stunned when she hears that Naeun, Kim Suho, and Kim Hajin were involved. She hurries into the museum, because the only person she wants to see right now is Kim Suho. She is so thrilled that she starts worrying about what she should even say to him. Just then, he comes out of the museum and crosses paths with her. Curious, she tries to ask about Kim Suho, but Kim Hajin responds first, telling the vice captain that he is still inside. She heads in, but instantly feels unsettled. After all, that random cube cadet somehow knew. He knew she had been searching for Kim Suho from the beginning. Later, the protagonist rests in a park and thinks about how unexpected that encounter with Kim Suho was. He wonders whether that meeting means something, and if it might be another sign that the story is changing, so he tries to organize his thoughts. Kim Hajin returns to the beginning in his mind, seeing himself as nothing but an outsider extra with almost no real role in the story. Until now, the plot had followed its normal course, so it seemed unlikely that he was the one altering it. Then he suddenly realizes he overlooked something important. This novel also has a co-author known as MCX. He explains that the current story is a remake of his novel, shaped by an email he received from a fan at the start, which is why the main arc changed from what he expected. If that is true, then the predictions he has trusted up to now no longer mean much. The thought frightens Kim Hajin, because he can no longer tell what will happen next. He checks his laptop and finds a message about a review. The message says the story lacked a serious threat, letting the protagonist overcome every problem far too easily. A plot like that would only make readers bored and uninterested. Because of this, every boss from now on has been strengthened, even if it makes the story messier and harder to predict. After the museum incident, the instructor calls Kim Hajin and Kim Suho in to give a report. Kim Hajin keeps it brief and avoids the deeper details, so the instructor focuses more on their condition. Still worried, Kim Suho asks about Naeun, and the instructor explains that she took medical leave and returned home with her family, before telling both boys to rest in their dorms. He makes it clear that he will not question them any further today. That gives Kim Suho the chance to stop Kim Hajin and call after him. The blue-haired lead wants an explanation. He asks why the protagonist mentioned Naeun's brother to her. For a moment, the MC looks caught off guard. Then he remembers. He starts to explain, but the co-author's message suddenly comes back to mind. Instead, he asks why Kim Suho is so concerned, and Kim Suho is not foolish enough to miss the dodge. That attitude quickly irritates him, and he takes Kim Hajin's response seriously. Annoyed, he ends the conversation and decides they will handle it another time. Then the story shifts over to Naeun herself. Naeun ranked 4th at the military academy and now attends Cube. She is known for her talent and the influence of the Chi family, as Chae Shin-hyuk's daughter and Jin Yoon's younger sister. Those names catch his attention as he investigates her, but he still cannot understand why mentioning her brother caused such a strong reaction. Then Kim Hajin comes across a news report. It says Jin Yoon was left in critical condition after a monster operation. The result was a coma. The protagonist immediately recognizes the mission as the Firestorm Demon Suppression Operation. That operation was originally meant to help Jin Yoon earn recognition by stopping the threat. It was also supposed to bring him much closer to the main hero. For Nightingale, one of her greatest joys had been watching her older brother. She wanted to see him succeed as a hero, but now everything is different. Jin Yoon has been caught in the disaster, and that becomes the source of Na Jung Hyun's trauma. Before long, Kim Hajin receives another unexpected message. A system notice appears, explaining that any future story changes will be shown to him immediately once he identifies how they differ from the original plot. The system also alerts him that Jin Yoon, Kim Suho's supporter, has been drastically altered in this version of the story. It then reveals the scene. Jin Yoon is gravely injured and barely conscious after suffering a devastating blow. The co-author apparently decided the protagonist had too many allies, so several supporters needed to be removed from the story. In the end, Jin Yoon became one of those chosen sacrifices. 4 years earlier, shortly after becoming a hero, Jin-yoon had been turned into a demon seed. This twist is far worse than anything Kim Ha-jin ever expected. Even he never imagined the situation could become this terrible. Focus then shifts to Naeun as a radio broadcast announces the sudden monster incident. The report describes an attack at the National Museum, with 7 people confirmed dead and 50 others injured. Already shaken, Naeun can no longer stand listening to the news, so she turns the broadcast off. She lets herself fall onto the bed completely alone. Then her anxious father rushes into the room, calling out her name. Naeun looks up at him and asks why he is not at work. Tae-shinuk is away from his duties, but right now that no longer matters to him. Since she is in the hospital, he wants her fully examined just in case. Naeun acts like nothing is wrong and tries not to worry him, thinking he came too far for her sake. But he is still her father, and a simple claim that she is fine cannot erase his concern. At last, Naeun asks if she can see Jin-yoon just once before she leaves. Seeing how frail she looks, her father agrees to let her leave the hospital. The story then returns to Jin-yoon's condition. To understand what awaits him, we first need to know what demon seeds truly are. Demons rank among the most powerful beings in this world, surpassing both devils and humans. One terrifying ability lets them mark humans and turn them into demon seeds, placing victims in incubation. In simple terms, it works like a parasite consuming its host. Over time, the demon seed completely takes control and changes that person into a true demon. That means Jin-yoon's state is far worse than anyone realized. He will eventually become a demon, and the incubation period normally lasts about 5 years. With 4 years already gone, the final stage is approaching. Jin-yoon will soon transform, while his younger sister heads upstairs. She makes her way to his room and steps inside. Inside, Kim Ha-jin believes there is only one possible solution in a situation like this. Before the demon fully awakens, before it takes complete control, the only way to prevent that dreadful fate is to end the host's life. That cruel choice now hangs over Jin-yoon, while Na Jung-hyun stands before her unconscious brother, about to speak to him. At the same moment, MC feels that it may be nearly impossible. He cannot imagine anyone truly capable of doing it. Jin-yoon would have to be dealt with before the transformation starts. Even a mercenary would probably hesitate. They would likely reject such a dangerous target, especially since Jin-yoon was meant to become Chae Shin-yuk's successor. Worse still, the germination process shows no visible signs, leaving no chance to intervene early. The real problem is the demon hidden within him. Once it awakens, it would become too powerful even for Kim Soo-ho to defeat. Kim Ha-jin believes that if the true heroes face demon Jin-yoon, many would fall. To prevent that future, he decides he must do whatever is necessary, especially because those heroes will be vital in the battles still to come. Meanwhile, Naeun sits beside her brother's unconscious body. Looking at him, the protagonist is struck by a cold, crushing sense of defeat. He understands exactly what this means. He must be the one to carry out the dreadful act and stop an even greater disaster. Naeun talks to her brother about the monster attack from earlier that day, admitting she had never faced a demon that powerful. She also believed that an ordinary cadet could never have stopped it. Yet, as much as she hates admitting it, Kim Ha-jin was the sharpshooter who intervened and saved them. In the end, she decides not to continue. She stops talking about him and realizes visiting hours have already ended. Naeun prepares to leave, hoping she will be able to see her brother again soon. But as she turns and walks away, Naeun suddenly freezes, overwhelmed by a growing fear about him. She had tried to push the memory away, but there was no way she could forget Kim Ha-jin's words. With those cold eyes, he had said something she interpreted as a threat while she was at her weakest. Her gaze sharpens with anger and determination as she recalls what MC told her. After that, the story shifts to the Hero Tower, where Vice Captain Sung-ah is handling a dangerous matter. She is secretly searching through restricted documents, risking her position in the process. Sung-ah wants the records from the museum attack, and her assistant is clearly uneasy because what she is doing breaks the rules. Even so, the investigation finds strong traces of light attribute magic on the defeated demonic human's body. This means whoever defeated it must be able to use light mana. That discovery excites Sung-ah, since demons are weak to light, and she immediately wants to recruit this unknown hero. As she checks the footage, Sung-ah remembers that only 3 cube cadets were at the museum, so one of them must be the light user. It clearly is not Kim Soo-ho or Naeun, since their abilities are already well known. That makes the vice captain curious. Her attention turns to the 3rd cadet, the one she knows almost nothing about. Meanwhile, he makes a new discovery of his own. It turns out that no one else in this world can actually see the light. Because the laptop he uses is invisible to others, he can examine the story safely without being noticed. After learning this, the The protagonist adds another function to it. Now, the laptop immediately warns him whenever the story changes. At the training center, Rachel is making things painfully difficult for her partner, defeating him again and again until he begs to switch partners. Kim Hujin's latest feature manages detection and change tracking. Whenever something changes within 30 meters of the original story, he receives an alert right away. He cannot simply wait for updates from the co-author or expect himself to notice every tiny change, so this function helps him stay prepared. Even so, he never expected an enraged Naeun to suddenly show up behind him and demand a practice match. MC looks at her and refuses without hesitation. Fighting Naeun would bring him no benefit. Naeun calls him a coward and snaps that he mentioned her family for no reason. The surrounding cadets begin wondering if the situation is about to explode. Kim Hujin refuses because of his bullets. In a practice match, they could seriously injure her, and he wants nothing to do with that risk. She takes his words as an insult, as if he is looking down on her, and that only fuels her anger. Just then, the training instructor arrives and stops them, scolding Naeun for trying to fight Cadet Kim Hujin when he doesn't even have a practice weapon. Due to the danger involved, the protagonist is firmly prohibited from sparring with the other students. Naeun leaves in a rage, and MC realizes an apology probably won't fix anything now. As the author, he knows his choice was foolish, but it is already too late. Even so, he has another objective, so he continues training intensely to become stronger. The bruises on his hand make that clear. His true goal is to deal with Naeun's older brother, so apologizing to her feels meaningless. If he becomes close to her now, it will only make things worse later, and the betrayal will hurt her even more. The story then moves on to another club orientation. A large number of students have gathered there. The club president is Jung Hyun, leader of the Verity Study Club. He explains that the club centers on monster analysis and combat research. Their main goal is to study monsters together and exchange ideas. As he speaks, many students are clearly drawn in by his appearance and charm. He has a talent for attracting people's attention, but Kim Hujin knows it is all false. In his mind, he recognizes that Jung Hyun is relying on a demon's power. That reminds him of the first half of the story. During this period at Cube, many incidents are supposed to occur. Cadets disappear, monsters invade, and chaos spreads, with club president Jung Hyun secretly controlling part of it. His gentle image is only a mask. Jung Hyun made a pact with the demon Lilith, gained charm-based abilities, and eventually became a demon himself. That is the real reason Kim Hujin decided to join this study club. Among the cadets, Deonha also appears unaffected by Jung Hyun's charm. To continue the orientation, Jung Hyun demonstrates how the club usually carries out its analysis. He displays a hologram of a high intermediate monster called the Monster Tyrant. It appeared after the disaster that brought towers and dungeons into the world, and no one has defeated it. Naeun explains that high-level monster information is priceless to the institution because it helps plan raids. If someone finds a monster's weakness, that knowledge alone can be worth billions. With that, Jung Hyun chooses someone from the crowd and asks Junha what she thinks the creature's vital point might be. Yona replies that its weakness has not been discovered yet, and she is correct. Even so, Jung Hyun says opinions still matter because this guessing process is part of the club's fun. To finish, he invites everyone to the after party so they can continue discussing the monster's possible weak point. After the talk ends, Kim Hujin approaches Yu Yeonya and asks whether she plans to attend. She ignores him, so he tries once more, this time raising his voice just to catch her attention. Yu Yeonya finally stops and says she will go, since she may be able to pick up useful information there. Understanding quickly, Kim Hujin asks if she wants that information to lead her future strike team in her guild, and that makes Yu Yeonya take notice. The Straits of Essence Guild is a powerful organization with a long history. When monsters first emerged through the gates 50 years ago, Yu Yeonya's family established that guild. Because of that, it grew into one of the strongest guilds in the nation. The protagonist then surprises her by revealing how much he knows about her guild. Recently, the vice leader has been gaining power, and even threatening her position as successor, so he asks if that is why she wants after-party information. Annoyed that he keeps talking around the issue, Yu Yeonya asks what he actually wants. To her surprise, Kim Hujin presents a massive offer. He claims he knows the mountain tyrant's weakness. The sudden proposal leaves her shaken. MC tells her this is exactly what she needs if she wants to prove to her guild that she is serious and worthy of leadership. He explains that the monster has a small blue mark hidden on its heel, and striking that spot first can briefly freeze it in place. Then he adds that he is not sharing the information for free. In exchange, he wants something from Yu Yeonya's guild. The item he wants is a valuable weapon from their armory, the Desert Eagle. Yu Yeonya asks whether he has any notes or evidence to support what he said about the mountain tyrant. Kim Hajin simply smiles and openly admits that he has none. It is an absurd claim to make when he has no research to show. Yu Yeonya goes silent for a moment as she realizes he may only be messing with her. She turns away and leaves angrily, but he calls after her, saying she will regret it if she ignores his advice. Of course she may not believe him, but if she does, Kim Hajin may have gained a powerful ally. The amusing part is that Junha immediately contacts one of her guild's handlers. Embarrassed, she messages the strike team hunting the mountain tyrant and tells them to aim for the blue mark on its heel, since it may be the weak point. Even without proof, she follows the protagonist's advice. Then Kim Hajin encounters his most terrifying enemy yet, a loan payment bill. He is suddenly faced with a debt of 300 million won. The expression on his face says it all. He can barely process the amount he owes. He already reached the limit of his student loans from the start, and now Kim Hajin wonders what kind of miserable life Chundong to need that much money. Then things become even worse. He checks his account and discovers he has only 3 million won left. Compared to what he owes the school, that amount is almost nothing. At this rate, he has no real chance of returning to his original world. Instead, he may end up trapped here forever, working endlessly just to repay the debt. Scratching his head, Kim Hajin realizes the solution is obvious. He needs to find work. In this world, there are two quick ways to earn serious money. The first is investing in stocks. Ever since towers and dungeons began appearing, hero guilds have been clearing them, and many of those guilds now have publicly traded shares. As the author, he knows which guilds will eventually go public, but without starting capital, that plan cannot help him yet. That leaves the second method, and for the moment, it is his only practical option: field hunting. A field is a monster-filled danger zone. Unlike towers or dungeons, it contains many different creatures, and selling their remains can bring in a large profit. The problem is Kim Hajin himself. His stats are weak, only slightly above average, so he doubts he can survive a hunt in his current state. He also feels it would be wasteful to spend story points upgrading his training gun, so he starts searching for another way to boost his weapon or stats. At that moment, someone knocks on his door. A voice announces that a package has arrived from Cadet Yu Yeonya. Hearing her name makes Kim Hajin pause. Yu Yeonya normally has nothing to do with him, so he has no idea what this could be about. He opens the door and sees a small box waiting there. When he looks inside, the contents leave him completely stunned. From there, the scene shifts to the Gwangju field zone in Gangwon province, where Kim Hajin arrives through the portal system for his first real field hunt. After completing check-in, he receives a polite farewell from the receptionist. The MC notes that cadets are treated respectfully almost everywhere they go. Then he walks out through the portal. Leaving the station, he steps into Gangwon province. Since the area is considered low-risk, adventurers from many places gather there, earning it the nickname International Metropolis. Nearby, a man yells that his party needs a mage before heading into Chokjangyang Mountain. Many others are doing similar things, while Kim Hajin quietly slips through the crowd. He notices an employee verifying a case. The case concerns 3 hobgoblins being taken down, and he realizes he could earn decent money by selling monster loot through an agency. That would make the whole process easier, so he starts searching for an agent, only for someone behind him to call out. The man seems to understand exactly what Kim Hajin needs and asks whether he came here to hunt monsters. The protagonist says yes, then learns that the nervous-looking man is actually an agent. He even presents a business card as proof, though the MC did not expect him to seem so desperate. Then he reads the agency name printed on the card. The agency is run by Soo-hyuk, the same future big shot who will one day become Kim Suho's personal agent, proving that even now, he has the eye to find top talent. He will eventually become the CEO of Korea's leading agency, which makes meeting him this early strange, especially since he is still inexperienced right now. It explains his awkward behavior. The protagonist immediately becomes interested and offers his hand, ready to sign with the agency. The MC knows the story is still near the beginning. Many people have not reached their future selves yet, so building connections now is like investing in people. Then a thought strikes him. If this man is meant to work with Kim Suho later, is it really fine for him to take him first? A little later, while heading toward the monster zone, Kim Hajin asks if the agent can manage on his own. It soon becomes clear the man is completely exhausted, as if he has never run this much before, which makes sense since cadets are far stronger in agents, usually followed by vehicle. As they approach the danger zone, the agent spots a cluster of hobgoblin tracks. Still, that kind of money is not enough for Kim Hajin. Since one mana bullet costs 200,000 won, he needs prey bigger than goblins. He notices a target beneath the cliff, points to a boar-like monster, and asks if hunting that one is acceptable. The agent immediately panics, because the creature is a steel boar. It is a monster famous for resisting bullets with its incredibly tough hide, but Hajin barely reacts and keeps moving as if it is nothing serious. The agent is left speechless. From his view, the protagonist protagonist is practically courting danger, but Kim Ha-jin insists he is carrying an extremely reliable gun. He believes it can bring down almost anything, and his confidence comes from a new gift Jong-hak gave him in exchange for valuable information. Then the MC draws the Desert Eagle. He has also spent extra story points to add a new effect to it. The agent still warns him not to provoke the boar and urges him to be careful. Kim Ha-jin ignores the warning, takes aim and fires a single explosive round. That one bullet strikes the monster with flawless precision. The creature drops instantly, and the sudden shot shocks everyone nearby while the agent nearly collapses in disbelief. The system then reminds Kim Ha-jin of the special effect he added, where each successful hunt with the gun doubles its destructive power. With a skill like that, he could become frighteningly strong, and he is clearly satisfied with how well the new weapon performs. Between the gun's power and the protagonist's aim, the agent is deeply impressed. Kim Ha-jin barely has time to enjoy the praise before he acts again. He simply aims at another target and fires once more. The agent asks what he hit this time, and Kim Ha-jin says he spotted a black pelican far away and took the shot. To the agent, that is unbelievable. The MC can see that far and even hit a target flying through the air. He confidently jokes that he has eagle eyes after all. He tells the agent he is going down the cliff to gather the monsters, and the man quickly follows after him. With both a black pelican and a steel boar secured, they have taken down 2 valuable monsters in a row, so the protagonist asks if he can move them safely. Soo-hyuk says it is better to pay the shipping fee and call logistics. He even calculates their post-tax earnings, impressing Kim Ha-jin with the sharp detail that will later make him famous. The man shakes the MC's hand with new confidence, and both of them look forward to working together. Remembering that Kim Ha-jin said this was his first field hunt, the agent asks what he plans to do with the money, and he says he is going. He wanted to buy stocks, which completely caught the men off guard. The rising guild known as Pack Horse Masters was originally created by a demon. In the original story, it plays a huge role, but back in his room with his laptop, Kim Ha-jin knows the guild is not the real concern. The next dungeon raid is, in the main storyline, Pack Horse Masters successfully clears the Devil's Den dungeon. Immediately after that raid, the guild stock value skyrockets, rising by nearly 1000%. That is why the protagonist happily invests early, planning to earn a huge profit once the surge begins. It is the simplest and most effective way to make money. Using his knowledge of the future, he spends $3 million to complete the purchase, then thinks about where else to find stock information. Since internet forums are not useful, he considers a shady site like Violet Haze, which reminds Kim Ha-jin of something. He recalls the masked group that becomes a major villain force later in the story. Few people know much about them, but as the author, the MC knows who they are and where they hide. They are criminals, but they still despise demonic humans. So he wonders whether getting close to their leader might help him later, especially when Jin-yoon returns as a demonic human. After reviewing his options, he figures there should be a vacant position in the organization, giving him a chance to act. But while he continues searching, his laptop screen suddenly turns black, making Kim Ha-jin lean in with panic. This is terrible for him, because the laptop is his only connection to his old world, and losing it would seriously slow him down. Fortunately, it powers back on, letting him breathe in relief. A full month has already passed since he came to this world. The laptop was only forcing a sudden update, but the scare hit him so hard he nearly fainted, thinking he had lost everything. Now the scene changes. Inside a restaurant, 2 people sit alone and attract plenty of attention. It is Jong-hak, who clearly does not want to be there, and Yu Yeonya, who seems to be enjoying herself. Jong-hak begins grumbling. He dislikes formal noble gatherings like this and wants nothing to do with them. Yu Yeonya teases him and says this meeting only benefits him, since he is speaking with someone expected to lead society one day. She asks about his grades, hears he is doing well, then mocks him for not trying to take first place. But for Jong-hak, doing well still means second place is not enough. He remains near the very top, yet his expectations for himself are painfully strict. Their meeting is suddenly interrupted by an unexpected visitor, Naeun, the girl Jong-hak likes. He practically springs from his seat, dropping his cool image just to draw her attention. Seeing him react that way immediately darkens Yu Yeonya's mood, since she also has feelings for Jong-hak. He quickly asks whether Naeun is alright, and she says she is. But as they keep talking, Jong-hak becomes irritated because he is being ignored. Then Naeun mentions Kim Ha-jin's name, and Yu Yeonya instantly becomes interested. She turns toward Naeun and asks what she means. Naeun explains that during the demonic human incident at the National Museum, only 3 cadets were present, and the protagonist was one of them. The demonic human overpowered both Kim Soo-ho and Naeun, and they could not stop him until someone suddenly intervened. That person was Kim Ha-jin, whose shot destroyed the demon's hand. Naeun witnessed it with her own eyes, and she still cannot believe he managed it with a training pistol, which makes her wonder what he is truly hiding. Yu Yeonha falls silent in thought, and Naeun asks what she thinks of him, especially since they were together during their first training session. Yoyona hesitates before giving an answering. Because of her suspicions, she has already investigated Kim Hajin, but only found basic facts. He is an orphan, joined Cube, and carries a 300 million debt. Other than that, nothing unusual appears. She also still cannot understand how he knew the mountain tyrant's weak point before even top researchers and analysts discovered it. Yoyona remembers questioning him before, but he stayed stubbornly silent. That is why she wants to investigate him further, believing he could become a valuable asset to her guild someday. At first she dismissed him as ordinary, but after thinking it through, Yoyona realizes the attacks he used in training were not powerful enough to destroy a demon's entire arm like that. So she concludes he must be hiding some secret trump card from everyone. Then Naeun quietly suggests something outrageous. Maybe Kim Hajin is actually a demonic human. That idea shocks both Jonghak and Jonghan. Even Jonghak finds it hard to believe a demon would attack another demon for no reason. Still, Naeun cannot explain it. She only knows that something about Kim Hajin feels strange. At the same time, his laptop begins acting strangely. The update is almost at 100% when a sudden warmth spreads from his wrist, and the pain becomes sharper. Blood begins soaking through his sleeve. Kim Hajin panics as his wrist burns with intense pain. The new update is creating a stigma, a mark connected to the creator's authority. As his influence and story points increase, the mark will keep evolving. The magic stored inside can be used when needed, then recharges after 24 hours. The protagonist suffers a splitting headache and full body pain, as if too much information is being forced into his mind. Back at the restaurant, Jonghak slams his palm on the table, irritated that Naeun is still so shaken by what Kim Hajin did. Meanwhile, the MC can barely stay upright and nearly collapses to the floor. Back with Naeun, she cannot stop thinking about those harsh words. Kim Hajin, she says. She admits that she truly cannot stand him. The protagonist remains unconscious. His body gives out, and the stigma created by the update is now visible. And a fresh notification appears on his laptop. A new function has been added to his gift of observation and reading, making the ability even more useful. Now the scene shifts to the association at the tower in Seoul. Right after the National Museum incident, Kim Suho, Naeun, and Kim Hajin are summoned because they took part in the battle and are receiving recognition certificates. They are being honored for helping protect the city, while MC's wrist is still aching from what happened the day before. Has improved a little, but the pain remains, and he still has no idea what the mark is meant to do. Unfortunately, he ends up seated beside Naeun, who is furious and immediately tells him to shut up. Even though he has not said a word, the mere fact that he is sitting next to her already irritates her. Kim Hajin asks if she is still upset about what happened, then reminds her that he also saved her life that day. That only frustrates Naeun more, but she cannot deny that he is telling the truth. She snaps back at him, and Kim Suho quickly steps in to calm the two of them down. He even offers to change seats with her, but she stubbornly refuses that as well. After more bickering, she finally switches places with Kim Suho, who had offered. He sits beside Kim Hajin and begins speaking with him. Kim Suho thanks Kim Hajin, the protagonist, for saving them, which clearly catches the protagonist off guard. Kim Suho says they would have lost without his help. To him, MC was their savior, and he is sincerely grateful, but he remains composed, believing they probably would have won even if he had never been there. If he had not intervened, Kim Suho likely would have awakened some protagonist-level miracle and grown stronger on the spot, just enough to overcome the threat. That is what protagonists do when they face danger and continue growing stronger. The scene then moves to the auditorium, where a famous hero makes his entrance. He walks in with relaxed confidence, looking as if this assignment already bores him. This man is Yoo Se-hyuk, a top-class hero ranked 36th. He is 7th in the association. The entire crowd falls silent around him, and the award ceremony begins. Naeun, Kim Suho, and Hajin are waiting there as the recipients are called onto the stage. The three cadets are honored for their brave service to the city, and Yoo Se-hyuk praises them for stopping a demonic threat and protecting civilians. Yoo Se-hyuk approaches Kim Suho first and hands him his certificate. Says Kim Suho's strength shows real promise and calls him someone worth recruiting. Kim Suho accepts the certificate. Right after that, Yoo Se-hyuk offers him a position under his command as a hunter for the Abandoned Plains Guild, saying hero work is boring and comes with responsibilities he barely cares about. Even so, Kim Suho confidently refuses, remaining determined to become a hero. Losing interest, Yoo Se-hyuk moves on to the next cadet. Standing before him, Naeun looks puzzled because he seems to know her already. As it turns out, this man is basically her teacher, or at least that is how she wants to see it. In reality, Yoo Se-hyuk does not really consider her his student. Her father begged him to train her, and that is the only reason they have any connection. The blunt answer crushes her excitement, while Kim Ha-jin quietly enjoys the awkward scene. Then it is the final cadet's turn. Yoo Se-hyuk is strangely curious about the protagonist from the beginning because he has no idea who this plain-looking guy is. First thing he asks is who MC even is. MC takes it as complete indifference, just like everyone else. Yoo Se-hyuk barely seems to notice him, and the ceremony ends rather blandly. Afterward, Naeun is the first cadet asked about her feelings, about receiving the award. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin is happier than ever because he just earned 15 million for helping defeat the demon, and he needs every bit of it for that 300 million debt. Sitting alone, he begins planning how to spend the money and wants to buy more guild stocks at the same time. He is also eager to inspect the new functions his laptop gained after that painful update. When he opens it, a message lists the changes: the stigma mark, internet access, and an upgraded observation and reading ability called the Tome of Truth. The protagonist has trouble figuring out exactly how to use this new skill. Just as he considers activating it, the stigma forms a shield, signaling that it is about to activate. Startled, Ha-jin decides he should not risk testing it here. He chooses to return to the dorm, where no one can see him. It would be troublesome if someone noticed. The second update is internet access. MC moves the cursor to the button and clicks it. After a brief pause, the screen opens several websites, including Law-Abiding Spirit, Violent Haze, The Sword of Jeremy, and others. He is not only receiving ordinary internet for free, but also access to restricted sites as well. Among them, the most important one is Violent Haze. It is the most famous membership site around, used to trade vital information, weapons, bounty requests, and much more. Since only a handful of heroes avoid using it, the government mostly overlooks the black market deals taking place there. Normally, the access fee is absurdly high. For Kim Ha-jin, it costs 200 precious story points, and he pays it for now to create an account. Just as he is about to log into a certain page, someone calls out to him. It is Seung-ah. The Vice Master has found him, and she knows he recognized her identity. She also remembers that he was the only one who slipped away during the ceremony earlier. She came here specifically to give him a card from her guild. Grace of God. This is a major opportunity, and even Kim Ha-jin understands how meaningful receiving that card is. Seung-ah has several important questions for him, so she sits down and asks whether he will answer them. Of course, the protagonist already suspects she wants to recruit him, so he sits with her and asks what she wants to know. Seung-ah may appear kind and gentle in the media, but that image does not show the full truth. Even talented people are treated coldly by her. She only values the absolute best and cuts away anyone she considers unnecessary. That is the real Seung-ah, and forming a connection with her now could become important for Kim Ha-jin later. So before she can properly start speaking, he cuts her off first and coldly says he has nothing more to tell her. Even after being rejected, Seung-ah quickly explains herself. She is interested in him and reminds him that she is the vice master of the most important guild. The MC acknowledges Seung-ah's position in Korea, but brushes it aside because he knows she came for personal reasons. He is certain Seung-ah only came after seeing the video of his light attribute shot. She is not truly recruiting him yet. She just wants answers. So Kim Ha-jin acts difficult to approach, wanting to seem calm and in control while turning her brief curiosity into real interest. Then he makes a bold declaration that he is retiring immediately, leaving Seung-ah completely caught off guard. Checking his stigma again, he learns how it functions. When his total story points pass a certain limit, his attention score rises and another mark appears. He can use its power anytime, but after one use it needs 24 hours to recharge. To test the new ability, the protagonist focuses and tries creating a magic dagger. Instead, the mark suddenly produces a mythical sword from nothing, and it is real. Kim Ha-jin swings it and immediately knows it is ready to use. Right away. The strange thing about magic is that it relies on natural talent and knowledge. Since the MC was thrown into this world without knowing his origin, he assumed magic would be impossible for him, so he is relieved to find a way through the stigma's power. The final thing he wants to test is the Tome of Truth, which should improve his reading and observation abilities. After thinking it through, he speaks the skill's name aloud. His stigma activates once more. This time it summons a book that contains the truth. The book's strange power lets Kim Ha-jin receive answers to any question, as long as it stays within the limits of his magic. Magic. That is absurdly powerful enough to make even the author pause for a moment. To check whether it works, the protagonist asks for his height and learns that he is 1774 centimeters tall. Each time he uses the tome, one story point is consumed. Then, without warning, Ha-jin's smartwatch starts blaring. It is an emergency alert from the school. A group message asks if anyone knows the location of a certain student. Seeing the red warning, the MC grows uneasy and suspects this may be the beginning of the story's second major event. Next big part of the main story arc is the serial disappearance of cube cadets. 6 cadets will disappear without leaving any trace, while the culprit hides every clue so completely that the investigation becomes useless as the number of victims grows. Kim Ha-jin understands that this incident is extremely important. It is because the criminal's final target is Yo Yeona. He also knows the situation could worsen if the co-author interferes and changes the plot again, especially after the museum incident. He wants to catch the culprit, but fears disrupting the story permanently. For now, the only thing he can do is wait and observe. The next day, the scene moves to the training center. Kim Suho is drinking water when one of his friends points towards something ahead. Kim Ha-jin is trying to build his body when a group of irritating punks appears and starts bothering him. They mock him for failing to lift a simple weight and even claim he might have bribed his way into the academy. Kim Suho wants to step in because he cannot stand that behavior, but his friend stops him and pulls him back. He cannot believe Shin Jong-hak is only watching, but Jong-hak says the protagonist must have upset those guys somehow, and if Kim Suho interferes, he may become their target too. There is also a chance they are testing Kim Ha-jin's reaction, but Kim Suho finds that excuse impossible to accept. Still, Jong-hak thinks someone who damaged a demonic human's arm should not fear weak thugs, so he assumes the MC is hiding his real strength. That theory quickly collapses, because he genuinely cannot lift the bar. He struggles on his own before finally giving up, and even the troublemakers think the sight is pathetic. Jong-hak starts wondering if the protagonist was simply lucky before, but Kim Suho ignores that and rushes over to help. The other cadets quickly realize a fight might break out, while Naeun happens to be listening nearby. Then the instructor storms in like an angry father, furious that they are turning his training session into a joke. He orders everyone to gather, because the quiz scores are about to be announced. The results will be posted on the wall for all the cadets to see. The cadets crowd around and quickly notice that many of them have failed. Only one name sits at the top, Kim Ha-jin, the same guy who could not even lift the bar earlier. Rachel is second, and Jong-hak is third. The MC is not surprised, because he knows this story better than anyone. After all, he wrote it, but then the result truly sinks in. A girl's sword falls to the floor as she stands there too stunned to speak. It is the British princess who ranked third in admissions, and the important thing about Rachel is simple. No matter the subject, she has never taken second place on a written test. So coming in second this time shakes her completely, and she stares at Kim Ha-jin as if she has seen a ghost. He is just as shocked and has no idea what to say. To understand why this affects Rachel so deeply, we need to look back to when she first entered Cube. When Rachel entered Cube, her attendants worried she would soon stand beside the world's strongest hero candidates, with no close support around her since everyone in her class would be Korean. Rachel, however, was not bothered. She felt no fear and only wanted to live up to everyone's expectations. She carried that heavy responsibility on behalf of the royal family. But today, she feels something unfamiliar: fear, defeat, and crushing disappointment. To her, this result feels as though she has failed the people relying on her. The teacher even praises Kim Ha-jin's exam, highlighting how brilliant his new approach to phenomenological analysis, and names him as someone worth observing for academic reference. Rachel understands that phenomenology is difficult, and she does not believe she can close the gap before the midterm. Because of that, the quiet and distant Kim Ha-jin keeps impressing her, even though he barely seems focused during class. Now genuinely curious about how he studies, Rachel finds her interest in him growing even stronger. Later, in the information office, Kim Ha-jin goes through a large stack of results. Now that he has the Tome of Truth, he finally has a way to fix his problems, since enough story points can fill almost any gap in his knowledge. Still, he does not have much working in his favor right now, so he cannot expect big results yet, and can only hope things get better. Next, the MC begins registering as an agent. He also plans to use some of his story points to take care of the remaining steps. Then the story moves into its second major event. After this incident, people begin doubting whether the institution is truly safe or authoritative, and the place no longer feels secure. Even with his current abilities, Kim Ha-jin knows he is still far too weak to face a demon by himself. Even so, Jong-hak losing his temper and sending his followers after him earned Kim Ha-jin a large number of story points, which becomes useful. So he decides to spend some of those points to improve his chances of surviving what is coming, beginning with an upgrade to his weapon. Since he already owns the Desert Eagle, he adds a conversion function that lets it transform into a sniper rifle. For a brief moment, Kim Ha-jin wonders if turning it into a rifle might be going too far. Still, after thinking it over, he spends another 250 points. He uses those story points to add the feature, and the gun changes into a golden sniper rifle, proving the upgrade worked. Even the protagonist is impressed by it, but the weapon is far too eye-catching, since it would attract too much attention. He quickly changes it back into a pistol, For the moment, his next objective is to create a technique that can help him. He has 3 slots available. Unlike magical powers, techniques are physical skills gained through training, not gifts that are simply granted. For a long-range fighter, one of the most important survival skills is reaching the best position before taking a shot. So Kim Ha-jin wants a technique that helps him reach ideal spots and avoid danger afterward, then types the details into his laptop to create it. Last, the ability is finished. He names it parkour, a movement-focused skill that lets him move freely across the field and avoid being trapped. That effect costs him 350 story points. Those 350 points disappear, yet strangely the MC feels no different, even though he knows the skill has been added. Then his smartwatch suddenly vibrates. It is a group message. People are searching for Seungyeon, the second victim of the attacker hiding inside the institution. Message explains that the students who disappeared before Yo Yeonya had already been taken out by the cult. In other words, once someone vanishes, they are essentially gone. As the author, Kim Ha-jin knows how dangerous this hidden villain is and who will be pulled into this cave. That leaves him with a difficult decision: ignore the situation for the sake of the story and his own benefit, or step in. The scene then shifts to the training grounds beneath Cube. An instructor tells the cadets that they are about to begin a special hands-on exercise. The cave before them is actually an artificial dungeon created with magic. Inside are illusions based on real monsters, making it the safest way to train for future dungeon battles. Today's assignment is a simulated dungeon raid. Even so, the instructor warns them not to take it lightly, just because it is only practice. Since the artificial dungeon is enormous, the Veritas and cultural groups will work together for the exercise. One team from each unit will combine into a single assault party, and the cadets are told to form their groups. Everyone immediately starts talking and gathering into teams. Team 8 includes Kim Ha-jin, Hazuki, and Ho-sung, while Jaden and others from the cultural side join them to form a full team. The artificial dungeon contains dangerous traps, and he suspects some were designed with demonic humans in mind. To prepare for that, he has already made special bullets, yet he still wonders whether he can make it through this training safely. Then the system suddenly issues a warning about story discrepancies. That is terrible news for the author, because he has no way to know exactly what changed. And worse, 3 parts of the story shifted during this single event. Because of that, Kim Ha-jin has no idea what is happening or who is causing it, and the uncertainty keeps bothering him as the teams gather. While he is distracted, Jung Han, Kim Suho's teammate from the cultural unit, mocks him for spacing out instead of listening. The system immediately reports that Jung Hyun's temper has increased. At the same time, Jung Hyun meets Jaden from the cultural team. He looks excited to see her, but she barely responds and keeps an expressionless face. Even so, the system says Jaden's growth potential rises because of that interaction. Then Naeun begins speaking with a cadet she recognizes from the hunting club. He introduces himself as Sven, greeting her with a bright smile, and ends up pairing with her. Yet for some reason, his mental state worsens even further, meaning he is now at greater risk of becoming a demonic puppet during the raid. Kim Ha-jin is completely shaken by these sudden changes, knowing they could have a serious impact on the story. Because of that, he narrows his attention to the 2 people he needs to watch most carefully. Looking closely, the first concern is Jaden from Team 8. He is meant to be a rough thug type, arrogant, and somewhat of a bully. What bothers Kim Ha-jin most is the sudden, unexplained increase in Jaden's growth potential. Jaden then introduces the remaining members on his side of the team. Yoo Yeona does the same, though she conveniently forgets the protagonist's name again, clearly just to irritate him. Setting that aside, the MC shifts his attention to the second issue bothering him, Sven. He is a government-sponsored cadet from Germany, regarded as an elite hero candidate. There is one important detail about him. He likes Naeun. Like the other foreign students at the academy, Sven came here hoping to gain fame and success, but he still has not achieved either one, especially with people like Naeun, Kim Suho, and Yoo Yeona around. Measured against monsters like them, Sven begins losing faith in himself. Confidence. Before arriving here, he had never truly been overwhelmed by inferiority or defeat. That insecurity eats away at him, and in his desperate desire for power, Sven eventually trades his soul for strength, or at least that is how Kim Ha-jin originally wrote him. The real problem is that his change is supposed to occur during this raid. Now it seems to be happening sooner than planned, and even if the shift appears minor, he knows it could still be dangerous. Thoughts are interrupted when Jaden suddenly grabs his shoulder and tells him to stop spacing out. Kim Ha-jin shakes him off, but Jaden quickly calls him trash and acts as if the rumors must be. Hearing that, the protagonist realizes his reputation has hit rock bottom. One rumor has spread through the unit, claiming he abuses his cadet status to push others around. It is obvious slander, but people are starting to notice, and the MC has a strong guess about who started it. What frustrates him even more is that Hazuki and Hosung do nothing to defend him, despite being his teammate. Anyway, Anyway, the team order is settled, and they will enter starting from Team 1. While waiting, Jaden keeps trying to impress Yeonya, bragging about how powerful their combined team is. He even belittles Kim Ha-jin as dead weight, which is almost funny by this point. Before long, it is finally Team 8's turn. They enter the dungeon and the group advances cautiously, while Jaden confidently takes the lead. Soon they arrive at a place where the road splits. Someone asks which path they should take, and Jaden says they can rely on their ranged fighter if necessary. After staying silent for some time, Kim Ha-jin suddenly tells them to choose Route 6. Jaden looks clearly annoyed, but one teammate trusts Ha-jin's instincts and agrees. That immediate agreement catches the protagonist by surprise. Even while calling him useless in public, they still admit his judgment is sharp. Kim Ha-jin finds it irritating, but he lets it go as long as Route 6 brings them to high-end, in danger. If Sven truly makes a deal with the demon hidden in this cave, Naeun will bear the burden alone, and if she falls here, the entire story could collapse. She is far too important to lose, so the group proceeds down path 6. Jaden keeps tossing petty insults at the MC, calling him an attention seeker, but the MC ignores him and focuses on what lies ahead. The others cannot see anything in the darkness. He, however, detects a nearby salamander and suspects it may be connected to a dungeon mechanism. Worried, their archer suggests shooting a light arrow to check the area. After receiving permission, he gets ready. Then he fires, sending a streak of light through the darkness. Just as expected, a salamander is waiting up ahead. Jaden is stunned, and the team instantly shifts into battle formation. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin waits for something else before stepping forward. One of the cadets draws a whip and rushes. First, the whip snaps forward toward the monster. It disrupts the attack the creature was building inside its mouth. The thing had been about to breathe fire. With its mouth restrained, Hazuki and the other melee fighters rush in and strike it with heavy attacks. Since it is only a hologram, they manage to take it down without much trouble. The battle ends with the team taking almost no damage. Then a rumbling sound spreads through the area, and they realize the dungeon is changing after the monster's defeat. Kim Ha-jin notices the electric current running through the whip. He is impressed that its user has already awakened that ability. Just as they are about to move again, the protagonist trips over a rock and crashes into a teammate from behind. At that exact moment, a sharp projectile cuts through where they had been standing. Both of them crash down to the ground. Kim Ha-jin breaks out in a cold sweat, convinced he is finished now. The other cadet tries to brush off his ridiculous behavior and ignore it for the moment, but then she loses her temper and tries to hit him. Before she can, the others point out the arrow that almost struck them. That is when the MC realizes their fall actually helped them avoid a poisoned arrow that might have ended them. The scene then shifts to Sven, who was struck by one of those arrows. Wounded by the arrow, he begs Naeun to leave him behind. She drags him along. Naeun shouts at him to shut up and run if he still can. She still can't process what happened. An arrow suddenly flew in from nowhere and hit Sven in the back, so she ran. That makes even less sense, because this is supposed to be an artificial dungeon, where incidents like that should never occur. Now we see what is chasing her, a huge lava golem, almost like a miniature Godzilla, right behind Naeun. So it is no surprise she gets angry at Sven for talking nonsense while he is injured. Meanwhile, the cadets continue making their way through the artificial cave. They are busy fighting fire salamanders that shoot beams from their mouths. Kim Ha-jin's team is holding their ground. They are doing well, especially the ranged fighters who defend the group and return fire. He and Johanna are also taking care of the monsters without much difficulty. Jaden is even enjoying himself as he cuts them down, and so far the battle feels easy. None of these monsters seem especially dangerous. Aside from the poisoned arrow, they believe there are no serious traps, so they keep pushing farther in. Still, as they move deeper, the co-author cannot shake the feeling that the poisoned arrow does not belong here. He even received a system notification about it, so he cannot believe those fools still think it is part of the test. Kim Ha-jin's mind suddenly starts racing, then a frightening presence creeps up behind him. A fully charged salamander is waiting there, prepared to fire a dangerous blast at any moment. The protagonist is stunned that one of them is still alive. A massive wave of flames bursts straight toward the group. Yeonya and the others are completely exposed, and a single hit could take them all out. That is why Kim Ha-jin steps forward and activates his stigma magic. He uses up his one-time skill to create a water barrier immediately. The barrier rises at once and protects the team from the dark. The beam is powerful, but the water barrier holds firm until the attack finally disappears. After releasing everything it had, the salamander collapses. That was its final move. But what Kim Ha-jin has just done leaves everyone around him stunned. Jaden notices the electric charge flowing through the whip and seems impressed that its user has already awakened that power. He grabs MC and demands to know why he hid his water ability when it could have helped them earlier. MC stays calm and says it was only the effect of a magic item, but Jaden does not believe him. Yu Yonya steps in to separate them. What truly troubles everyone is that they just fought a real monster inside an artificial dungeon. Yu Yonya guesses the place was built to imitate a real dungeon, so another dungeon may have mixed into it or something went wrong. She decides not to overthink it and says they may earn points for defeating a real monster. After that, Yonya leaves the group as if none of it bothers her, but in her mind she is certain Kim Ha-jin lied about the magic item. He could not even afford a desert eagle, so there is no way he casually owns a water magic item. Yu Yonya begins connecting every strange thing about him, from the mountain tyrant's weakness to his magic. She cannot understand why he tries so hard to hide his power, and that brings her back to Naeun's first suspicion, that he might be something like a devil. Because of those doubts, Yonya has been watching MC's club closely. Now the focus returns to Naeun and how she deals with her monster. The megalith is a genuine threat, an intermediate ranked monster that seems almost impossible to defeat. They suspect it might be a dungeon boss, and with an ordinary team, beating it seems absurd. Their plan is to gather the other teams and attack together. They are also worried because Sven's condition is terrible. Naeun still cannot figure out where the poisoned arrow came from, and she starts thinking this dungeon is far too difficult for cadets. Sven's condition is even worse than the others realize. He feels like dead weight for dragging the team down, and that feeling breaks his spirit. At that moment, a voice takes advantage of his weakness. It asks whether he wants power, especially after everything painful he has endured. The voice promises to give him exactly that, the strength he has always wanted, in exchange for everything else. Broken and desperate, Sven accepts at once without thinking. The moment he agrees, the demon takes hold of his soul and a twisting pain runs through him. He screams as his body starts giving in to the agony. Naeun rushes over and calls out to her teammate, but his screams end up drawing the giant monster closer. To them, it almost seems to look their way as if saying hello before flooding the area with lava. The monster swings its huge fist and breaks through the place. The cadets run for their lives, knowing that if they slow down even for a moment, that fist will crush them. Another heavy hit lands, sending several cadets stumbling back, flying. They are cornered now, with barely any space left to escape. Go. Even Naeun, while carrying Sven, reaches a dead end and finds no path forward. Way out. Before she can even recover, the creature shows up again and fixes its gaze. To her, it feels like a nightmare. Naeun can hardly accept what stands before them, and she finally understands this thing is not fake. Gripped by fear, she admits they might truly lose their lives here, even inside an artificial dungeon. The monster prepares itself. Strike. At that moment, a mana bullet shoots in. From nowhere, it smashes into the monster and tears through the upper part of its head. Naeun looks toward the faraway shooter. It is Kim Ha-jin, saving her once more. Now let us go back a few minutes and see what happened with Jongak's team. Their advance was suddenly blocked by a massive wall, which irritates Jaden, because this route was meant to bring them to the dungeon boss. He insists they are still moving in the right direction and are actually closer than ever. He simply never expected a wall to seal the way. Rather than overthink it, Kim Ha-jin says the monster is beyond the wall and tells everyone to break through. Jaden gets angry, since he believes he should be leading. Even so, he attacks with every bit of his strength. The result is painful. A harsh shock blasts him back, because the wall is filled with dents. Not even an attack powered by magic can break it. Then Hazuki notices something and points toward the gap above the wall. Kim Ha-jin says they can cross through that opening, but Jaden calls it ridiculous. In his eyes, no one can climb over something 10 meters. Understanding that Jaden simply cannot do what he can, the protagonist decides to move. First, he relies on his parkour ability and reinforces his grip, climbing upward with skilled speed and control until he reaches the top. Then he leaves the others behind and rushes ahead. Just then, a thunderous crash echoes from the far side. The dungeon begins shifting once more. Again, the sudden change catches Jaden completely off guard, but they still do not realize that the enormous lava golem has been smashing through the area. That is when Kim Ha-jin reaches the scene and saves Naeun. He is relieved his paralysis shot did not hold for long against such a massive creature. He yells for Naeun to run while she still has the chance, instead of just staying there, but the situation quickly worsens when the giant monster chooses MC as its next target. His face turns pale, and he begs Naeun to save him instead of running. Immediately the group forms ranks and attacks the lava golem from different angles, but even with solid hits, nothing changes. The beast remains unbelievably sturdy. Seeing the others arrive to help, Naeun regains her focus and prepares a powerful arrow. She tells them to keep the monster occupied while she finishes charging it. Moments later, Sven suddenly leaps, jumps in. He draws the monster's attention, giving Naeun more time to build her strength, remembering her earlier fight against the devil-like human. Before she vows that this time will not end the same way. Then Naeun releases the shot and the arrow crashes into the monster, destroying its base. The golem's body collapses as the lava around its head begins to soften and melt. The cadets can hardly believe they defeated something so fierce through teamwork, and some already hope they will receive a huge point. Reward, Nayeon and Sven rejoin the others as well. 2. Everyone is shocked by Nayeon's sudden attack, while she proudly calls it her finishing move. Kim Hajin barely cares. Instead, his attention stays on Sven, who still has not transformed into a demon at this point. That differs from the original story, but he knows the change is still coming. Sven already made a pact with a demon here, so betrayal and chaos are only a matter of time. Chaos, Nayeon's gaze shifts toward the boy standing further away, still trying to catch his breath. For a brief moment, she sets aside her anger toward him and walks over to talk with him alone. She knows she owes him something, so awkwardly she forces out a soft "thank you" to Kim Hajin. Hearing those words feels almost unbelievable, and he has no clue how to respond. Still distracted, he asks what she just said. That only irritates her further, and she snaps that she will not repeat it. The protagonist can hardly believe Nayeon truly thanked him like that. Her life has always been marked by pain. The first major tragedy happened when she was 6, after a monster took her mother from her. That loss drove her to become a hero. Someday, while most children are taught to laugh and play, Nayeon grew up differently. Filled with anger, she pushed her body through harsh training from a very young age. She kept. You were on your own, and you could not make real bombs by yourself. Opening her heart to others meant revealing the pain she still carried from her past. Because of that, only a handful of people had ever earned her gratitude, and almost no one could truly call themselves her friend. That is why this means so much to Kim Hajin. The character he wrote as someone who could barely apologize has now said something entirely different, and as the author, he knows Nayeon has changed. Then Nayeon asks why he allows Jonghak's followers to push him around when he is clearly this capable in a real fight. After all, one shot from his gun was enough to stop the monster. Guys like them should not trouble him, so she cannot understand what he is planning. The MC says he honestly has no real way to beat them. Nayeon struggles to believe that after watching him handle a monster with his gun, so he shows her the weapon. He explains that it is customized gear meant to cover his weakness. In simple terms, he is only pretending to be stronger than he really is. Nayeon is stunned that he admits it so casually. Modified guns are banned at the academy and could get him suspended, but Kim Hajin says that is why he uses it only when necessary. Fortunately, he found a way to hide the gun inside his stigma, allowing him to keep stronger weapons stored away without being caught every time. Even then, Nayeon still does not fully accept his excuse after seeing how powerful he seemed, so she asks whether he has some kind of gift connected to firearms. Kim Hajin avoids answering directly, but she seems satisfied enough and starts to leave, deciding not to report the gun. Still, she tells him to stop using it. Then she pauses and mentions the very issue that made her dislike him from the start. He remains silent. For a moment, he says nothing and still refuses to explain or apologize, because he does not want forgiveness or a closer bond that would only make things worse later. In the future, he plans to end her older brother Jinyun, so getting close to her now would only hurt her more, but his goal will not change. When Nayeon goes back to her group, everyone asks if she is somehow friends with him. She quickly denies it, but Sven's strange expression suggests he has noticed something. And an announcement suddenly tells all cadets that the dungeon exercise is being shut down immediately. The order comes late, and without Kim Hajin, they might have been gathering bombs. Many things went wrong during the assault drill. The surveillance cameras failed right after it began. Real monsters appeared instead of illusions, and the staff only stepped in at the final moment. By then, everything had already gone wrong. It was a serious incident, but since no one died, Cube chose an internal investigation instead of calling the authorities. The protagonist explains that demonic humans hidden among Cube's executives likely managed to bury the case. He knows the investigation will not truly progress until episode 2 ends, and right now, he is more worried about the co-author's goal. He also wonders what they want with Sven. A demon pact brings side effects like emotional pain and obsession, and Kim Hajin fears Sven could lose control and target Nayeon. He wants to make sure that future never happens, so he secretly keeps watch over both of them. The MC opens his messaging app. As he does, he quietly apologizes to himself for using questionable methods to get what he needs. The system connects him to Nayeon's account. There, he finds several chats, including messages with Kim Suho Sven and Jang Hawk. The only one that really matters to him is Sven, who is texting her an invitation to this week's house club event. In the original story, that event is when Sven's unstable condition finally breaks loose. To prevent anything from going wrong, Kim Hajin decides to follow them and step in if needed. He has also raised his stats, so he believes it is finally time to hunt in the garrison dungeon. Later in class, a sudden message arrives on his smartphone. He has no idea why Kim Suho is suddenly contacting him. Kim Suho asks if he is free on Friday, because there is something he wants to ask in person. As for the garrison, it is a mountain in Gwandu known for spiritual energy. Martial artists call it a training paradise, but they are not the only ones who visit. Plenty of wanderers come as well, roaming the mountain in search of buried treasure, instead of risking their lives against monsters. One of them is the ginseng gatherer Kim Hyunjin, who will be accompanying Kim Hajin on this trip. The protagonist, however, is not moved at all by Kim Hyunjin's enthusiasm. Kim Hyunjin is certain the MC's method will never find ginseng, but the MC tells him he is not here for that and wants something else. There is so much meaningless chatter that he simply tunes it out. Kim Hyunjin smugly assumes the kid lacks experience, and he is not completely wrong, since Kim Hajin keeps stumbling as they travel. Then he discovers a shining ginseng root. He can barely believe what he has found. The protagonist ends up eating the 7-year ginseng root, and thanks to his modification ability, it temporarily raises his stats by 2 points. What makes it even more absurd is that the ginseng could have sold for 700 million, yet the MC uses it instead of paying off his debt. After more stumbling, he realizes it makes sense that the dungeon he wants has not been discovered yet. Beyond the famous garrison lies the real place he came to find. The Dungeon of the Undead, a terrifying cave, now stands right in front of him. The boss inside is the Death Knight, a powerful upper intermediate monster. The ginseng boosted Kim Hajin's stats, but this enemy is still dangerous. Even so, he is not concerned because he came here for a different reason. Just then, a chilling hand emerges from the ground. A crowd of undead crawls out near the dungeon entrance, as if welcoming him inside. Ready to face them, Kim Hajin uses his stigma magic. He reminds himself that defeating the boss is not his real goal today. What he truly wants is the dungeon's hidden stage. Suddenly, the skeleton monsters rush toward the seemingly helpless boy, but they are about to realize he is not as helpless as he looks. Regret it. The protagonist draws his pistol and fires at an undead monster from point-blank range. The others fall just as easily one shot after. Another, he activates his pursuit. Precision skill Eagle Eye to follow every bullet's path. Then he uses his speed and agility to vault over the monsters, striking from above and piling up even more hills. After bringing down enough of them, Kim Hajin finally stops shooting and realizes he has wiped them all out. Still, he understands the undead will keep increasing the closer he gets to the hidden stage, which clearly means he is nearing the Gospel's location. Evandel is actually a witch meant to be the hidden boss of the garrison dungeon, and she becomes crucial later. In the future, she will build a Vandal castle, the most feared undead fortress in human history, using an abandoned school as her base and spreading chaos once she fully matures. Nightmare. That is why Kim Hajin wants to reach her while he still can, and if he defeats her, he expects to obtain 2 items. The first is the upgradable equipment called Ether, while the second is the seed of Evandel. In the original novel, those 2 items help the demon Tomer grow powerful enough to become one of evil's top 4 forces. So if Kim Hajin wants to grow stronger much faster, Ether is the better reward. The MC approaches the hidden stage door, where only darkness lies ahead. Activating Eagle Eye, he pushes forward. With Eagle Eye active, he looks deep into the cave and ignores the weaker monsters. There, he notices a dead tree glowing with crystals. His true target is the young witch, still immature and vulnerable. If he waits until she fully matures, defeating her will become far more difficult, so this is his best chance. For now, the little witch is only playing with magic like a child. But Kim Hajin came here to prevent the disaster she would someday bring. His emotions almost make him hesitate, but as her creator, he forces himself to act, just as Tomer once made a similar ruthless choice. As he approaches, the protagonist reminds himself of one thing. She exists because he wrote her, and now she may disappear for that same reason. A normal spirit form cannot be taken down with bullets, not even mana bullets, so Kim Hajin uses stigma magic to create a spear filled with light magic. That should be enough to end her in one strike, and he is also shocked by how much the old ginseng raised his stats. Then the MC throws the spear with all his strength. It pierces through the baby witch's head and breaks apart her spirit body in a single clean strike, harsh but effective. He thinks that should be enough to finish her. But she is tougher than she appears, even in her immature state, and she survives the blow. Using the small amount of power she has left, she begins restoring her spirit body. Then the entire dungeon trembles violently, and the young witch finally loses control of her form. She scatters into a cloud of dust right before Kim Hajin. At last, the 2 items he came for fall to the ground. The seed of Evandel contains the witch's soul, allowing Evandel to revive once it fully sprouts. The other item, Aether, allows its owner to strengthen a weapon and increase its power. The moment Kim Hajin obtains Aether, all his stats rise by 0.6, and the system all says the item can no longer be traded anymore. The protagonist is satisfied with the outcome. The raid has succeeded, and once Aether levels up, it should make his abilities even stronger. With everything he has gained so far, the MC feels strong enough to stand among cube cadets at his current level. He also earned nearly 50 story points and received the ginseng's effects, too. Still, the greatest reward may be the seed of Evandel, since it can bring the witch back through germination whenever he chooses. The title Witch of Despair makes her sound like a pure villain, but if he handles things properly, a vandal could become a powerful ally. According to Kim Ha-jin, raising the seed is not actually difficult. It simply needs a lot of blood over time, and the witch's personality will be shaped by whoever provides it, so he must choose the person carefully. He is already considering Kim Suho or Rachel, hoping the witch will grow up at least somewhat kind to him. At the same time, he cannot imagine asking Yu Yeonha or Naeun, because they would cause a huge scene and might even twist the witch's personality. The real challenge is securing the blood. The protagonist decides to think about that later. For now, he needs to get some rest. Tomorrow is the main event, and it will drain him heavily. The hunting club trip, where Sven will likely cause trouble for Naeun, is approaching fast. The next day at the Baekdu Pats Springs, the cadets are excited for their first outdoor orientation, and one girl begins addressing the group. She reviews the club activities one final time while Kim Ha-jin listens carefully. Yu Yeonha will hold the usual hunt, but she reminds everyone this is not just a game. It is real work meant to protect the public. While she speaks, the MC is soaked in sweat. He has no idea how much the events may change, and all he knows is what happened in the original story. In that version, Sven attacked Naeun, leaving her badly injured before falling in battle himself. He wrote it that way so Kim Suho could grow closer to her and care for her. The twist is that while everyone focuses on Naeun as the demon's target, Yu Yeonha ends up becoming the helpless victim. Instead, that difference makes Kim Ha-jin deeply uneasy, because things are already drifting away from the plot he originally created. Sven. Even with some demonic power inside him now, Sven still has not fully transformed. The protagonist thinks the best outcome would be for Sven to lose control here, where others can help stop him. Meanwhile, Naeun starts noticing how often the protagonist keeps looking her way. It makes her uneasy, and she cannot understand why he is watching her so closely, not realizing the MC is actually tracking Sven's every move. She even begins wondering whether he secretly likes her. Sven notices it too and warns her to be careful, but Naeun brushes him off since Kim Ha-jin does not seem pleased. Threatening. Sven explains that he is talking about the recent disappearances. He hints that he might be connected to them, but Naeun trusts him enough to believe he is far too harmless for something like that. The hunt begins and Sven and Nathan move ahead while Kim Ha-jin follows behind them, staying ready for anything. Some time passes, and deep inside the forest, a deer is violently taken down by a demon. That demon is Sven. He is testing the demonic power he has just gained. When Naeun calls out to him, Sven releases the animal. She has hunted something too, but what shocks her is how much more Sven caught in such a short time. He stands there acting normal, while she has no idea what is really happening. Sven claims victory in their hunting bet, which means he gets to ask her for anything. But when the moment finally comes, he fumbles with his feelings and tries to ask her out. While that unfolds, Kim Ha-jin watches both of them carefully, knowing this could turn ugly. The demon Sven made a pact with is the carnal of desire, so anyone made into its puppet becomes consumed by their own cravings. That is why Sven cannot control himself. At last, he forces the words out. He wants Naeun to be his girlfriend. She freezes for a moment, unsure what answer to give. Her confused silence makes him think she is rejecting him, and Naeun admits she does not know how to feel about dating someone she barely knows. The cold response hits him hard. Kim Ha-jin thinks that should be enough to set Sven off. Naeun adds that she likes men stronger than herself. If her first answer did not hurt, that one certainly does. And it does. Sven looks completely devastated. Naeun repeats herself and starts to leave, but Sven still fails to understand. He asks whether he only needs to prove he is stronger than her. Now she is growing annoyed and uneasy. Then a demonic hand suddenly shoots toward her. Sven slams the ground right beneath her feet. His body twists into a beast-like form, almost like a monster with a tail. Naeun only survives because Kim Ha-jin jumps in at the last second and expands his defensive shield with Aether. The moment he turns to check whether she is okay, Sven drives a heavy strike straight into him. Naeun reaches for her weapon with what little strength she has left while Kim Ha-jin struggles to breathe as the demon hooks him. She immediately gathers her magic power, condensation, and cuts off one of the tentacles, ordering Sven to release the protagonist. Instead, he completely loses control, ranting about how much he loves Naeun. The deeper his obsession grows, the stronger his demon form becomes. Naeun is furious now. She keeps using magic power condensation while MC remains helpless. Then a flash of green light bursts out as Naeun reaches an entirely new level of power. Kim Ha-jin explains that some people in this world choose weapons that do not suit their real talent, and Naeun is one of the clearest examples. Her true gift is not long-range combat, but magic. With all her strength, she forms a giant sword and demands that Sven let him go. Right now. Then Naeun charges forward and unleashes a devastating strike against the demon. The attack leaves destruction in its path, tearing through the ground itself, and even Naeun is stunned by her own power. Kim Hajin can barely believe it either. To him, it looked like she released a giant blade of light, while Naeun herself has no idea what she just did. What matters most that she worries about the protagonist first, and he tells her he is fine, but her condition is terrible. That final attack drained her completely. Her vision begins to blur and she collapses. Hajin rushes over to catch her. After some time, the unconscious girl finally wakes up with a start and realizes MC is carrying her on his back. She is so embarrassed that she tells him to put her down immediately, but he knows that is a bad idea and only wants to help. Even so, he lets her go, and the second he does, her legs give out and she falls to the ground. Again, Naeun panics because she cannot even stand on her own. It feels as if her legs have stopped obeying her. Kim Hajin looks her in confusion and asks if this is her first time experiencing mana exhaustion. From the way she is panting and staring blankly, he can tell she has probably never even heard of it. He explains that mana exhaustion happens when someone uses every bit of mana they have. Since that is what happened to her, moving now will not be easy, and he even jokes about leaving her here with no other option. Naeun accepts his support and climbs onto his back. On their way back, Kim Hajin asks whether she still intends to use the bow as her main weapon. He witnessed something remarkable during that fight, but Naeun has no clue what he means. The protagonist tells her she must have sensed it too. Something new had awakened inside her, a power she never realized she possessed. She had, with her magic, she could sweep through countless monsters and demons with a single strike. In a real war, Naeun would become nearly unstoppable, later known as the supreme ruler of the battlefield. But reaching that future meant abandoning the weapon she cherished since childhood. That only irritates Naeun further. She hates how he acts as if he knows what is best for her, while MC assumes she will keep using the bow. For now, once they near the portal, he tells her to manage the rest by herself. Naeun is left stunned by how abruptly he tries to leave. She even asks him not to go, but Kim Hajin simply walks away, calm, distant, and clearly uninterested in being heard. Admirer. The next day, news of the attack on Naeun spreads throughout Cube. The cadets even find out Sven was responsible, yet he walks past them without concern. Then he reaches a door and opens it, only to see several influential people gathered inside. Horak is there along with Jonghak, Yu Yeonya, and the class representative. Many important figures are present, and now, Kim Hajin is among them as well. But first, let us return to the day before Naeun's incident when Kim Suho asked the protagonist to set aside some time for him on Friday, because he needed a favor. When Kim Hajin asked what it was Kim Suho explained that he wanted help looking into the missing students. The school had chosen him to lead a cadet team for it. Since they wanted to keep outsiders from getting involved, they chose to conduct an internal investigation, using cadets from every grade to uncover whoever was responsible. The first-year team includes familiar names such as Kim Suho, Jonghak, and Naeun. Kim Suho adds that the school could have sent staff instead, but if the culprit is hidden among the cadets themselves are the best bait to draw them out. MC understands that reasoning, but he still cannot figure out why they asked him. Then he finds out Naeun personally requested his inclusion, which is why Kim Suho came to invite him. That is the reason Kim Hajin agreed to attend. It could also give him extra story points, which suits him perfectly. For him, Kim Suho begins by saying they need everyone's opinions to narrow down the case and review the theories so far. For now, none of them believe Sven's attack on Naeun is connected to the missing student case. But as soon as Kim Suho says that, Jonghak cuts in, asking whether they mean Chae Naeun from his class. Kim Suho does not understand why he reacts that way and says she might become the next target. The idea is reasonable because demons can command other demons, so whoever made a pact with Sven may continue targeting Naeun through different puppets. Afterward, Kim Suho asks whether anyone has a suspicious name to add. Kim Hajin actually knows who is behind the disappearances. Still, he has been trying not to disrupt the story, so he does not want to expose the culprit yet. At least, that is what he tells himself. In the original story, 6 students disappeared over 2 months, but now 3 have already vanished in only 2 weeks. That means the events are unfolding much faster, and more students may become victims soon. Thinking about that, and about how he just helped Naeun, Kim Hajin faces a difficult decision. Letting the story follow its original path could endanger people he now cares about. He no longer wants to be someone who overlooks evil, so he raises his hand and says he has a possible prime suspect, Jung Han, the charming bastard and president of the study. club. The room falls into complete silence after his accusation. Kim Soo-ho argues that it cannot be him, since Jung Hyun was already investigated and nothing suspicious was found. Jung Hak scoffs at the claim, saying that would mean Jung Hyun is using psychic magic to lure his victims in. Kim Ha-jin replies that he is not sure whether it is ordinary psychic magic, but he still has his doubts. Then Yoo Yeon steps in and shifts the blame toward the protagonist. She says it is strange for him to accuse someone at all, and thinks he is more suspicious than the study club president. Behind this, that accusation catches MC completely off guard. Let us return to the beginning of the novel. He felt the main character needed someone beside him, a strong-willed and complicated person who could support Kim Soo-ho. So the author Kim Ha-jin happily created that character and named her Yoo Yeon. Now, back in the present, Yoo Yeon presses harder and calls the protagonist the real demon in the room. Kim Soo-ho tries to defend him, pointing out that MC used a portal when the incidents took place. Yoo Yeon replies that she is only making baseless claims, just like he did. To her, accusing the study club president makes even less sense when his alibi is weaker than his. Kim Soo-ho tries to calm everyone, but the situation has already spiraled. One cadet gets heated and suggests attacking him to see whether he transforms or not. The room begins siding with Yoo Yeon exactly as she had wanted. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin is shocked that he has become the target of everyone's suspicion like this. Then he lets out a brief laugh, and instead of retreating, he snaps at the cadet, daring him to try if he truly wants a bullet aimed at his head. Kim Soo-ho quickly tries to stop the confrontation. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin says they should ask Naeun directly and settle the matter. He is about to explain that they were together in the portal when Jong-hak suddenly throws a basket at him with full force. Furious that MC mentioned her name, Jong-hak demands to know why he brought it up at all. MC fires back that he and Chae Naeun fought the demon together, then mocks Jong-hak and the others for not even knowing the basic facts of what happened. Jong-hak loses his temper and the class representative steps in to settle him down. The entire meeting collapses after that. Once his name is cleared, Kim Ha-jin turns to leave, but just as he reaches the door, a cadet charges at him and throws a heavy punch. The protagonist feels the pressure immediately and ducks at once, slipping past the blow as it crashes into the door and breaks it apart. Even Jong-hak is stunned by the sudden move. The attacker is just as shocked that Kim Ha-jin managed to dodge something so fast. Now the MC is truly furious, so he draws his gun and takes aim. The cadet rushes toward him again. Kim Ha-jin prepares to fire, but before either side can act, Kim Soo-ho stops both with a swing of his sword. He says Kim Ha-jin Horak has already gone too far. Jong-hak is only making the situation worse instead of asking Naeun first. Then he stops for a moment and checks his smartwatch. Ha-jin storms out in anger. Soon after, Jong-hak hears directly from Chae Naeun that it is physically impossible for the protagonist to be the culprit. Since Chae Naeun herself has cleared him, everyone in the room feels ashamed guilty for treating him so badly. Disgusted, the MC simply walks away and heads up. He goes to the field to calm himself, feeling like he has hit a wall, and unable to understand why this life is so difficult. First, he was dragged along by the plot of the novel he wrote, and now he is forced to clash with characters he once created with care. Unable to keep holding it in, Kim Ha-jin curls up and admits he is tired of this world. He misses his real family back home and wants nothing more than to return to his own world. Even small concerns start weighing on him, like whether his lease expired or if he has already been reported missing. Then he thinks of his parents, wondering if they are safe and whether they are searching for him, realizing how much he has been forcing down. In that moment, he feels weak, trapped, and utterly alone. He knows there may be no way back, but he still cannot stop wishing for it. While he is complaining, the system suddenly appears. It reveals that his endurance stat has increased because of everything he went through today. Kim Ha-jin thinks it is not especially useful, but he is still relieved. His endurance has risen a little, and he knows the person thrown into this world might have already fallen apart without enough toughness. So he decides to stop whining, wipes himself off, and gets ready to keep moving forward. He rises from that curled up posture like a hero preparing to face life again. Now we return to Kim Soo-ho and the rest of the fools who mishandled everything so badly. Someone asks where Kim Ha-jin went, and Kim Soo-ho says he probably stepped out to be alone. Yoo Yeon knows that foolish Kim Ha-jin Horak even used his skill just now. That only makes her more suspicious, since he somehow dodged a martial artist's attack despite supposedly being a long-range fighter. Then, all of a sudden, she receives a message. It is from Hyun, asking her to meet him in the study room the next day. That is exactly what Kim Ha-jin warned her about, and it feels extremely suspicious. Even though she senses something is wrong, she still agrees to meet someone who is literally in the middle of harming people. The protagonist begins to understand why people say staying busy helps when you feel low. Since entering the novel, he has trained and hunted so much that he barely had time to miss reality. Now he sits in silence while Kim Suho and Jong-ak continue worrying about him, especially after the chaos from the previous day. It frustrates Kim Ha-jin to realize he is trapped inside the story he wrote, so he starts seriously thinking about finding a way home. Hae-yoon returns to class after recovering, though Jong-hak is still worried about her. Kim Suho offers to help her, since she has not fully returned to normal. Jong-hak becomes openly possessive around her. Meanwhile, the MC keeps watching Yu Yeonya, who acts as though nothing happened yesterday. Class begins with the instructor reminding everyone that midterms are near. First comes the written test, followed by the practical exam. The practical section will include 2 evaluations. The first is Kadet duels. The second is a monster battle using beasts summoned by mages. The instructor makes it clear that both tests will be harder than usual. After thinking it over, Kim Ha-jin realizes he is not worried about the written exam at all. What concerns him is the duel. Each cadet receives 3 nomination cards to choose opponents. First, it seems like top students could simply crush weaker ones, but Cube has already balanced that with a reward rating system. If a high-ranked cadet beats someone much lower, they earn almost no points, and depending on the gap, they might even lose some. Still, not everyone cares about points. One fighter has only one goal in mind, taking down high-ranked Kim Ha-jin. But that is not the only thing troubling him. Rachel has also been acting strangely around him and staying unusually close. He notices her secretly watching what he does, even though she usually studies alone, and he cannot tell whether she is trying to copy his work. Rachel glances at his notes and sees him cheerfully writing down his parents' names. It only makes her even more puzzled. The scene shifts to Yu Yeonya and Iwa's side, where Jung Hyun nervously waits for her arrival. Not knowing what he wants, she heads toward the study room. Inside, he greets her with a bright and overly cheerful attitude. He pays little attention to the prince, but quickly notices the other club members have not arrived yet. Jung Hyun tells her to sit, saying they will be there soon. Yu Yeonha notices a strange scented candle in the room, and Jung Hyun claims it helps him concentrate while studying. They begin discussing the investigation into the students who have disappeared. Jung Hyun says he is on one of the teams as well, but his group found nothing. When he asks if Yu Yeonha has any main suspect, she says no, though Kim Ha-jin's claims come to mind. Curious, he presses her a little further. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he takes control of Yu Yeonha's body, making her feel strangely relaxed, almost as if hypnotized. Under that influence, she admits one of her classmate suspects, Jung Hyun, is the demon. She also says he may be using psychic powers on the victims. Jung Hyun eagerly asks whether there is any proof. That is where the bastard makes a mistake. The moment Jung Hyun mentions proof, Yu Yeonha catches on while he tries to play dumb and claims he misspoke. But by then her suspicion has already hardened. Yu Yeonha prepares her weapon and says innocent people do not bring up proof when accused. They simply deny it. She strikes at Jung Hyun with her whip and demands to know who he truly is. At last, the curtain is pulled away. The sinister villain reveals his true side and tells Yu Yeonha that her turn will come soon, so there is no need to rush. Then the story moves to the second year dorms. Yu Yeonha wakes up and finally regains consciousness, only to discover herself tied up. Her eyes scan the objects inside the empty room, and she quickly realizes she is in the second year dorms, which means Jung Hyun brought her there. That also confirms he is the hidden villain behind the student disappearances. Only now does this fool finally realize Kim Ha-jin was telling the truth, but instead of dwelling on it, she focuses on escaping. She struggles against the ropes binding her hands and desperately hopes someone will save her, but it is useless because Jung Hyun is already there and wants her to stay quiet and obey him. Then the scene cuts to Kim Ha-jin, who suddenly receives a late-night message from Yu Yeonha and cannot make sense of it. She sent only the number 9, far too cryptic for him to understand right away. Meanwhile, that bastard Jung Hyun crushes her smartwatch and mocks Yu Yeonha for sending such a vague message in the middle of a fight. He also notices it was sent to the protagonist, the same person Yu Yeonha refused to believe earlier, which makes him think the protagonist is doomed too. Yu Yeonha shouts that he will not get away with this, especially with the investigation team hunting him. Jung Hyun destroys the rest of her watch and reminds her that he has no intention of staying at Cube. He plans to dispose of her and leave. Hearing that fills Yu Yeonha with a rage so intense it only entertains that charming psycho. Then he decides to call on the demon Lilith, the one bound to him by contract. But Jung Hyun wants to turn her rage into fear. Now we cut back to Kim Ha-jin, who is still trying to figure out what Yu Yeonha meant by that message. The clues pile up until he suddenly understands it. The number is meant to mean 9/11. He immediately pulls out the Book of Truth and asks for Yu Yeonha's exact location. When the answer points to the second year dorms, Kim Ha-jin is left Stunned, the scene returns to Yeonya, who now hears the voice of the demon, Lilith. The demon speaks to the girl's loneliness and tries to comfort her. Even so, Jung Hyun's psychic power still is not enough to break her. Yeonya glares back at him, proving her will is strong and that she refuses to lose her dignity. She fights against the mental control, so he steps closer and brushes her hair, claiming that even Lilith wants her to surrender to the spell. Yeonya struggles with everything she has to break free from the psychic hold, while Jung Hyun smugly says there is no escape from Lilith's power, no matter how hard she resists. Then, out of nowhere, a shot hits him through the window, striking his head and sending him crashing down. As he groans in pain, a voice calls out to Yeonya, teasing her for getting into this mess after refusing to believe him. The wounded demon curses the distant attacker. Kim Hajin cheerfully says the bullet was custom made by him, and without proper treatment, it cannot simply be removed and healed away. Jung Hyun loses control and releases his demonic power, demanding that MC show himself. In a frenzy, he wrecks the room, and even catches Yeonya in the attack. Kim Hajin thinks he is only wasting energy and mocks Jung Hyun, who still has no idea where he is. Our boy prepares to fire again and says he is sitting somewhere far away. Then he sends 3 more shots straight through the demon's body, knocking him down. As he collapses, as he finally locates the protagonist's hidden spot in the distance, the protagonist keeps firing with flawless precision through his Toon sniper rifle. Easy targets like this are exactly why he enjoys fighting from long range shooting. He tells Yeonya he is about to use up every bullet she gave him, while continuing to tear more holes through, and Jung Han then says she had better repay him for it later. By now, Kim Hajin has completely shaken the demon, who starts thinking this guy might be crazier than an actual demon. Another powerful shot rips through Jung Hyun's back. By this point, Jung Hyun looks like a barely moving corpse covered in wounds. Satisfied, MC decides that should be enough. He asks whether Yeonya is hurt, and thankfully she isn't. He tells her to remain unconscious for now, since the rescue team will arrive soon. As her mind fades, she thanks the person who saved her. Yeonya wakes up in the hospital. Kim Suho is sitting beside her, quietly peeling an apple. Kim Suho says her body is fine, so she should recover without trouble. Irritated, she asks why he is there, and Kim Suho explains that everyone has been taking turns watching over her until she wakes. It simply happens to be his turn now, and Yeonya cannot understand why they would do that. For her, Kim Suho says they feel responsible. They were part of the investigation team, and while their attention was elsewhere, one of their own people got hurt. So he apologizes for the old group. Yanni is at a loss for words. She finds Kim Suho incredibly stubborn, yet that same trait makes her like him a little more. Even then, the misunderstanding involving Kim Hajin still refuses to leave her thoughts mind. She asks whether someone came looking for her, but Kim Suho has no clue who she means. Too embarrassed to explain it properly, Yan holds back, drops it. Instead, she silently turns her gaze toward the sky. Later that same day, Kim Hajin receives a private message from Zhang He. She says she wants to repay him for what he did. From his perspective, everything had worked out rather nicely. Pretty well. He earned nearly 500 story points, and his Deadeye skill climbed to rank 7. It is the largest amount of story points he has ever gained from one action. Handling a major story arc clearly felt worth it, even though he still hasn't used his sniper skill. They were enough to rescue Jen. Just then, someone suddenly calls out to Kim Hajin. It is Agent Shinya, clearly delighted that the young cadet contacted him. First, the man even falls to his knees, pleading with the protagonist not to cancel their agreement. However, Kim Hajin never intended to do that. Instead, he sets down on a briefcase and explains that he wants to invest in SHN Entertainment. Everyone there is stunned by his words. Meanwhile, Kim Hajin is thinking. The ginseng he obtained and sold online brought him an impressive 300 million. He has already spent 250 million of it on Pack Horse Master stock, and now he plans to invest the remaining amount in SHN Entertainment. Since he sees strong growth potential in the company, he is confident it will bring profit too. The agent is so shocked that he cannot even speak, feeling unworthy of managing such much money. Kim Hajin tells him to accept it because it benefits them both. He also asks him to buy a magic bag and a highly useful vehicle with the funds. After asking the agent's age, MC tells him to stop speaking formally and talk normally. The agent struggles, so MC wonders whether he should cancel the investment. The mood immediately becomes tense again, and the agent hurriedly changes to a more casual way of speaking to him. After that, they head to a convenience store to buy something. The agent asks why the protagonist suddenly cares about lottery tickets, knowing he can claim the prize alone without an active guardian. Even so, he chooses the best move available. Kim Hajin ends up winning 2 billion won in the lottery. That is about $1.5 million. Plans to invest that money as well. and tells the agent to revise the contract. The agent treats the ticket like something sacred and guards it with his life, terrified that someone might steal it. At the same time, inside an unknown warehouse, a spirit creature appears and informs its master that a certain group has begun moving. Pack Horsemaster has been brought into the matter. The leader is only interested in taking one particular item. The spirit also shares a strange report. Someone has been purchasing Pack Horsemaster shares at an unusually aggressive rate. It began with 3 million, then rose to 10 million, and now has reached an absurd 250 million. For someone without a proper name attached, it seems suspicious, but the leader pays it no attention and remains focused on them. Mission. The spirit adds that many of new pages have also appeared on the website. They contain information about relic hunting and the Agency of Truth. Something about that agency feels strange, so the spirit considers requesting help to locate the target. The leader sharply calls Drune by name and orders him to stop messing around. Drune reminds him that the midterm exams begin tomorrow. Everyone is discussing Kim Suho and Jonghak, and Drune wonders whether his boss intends to get involved. Step in. As it turns out, she really does plan to move. She hopes to discover someone useful there, and it is fairly obvious that person is Kim Ha-jin. Sometime later, the opening ceremony for the practical midterm tests finally begins. Hazuki cheerfully runs forward and embraces her mother. It has been quite a while since they last met. During practical week, Cube opens its doors to many groups, including guilds, the association, and cadets' families, turning the academy into a packed place almost like a festival. An announcement declares that Cube is the world's top hero academy for nurturing future talent, and one of the leading heroes, Jin-ha, personally delivers the speech. But Kim Ha-jin is not impressed. He simply wonders whether he should wait a bit longer. He bought drones from Jinyuk and placed them around the school to secretly search for intruders while continuing to move around. Suddenly, he bumps into a woman and immediately apologizes. She is the same woman from the hidden warehouse, the one who came here in search of talent. The moment Kim Ha-jin sees her clearly, he completely freezes. He had entirely forgotten to add this character, even though she was supposed to appear during the practical exams. His shocked expression reveals far too much. Realizing the moment has become awkward, MC turns his gaze away and tries to recover by saying something, but instead of apologizing, he accidentally blurts out a compliment about her. Her expression stays icy as she responds. Her empty stare makes it obvious he has only made the situation far worse. Without another word, she walks away as if he is not worth even a moment of her attention. She refuses to waste any more time. As she vanishes into the crowd, she orders Drone to watch the person she has just passed by. Somehow, he noticed her despite her item that blocks perception. Since that alone makes him suspicious, she wants Drone to look into him further. Kim Ha-jin realizes the cadets are not being welcomed by heroes alone, because the chameleon troop is also present. Tier 2. Their goal is to recruit either Kim Suho or Jonghak, the highest-ranked cadets. Kim Suho rejects their ideology, so they remove him from consideration and turn toward Jonghak, just like in the original story goes. For him, the real danger is not only the infiltration, but how it may alter the story, especially once security heroes get involved. If things collapse, the damage could go far beyond a few casualties. Worse, at the same time, the heroes grow frustrated because they still cannot locate the suspicious individual. One of them says it would be a disgrace if an intruder slipped in during practical week. The two heroes are Jinyuk and Junji, both highly skilled and well-ranked. They want to eliminate the danger before it disrupts the demonstration week. Elsewhere, the suspicious group is stunned that a boy could see through the siren necklace, an item designed to conceal someone by blocking perception. That catches the man's interest, since everyone around him is weak. Drone, however, cannot stand this fool. All he thinks about is challenging strong opponents, and now he wants to fight Kim Ha-jin. He is told to focus on the mission. They still do not know the protagonist's real ability or whether he posed a threat. Drone also reminds him that the duels are about to begin. The second arena is filled with spectators as everyone prepares for the day's first match, and Kim Ha-jin is on his way there when Jun-ha suddenly stops him and asks whether he is heading to the arena. He answers yes, since he is scheduled for the opening match. Satisfied, Jinyuka has her servant give him 100 top-grade bullets, exactly as she promised. He is not allowed to use them during the test, of course, but what he does with them afterward is up to him. She adds that she can lend him more later if he ever needs them. The case. Jinyuka makes one point clear. This is not repayment for saving their lives. She wants him to accept it as a personal gift from her. Then she says many people have been asking about the one who who defeated the demonized human Jung Hyun during the last incident. But because she knows his identity matters to him, she kept silent. MC feels relieved to hear that and hopes she continues doing the same from now on. If people find out he was the one who brought down Jung Han, it will only create trouble for him. Juna is unusually talkative today. She says she understands that he hides his strength for a reason, but believes he stands no chance unless he uses it. He looks visibly surprised. When she asks whether he even knows his opponent, his expression shows he clearly has no clue. In the trainee waiting room, an angry muscular guy trains with weights while waiting for the chance to crush Kim Hajin, the protagonist in their upcoming match. The scene returns to Jun Ha, who has investigated MC's background. On paper, nothing stands out. He was an orphan, entered military school, and ranks low without any remarkable talent. The only unusual detail is his massive 300 million debt. Recalling their earlier meeting, she wonders how he managed to pierce through the perception-blocking trait of her item. She still cannot understand how her artifact was noticed, and Drone has no answer. The large man from earlier, Deng Zhang, goes to meet the chameleon troop's leader, who is already annoyed. He wasted time elsewhere before returning. Deng Zhang acts as if it is nothing, but she cuts him off and asks what he found. He says he noticed no one special along the way, only a crowd of weaklings. Deng Zhang says that part was obvious. What she really wants to know is whether any cadets stood out, and Deng Zhang says no. Drun reminds him that this year's first years are supposed to be exceptional, so he should begin by investigating them. To start, this includes the same boy who saw through their captain's perception block. Back at the arena, the top heroes are busy filling themselves with food while chatting about the past and their families. Then one man catches their eye. He is simply sitting there with a strange smile on his face. They wonder if he is some hero fan watching them from a distance. Either way, the match is about to begin. The duel starts now. Horak from martial arts is the first to step onto the stage. His opponent is Kim Hajin, ranked among the school's weakest students. Kim Hajin and Horak now stand across from each other. Since he knows he provoked Horak earlier, he keeps taunting him to disturb his focus. Mentally, Horak specializes in using mana to create an invisible layer over his body, a reinforced protective energy. Against training rounds, he is nearly bulletproof, and anyone who approaches him is in serious trouble. It is the year's first duel and both fighters are prepared. The referee gives the signal to start. Horak launches the first aggressive move while Kim Hajin calmly waits for the right moment. He immediately activates bullet time to read Horak's movements. This time it lasts a full minute instead of only 3 seconds, giving him enough time to keep pace with Horak. Speed. Even then, Horak crashes into the arena with enough force to make the protected ground tremble. Even Hajin can tell this man is something else, a monster. Horak keeps rushing forward, ripping across the arena as he moves, chasing him down. Then MC finally sees an opening. He seizes the chance and at last pulls out his gun. He fires, making the arrogant Horak believe he is foolish for trying to attack a shield like his. Like that, Horak expects the bullet to ricochet away without any trouble, but that is exactly what Kim Hajin was counting on. The bullet strikes and sends a sharp burst of pain through Horak's shoulder. He stops cold, frozen in disbelief just like everyone else watching the scene. No one has ever heard of a bullet breaking through reinforced protective energy. Only then does Horak understand what kind of enemy stands before him, facing him. As far as he knows, no bullet should ever be capable of passing through his shield. It shakes him badly. He curls inward, trying to protect himself from the next shots, yet every round still lands with stinging impact. Kim Hajin almost starts to pity him. For him, in truth, these bullets were specially charged with stigma magic, mana, and anti-demon traits, making them much more dangerous than ordinary rounds. He continues firing, driving Horak fully into defense. The audience cheers for the boy, but Horak has reached his limit. In a furious outburst, he smashes the arena apart to interrupt Kim Hajin's relentless assault. The scattered debris forces the protagonist to shift away and dodge. After that, he warns Horak before hurling a knife straight at his face. Panicked, Horak dodges instead of blocking, afraid the blade might be rigged. But it is another trap from MC. The knife is fake. With Horak wide open, Kim Hajin fires even more shots. Horak is left unable to rise again. Back up while Kim Hajin slowly approaches the martial artist with his gun raised. Horak's body trembles and the crowd grows horrified by what seems likely to happen. Next, Kim Hajin's finger rests on the trigger. He looks ready to finish it. Horak is defenseless and the protagonist is about to fall. Fire. Then, to everyone's astonishment, MC runs out of bullets at the final moment. Horak is completely drained, but he still manages. He forces himself to stand again, and using that brief chance, he immediately does the unexpected. surrenders. It leaves a bitter feeling, as if victory and defeat arrived at the same time. Even the heroes are stunned by such a sudden surrender. The duel ends without warning and Horak is declared the winner. That ugly kind of win hardly fits a brute like him, and he roars for Kim Ha-jin to return, but MC stays calm and leaves the stage. After the match, the medics are amazed by how fast Horak recovers, despite being struck by what looked like real bullets. Among the high-ranking heroes, Jun Yax asks Yoo Yeonja-ji what she thought of the fight. She says the protagonist showed genuine skill, while Horak made too many errors. Had Horak stayed calm instead of charging in, he might have won. Even so, Yeonji cannot stop thinking about Kim Ha-jin's performance, his unnatural firing speed, and the eyesight needed to follow a martial artist moving that fast. She also realizes that once Horak began slowing down, MC matched his tempo perfectly. It makes her wonder if he has a gift that adapts to any opponent. Another thing troubles her as well. His bullets appear to be infused with mana. Yanjig thinks the idea sounds absurd. Even mana-filled bullets should not have enough power to break reinforced protective energy. Yunji says Kim Ha-jin's gifts are still not fully understood, and there is also a chance he strengthened the bullets himself. Based on what she witnessed today, she is nearly ready to say he could become the greatest hero of all time. After that dazzling performance, she makes certain to remember his name. Jang Hyun, however, does not look impressed at all. For some reason, he feels no sympathy toward the protagonist. To him, MC is weak and dull, merely a kid with a small gun. He resents being told by the captain to watch, but Jung Hyun says MC's anti-demon power matters. Zhang Hyun still refuses to care and believes it means nothing compared with true strength. Yang calls him cowardly for dismissing Kim Ha-jin simply because he fights from a distance. Zhang Haim insists real combat only matters when both sides fight with genuine intent. Then he mocks the match and asks whether the loudmouth at least checked Kim Suho and Jonghak, the real targets. He says both are solid, and Jonghak's spearwork and physical ability are impressive. Jonghak's aggression alone puts pressure on everyone nearby, making Yoo Yeona think he must have a rough personality if someone like this actually likes him. After that, the conversation shifts to Kim Suho, whom he finds unusual. Strange. Kim Suho's sword match caught his attention because his movements carried an almost flawless rhythm, as if he were dancing. His technique was clean and refined, yet something about it still felt off. Kim Suho won in the end, but Jang Young believes he is hiding his real self, as though pretending to be someone else. Even so, his combat skill matches the praise. To the hype, Shang Yoo Yeona has not been excited by any fighter so far. Then Kim Ha-jin's name is mentioned, and that alone is enough to make his blood stir. His blood runs hot. Zhang Yoo Yeona reminds him that the captain has an interest in people with anti-magic abilities, yet Zhang Yoo Yeona still despises it. As he shouts in the open, a guard spots him and warns that outsiders are not permitted in the forest, so he has to leave. He is told to leave at once, but he is already furious from being discovered. He walks up to the guard and takes him down as easily as brushing away an insect, using one casual motion that crushes the man's head and leaves the body collapsing. Hearing this, Jung Joon asks whether that fool really just struck someone down so brutally. Jang Jun cheerfully confirms it, even though that kind of reckless act will obviously make the captain furious. The scene then returns to the leader of the Chameleon troop, who begins recalling painful memories from her past. Because of those memories, she continues waiting for the day she can finally take revenge. She orders Jun to keep watching her 3 favored candidates, but Kim Ha-jin remains the top priority because his unusual magic may help them break mana ability. Jun questions whether that is truly wise when they know almost nothing about him, but the leader is unconcerned and only wants the task completed. After all, she intends to meet him herself. Tomorrow, on the second day of midterms, the audience is just as excited as before. A scout from the Razorblade Guild is present, and even Saint Grace of God has arrived. Many influential figures are here to search for promising cadets through the duels based on the academy. Rankings: Kim Suho is scheduled to fight Yohei, the school's number 8. After that, Rachel will face Naeun, and their rankings are nearly identical. It is a battle between elite cadets, and the first match is the girls' duel. Ha-jin watches from the stands. For the moment, he simply sits there and observes. Since he already knows how events should unfold, the protagonist is certain Rachel will defeat Chae Naeun, especially because Naeun still has not changed weapons, and that will cost her. The 8th duel among the first years begins. Chae Naeun sees this as her opportunity to surpass Rachel. She launches a powerful arrow upward, and it separates into a shower of shots aimed at Rachel. Rachel stays calm, avoiding one arrow after another until one flies directly at her head, so instead of dodging, she deflects it. Naeun is shocked by how firm Rachel's defense is, fencing, especially once the close-range fighter begins advancing. The crowd erupts over the match. At the same time, the leader of the Chameleon troop sits beside Kim Ha-jin, staring straight at him while he is too stunned to say anything. Now her true identity becomes clear. She is one of the most wanted criminals alive, a central figure of the Mask Syndicate and the underworld, known by many false names. To her alone, her real identity is known, and just as she prepares to greet him, someone suddenly spills a cold drink across her face. Her hair is ruined, the atmosphere collapses, and even Kim Ha-jin is speechless. The person apologizes, and because of the commotion, they miss the match's end. Rachel wins exactly as the MC had written in the novel. In any case, he gives the woman a tissue so she can clean herself off. Afterward, she finally mentions the reason she came, his duel with Horak. Impressed by what she witnessed, she hands him a business card and tells him to contact her. She also asks whether the power he used was some kind of skill. The name printed on the card is merely one of her many aliases, Lee Chofen. It is not her true name because Kim Ha-jin, as the author, might recognize it. Pretending not to know, he asks if she came to recruit him into. He reaches for the card, even though recruiting cadets this early is against the rules. But when he tries to pull back, she holds on tightly and refuses to let go. She says she cannot prove everything yet, but she has plenty to offer him. Then she asks him to call someday. After that, she walks away. Kim Ha-jin is left puzzled because there is no obvious reason for her to seek him out, making the visit even stranger. Meanwhile, the match between Kim Suho and Yohei concludes, and the result is not surprising at all. Suho wins. That ends today's duels. Everyone talks about Kim Suho's impressive performance, while Naeun's defeat by Rachel shocks the crowd. No one expected a top Korean talent to lose so badly to an international student. The protagonist retrieves his drone, hoping it recorded something useful for his investigation. He plans to return to his room and review the footage, but then he notices a girl crying alone. It is Choi Naeun, and the defeat has clearly struck her hard. He remembers writing this scene in the novel. In the original story, Choi Naeun breaks down here, and Kim Suho comes to comfort her. That moment helps her open up to him for the first time. Kim Ha-jin wants to encourage her, but he believes empty words will not help now. Sometimes people need to learn how to let things go. But Kim Suho is not that kind of person. He is stubborn and refuses to let things slip. The MC wonders whether Kim Suho can truly help Choi Naeun here. Then he suddenly comes up with an idea. Without warning, he sends her a message and praises her fight. Choi Naeun reads it with confusion, and her expression slowly changes, turning red. Then Kim Ha-jin begins teasing her, saying she would have performed far better with the sword. He tells her that she should change weapons just as he did. Somehow his words reach her in a strange approach. Kim Suho arrives to carry out the role he was meant to play in the novel, but just as he steps forward to comfort her, he notices Chang Goyen staring with fury intense enough to rival 10,000 lions. Instead of pitying herself, she is now consumed by anger toward the jerk who belittled her after the defeat, and with that, the first year mid-terms come to an end. Later, Kim Ha-jin casually reviews his drone footage when he catches sight of something terrible. It's Jung. Jung takes someone down with one brutal strike. In one hit, the site is completely bloody and it leaves Kim Ha-jin wondering whether this man is also connected to the criminal group. Group 2. Judging from his behavior, Kim Ha-jin can tell he is a true madman, someone who harms others without hesitation and even seems to enjoy it. There are many people like that in this novel. The cities may appear modern and comfortable, but monsters still lurk beneath the surface. Some people have no sense of right or wrong. They may look human, yet they oppose the heroes of the world. These are not ordinary criminals, but the story's real villains. The protagonist realizes that watching only the original antagonists is no longer enough. Because of the co-author's changes, almost anyone in this world could become his enemy. The first midterm is finished, and now the second practical test begins at the monster exam site, where the cadets are welcomed by Jin Yua, the mage overseeing this test. Before it begins, she explains the rules. In this test, the cadets will battle monsters personally summoned by Yua herself. This exam is considered their most dangerous training so far because the summoned monsters are just as strong as real ones and will not disappear, even if Yua tries to force them back. The cadets become uneasy once they understand that their lives are truly at risk in this test. Yua tells them to surrender quickly if necessary. As for the grading, she explains that their scores will depend on how well they face the monsters. Then she orders everyone to take their positions and give it their best. 4 cadets are chosen first for Group 1, Juno, Hazuki, Yunjin, and Spencer. They wait as the monsters are about to appear. She tells the remaining cadets to watch closely. Those who are not fighting must observe their classmates' performances and evaluate them based on their actions. They can also add notes suggesting better strategies. enemies. Yua is ready to start, but first she orders everyone to turn off their smart watches. She also reminds them to write truthful reports since those will influence their written exam grades, meaning even lazy Nayun has no choice but to take it seriously this time. Anyway, the monster battles finally begin. The mage casts a summoning spell and calls forth the first beast. From the spell emerges Hazuki's opponent, an evolved creature. It is quick and powerful, immediately putting heavy pressure on the cadets right away. As the fights continue, the other cadets begin filling out their reports. Once one group finishes, Group 2 takes over. One cadet easily defeats a snake monster. It is class representative Jonghak who handles it without any difficulty. Then a beam of light suddenly crashes down onto another monster. It is Naren, using her arrows to take down the unicorn monster and complete the test. After that, Yuaha seems as if she is merely playing around with her own monster. A few more groups pass, and then Group 10 is called forward. Kim Hajin is matched against a rare opponent, the crow monster. As expected, he deals with it using clever evasive tactics. After securing a good position, Kim Hajin feels the fight is almost too simple and likely to end soon. But then something goes wrong, sending the cadets into confusion. MC looks up to figure out what happened, while Jang Yuk is called in to respond as part of his duty. He gets scolded for being careless. Jang Yue reminds him that a guard was found dead yesterday, so this is no time to act lazy. An emergency alert has gone out, but Jang Yuk asks whether she has located its source. Jang Yue believes it came from the nearby seafloor. While they are speaking to him, talking, a man suddenly steps out from behind them. It is Jang Yue, the villain, and he looks satisfied to face the man now standing in his way. Zhang Yue warns him that he should not be entering a restricted area. Zheng Yang ignores the warning and prepares himself. Ready to fight, he tells Zheng Han this is a fight he will come to regret, but just as they face off, the shaking suddenly grows even stronger and pulls their attention toward the sea. An enormous whirlpool rises up, forcing the exam to stop. The cadets are ordered to evacuate once and prioritize their safety, while the last group, still fighting a monster, is told to flee immediately instead of trying to finish the test. Hajun feels frustrated that he has to stop halfway through, and he wonders what could be causing all of this. The building trembles while monsters continue running loose. Hajun hides behind cover, terrified for his life, because the monsters still have not been unsummoned. He calls for help, but no one seems nearby. Then Hajun shares his theory. He immediately rules out Jinjua, since the system would have notified him if she had changed. That means no one at the exam site showed a new change that could explain this. Jinjua suddenly realizes what is really going on. He finally understands the real reason behind the chaos. Elsewhere, Rachel is blocked by a strange warrior, and his presence alone is enough to make her tense. Meanwhile, Heejin organizes everything in his head and begins to suspect the story is creating a new event, just like Kim Hajin Chundong, a character the author never wrote. It appears Sir Lancaster is connected to Rachel and may be the one behind everything. The story has shifted in a major way again, and Hajun has no idea. Rachel finds herself facing Alex Lancaster, a mage who disappeared years ago during the London incident. She questions him, but he only replies with a cold, distorted smile. Rachel quickly understands that this man gave himself to demons for her power. She cannot accept that the former captain of the Royal Guard has fallen so low, but Lancaster hardly cares. Instead, he looks at her and reminds Rachel that he was betrayed while serving his king and country, so he merely chose a different, new master. Rachel raises her sword, accepts him as an enemy, and swears that she will make him answer for his crimes. With remarkable speed, the top student strikes at him, only to stop cold when her blade passes right through his body. Lancaster offers a mocking apology. The man in front of her is only an illusion, so he cannot be harmed. He leaves Rachel trapped there, certain no one will reach her while the other monsters keep everyone and busy. Lancaster remarks on how different this institution is, saying his country would have deployed hundreds of guards just to protect royalty. Rachel recalls the suffering Lancaster endured after losing someone precious, and that only strengthens her certainty about what he has become. The mage says he has no time to keep arguing and chooses to leave. Rachel tries to stop him, but she never truly had a chance. Lancaster's body dissolves into darkness, and from that darkness emerges a faceless assassin carrying two swords. The killer disappears, then strikes Rachel with overwhelming force. She staggers back in shock as the assassin continues pressing forward with powerful blows, leaving light wounds across Rachel's body. This is not an opponent she can defeat head-on, so she waits for one clear opening, but it never appears. Rachel's weapon is knocked away, leaving her defenseless. The dark figure watches its prey, now that she has nothing left but her unarmed body. Even so, Rachel still has one last option, telekinetic magic. That lets her summon her sword back. The blade flies toward her again, just as the assassin moves in for the final hit, an unexpected blast from outside interrupts them both. A man steps through the shattered rubble. The instant the assassin sees him, it changes targets and attacks without hesitation. Jun changes his weapon setup once more. This time he uses American breathing style, second variation shotgun mode. Jun brings the target down with almost no trouble. A single shot is enough and he does not mind spending 250 story points because it clearly paid off. Then Rachel realizes the person who saved her is actually her clown classmate. The boy reaches out his hand and asks if she is alright, somehow ignoring the fact that she is covered in blood. Hajun uses bandages to gently wipe the blood away, and the princess seems flustered, squirming slightly while he treats her. Thankfully, the injury is not as severe as at first it looked. While cleaning away the blood, Hadron checks the bandage and suddenly realizes he has just obtained a sample from the top-ranked cadet he wanted. Rachel thanks him for saving her. Then the institution's mages rush over and ask if either of them is hurt. They move in to help while Jin, the magic instructor, is informed that 2 more cadets are seriously injured. Jin becomes furious and demands to know who caused all this destruction. Back to the hero at the shore, Jen Hockey meets his friend, who asks about the monster attack. Unfortunately, the creature was driven away not by Junhook, but by an intruder. Zhenyik cannot understand what made the monster so tense and furious, especially when that outsider dealt with it with little trouble. Judging by his power, the man was frighteningly strong. She struggles to believe it, and Junhook agrees because he feels the same. He is also certain that the same man was connected to the guards' murder. With a powerful monster and an unknown intruder both appearing, the institution's midterms are thrown into chaos. A day later, the monster incident from yesterday makes it onto the news. Questions spread across the world, forcing the midterms to be postponed. While most of the teachers focus on giving explanations and helping repair the damage, classes are cancelled for the students, and Kim Ha-jin's class celebrates the news because they suddenly have 10 full days without schoolwork. Some of their classmates almost lost their lives, yet somehow everyone still seems excited. Then Kim Ha-jin's laptop receives another alert. It reports another change in the story, which is already troubling, and worse, it could push him closer to becoming a greater villain depending on what happens next. Fortunately, Kim Ha-jin remembers Lancaster from the list of British characters created. Lancaster was meant to become a major villain, so his appearance this early is a serious problem. Kim Ha-jin regrets not writing more heroes to support the main cast as the villains grow harder to control. Still, he feels relieved that he managed to obtain Rachel's blood without drawing suspicion. A girl suddenly hits him on the head. Only Nayeon would dare to do that. She is angry, and to be fair, she has reason. Kim Ha-jin keeps telling her to abandon archery and learn something else, because he believes the bow does not suit her true potential. Kim Soo-ho and the class representative watch from afar, seeing the 2 troublemakers argue again. Kim Soo-ho strangely feels that their relationship has improved. Nayeon returns to her dorm, feeling satisfied that she managed to bother him after all his teasing. But then Nayeon receives a message on her smartwatch. It is the feedback report for her latest test. Excited, Nayeon begins checking what others wrote, especially Kim Soo-ho's comments. To her surprise, Kim Soo-ho says she looked frightened and uncertain at first, but afterward she found her confidence and showed herself to be a talented cadet. He praises her persistence and ability, clearly supporting her decision to continue using the bow. Kim Soo-ho even notes that although some people doubt her skills, the only thing she truly lacks is confidence. In the end, he believes Nayeon can become one of the strongest heroines if she keeps proving herself. Those words touch Nayeon deeply as she reads them. She is almost moved to tears. Feeling more certain than ever about her talent as an archer, she brushes aside Ha-jin's nagging. Then Nayeon opens the second report from an anonymous account. For some reason, this person has written an entire essay, and even more motivated after Kim Soo-ho's review, she quickly continues reading on. After a brief pause, Nayeon's entire body trembles with anger. Her blood heats up from what she is reading, so intensely that Hazuki hears her shouting from inside the room. Furious, Nayeon vows to prove that anonymous critic wrong. After placing Rachel's sample on the seed, Jung Hyun waits eagerly. The Evandel seed he found in Garrison possesses a special power. If it receives enough human blood, it will eventually give rise to the Witch of Evandel. Kim Ha-jin feels somewhat relieved that it now carries Rachel's traits, meaning the seed should not grow into something beyond his control. Otherwise, he would have to face true villain. Losing patience, he pokes the tiny seed and begs it to grow. Already, suddenly, a sharp pain strikes the author through his entire body. His face drains of color because he knows exactly what is about to happen. Coming. The second stigma mark appears on his wrist, promising the same unbearable pain as last time, and his cries echo through the night. By the next day, our boy is completely out of it. Even his agent notices how distressed he looks and asks whether he is alright. Okay. Ha Jung-hein changes the topic and asks about the agency. Luckily, things are improving. They now have proper transportation for the house and more clients, giving the man some relief after the field's stress. He also thanks Jung-hyun for all his help. Jung-hyun decides to move on again. Spotting a crowd gathered nearby, he asks what is going on. At first, he wonders whether it is a guild. Then he realizes heroes from Essence of the Strait have arrived, causing all the commotion. Among them, Jung-hyun notices Yoo Yeonya and wonders if she has come to investigate with her team as well. To his surprise, she catches him staring and walks over, asking whether he has any connection to the field. He politely explains that he only came here to earn some quick money, and he even introduces his agent. The man is shocked that Ha Jung-hyun knows an influential member of Essence of the Strait. For a moment, he realizes that Kim Soo-ho being paired with Yoo Yeonya would be one of the worst possible combinations because their personalities clash so badly. As mentioned before, Kim Soo-ho was originally supposed to become the main hero's agent. When Yeona learns about his agency, she becomes the one whose investment helps Kim Soo-ho's business take off. But now there is the real issue is that no one can tell whether the current Yeona will view Kim Soo-ho's agency as useful. If she does not, Soo-ho's future could end up heading in a terrible direction. Even so, Yeonya suddenly makes an unexpected decision and joins them for the trip to the house. Kim Ha-jin is caught off guard, and questions quickly start filling his mind. The car ride continues in an uneasy silence, with both of them keeping a clear distance from each other. He waits quietly, observing her while trying to understand what Yeonya truly wants. Eventually, she speaks up and directly asks whether he has any plans for the future. Startled, Kim Ha-jin asks what she means. Yeona wants to know what he plans to do after graduating from the academy. The protagonist answers plainly that he has not thought that far ahead yet. She says that makes sense, though by third year they will hardly stay at the academy anyway. Cadets become heroes in training then, and life becomes much tougher. To the point, Yeona openly asks MC to join her guild, explaining that it is already ranked second. The grace of the creator is still number one, but once Yoo Yeonya takes charge of her guild, she intends to make it the best in Korea. She even promises complete support, including agents, weapons, everything else. Poor Soo-ho starts sweating as he realizes his part might end up being little more than cooking. Yoo Yeonya proudly says she is offering a generous deal to someone who still does not know his own worth. He is. Kim Ha-jin reminds her that guilds cannot simply recruit cadets whenever they like. At this stage, it is illegal and could bring a massive fine, about $350,000. But Yeonya is wealthy enough to think the risk is worthwhile. The car suddenly stops, and Yeonya is thrown forward, hitting her nose. On the seat, she snaps at the driver for braking so. Suddenly, a nervous Soo-ho says they have reached today's monster site. But Yoo Yeonya does not believe him and mocks the idea that an ordinary agent could find one. Soo-ho explains that monsters become more active in April, so heroes often go out to hunt them. Because of that, most monster zones are crowded this time of year. The location he chose perfectly suits Jin's sniper strengths and gives him the best field setup. Kim Ha-jin supports him, saying he already checked everything, so there is nothing to worry about. He tells them he will return after finishing, and with those words he leaves them behind. But Yeonya clearly has no desire to talk with the agent either. She walks away, saying her guild members will arrive soon. Then, she unexpectedly knocks on the window, startling Soo-ho when she comes back. It turns out she is impressed by his abilities and wants to do business with him soon. The scene is cut short, classes return to normal, and the cadets go back to the academy, where everyone gathers around the results board, eager to check the rankings for Kim Ha-jin and his place near the top of the list, which does not surprise him at all. After he defeated Horik in the practical exam, the fool Young-hak sent after him stopped causing trouble so lately. The protagonist has finally enjoyed the peaceful days he never had when he first entered the academy. While minding his own business, a punch flies past his face and crashes into the wall nearby. It is obvious who threw it. Naeun, furious about the report Kim Ha-jin wrote on her profile. Judging from his reaction, he clearly was not prepared for this. Naeun is in no mood to hear excuses. She says only he could have written something that terrible about her. In truth, MC wrote it to help her. Still angry, Naeun presses him about always saying archery is not suited for her. The cadets nearby watch the entire scene as Naeun throws out a bet. To her surprise, Kim Ha-jin accepts, and his condition is simple. If she loses, she will never touch a bow again. That only makes her even angrier, and she becomes determined to prove him wrong no matter what. He says he will use a bow too to prove his point, but he needs some training first to keep the bet fair. Naeun believes no amount of practice can save him. She storms away, certain she will win this ridiculous bet. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, Hajin thinks about his level 7 sniping skill and believes that if he raises it slightly, he can beat her. On top of that, his luck stat should also help. He believes Naeun's real issue is that she is avoiding the truth. She thinks her bow skill equals her sword skill, but it does not. At the same time, the protagonist knows empty praise never makes anyone stronger. To improve, a person needs to develop real ability. The scene then moves to room 303 of Grace Hall, where Travel Club President Han Ho makes an announcement after the midterms. MC is partly lost in thought, recalling how the study and housing clubs were suspended after being linked to demonic incidents. The story is also progressing more slowly, with fewer major events than before. That feels reassuring, because Kim Hajin now understands which part of the plot deserves his focus. Hiker continues and announces the club's next destination, France. And this very trip will connect to the grim death of a Paris millionaire, pushing the story toward a new direction. He explains that everything began with a death threat sent by a dangerous assassin group, which even listed the exact date and time of the attack. The man who received the letter was named Vidal, someone known for being kind. He lived modestly and did not waste his wealth, but that public image was a lie. He was not the person he appeared to be, deep down. Goodell was actually Belbet, a criminal hiding behind a different name. He had grown rich by deceiving and exploiting people through scams. For a while he avoided paying for what he had done, but eventually his trail was discovered. He could not go to the police, and there was not enough time to hire guards strong enough to stop the assassins. Fear began closing in. Just when everything seemed hopeless, he found a strange escape route. Goodell received this chance only because the Cube students were originally scheduled to travel to Paris. Story. Hanho was having trouble finding a place for the cadets to stay, and while that matter was being discussed, Belbet slipped in like a serpent and politely offered his mansion, saying it had enough room for everyone. That is how the story continues, but in truth, it was only a shield. If the assassins came for him, they would have to pass through the cadets first. Then Hajing's computer receives a notification about a new request. He gets excited because it is from his first client. He checks the details and sees that the client wants him to find a scammer who destroyed family. They also included useful information to help Kim Hajin track that person down. As he reads through the file, he is truly taken aback, and the scene ends there. Then the view shifts inside a warehouse, where several members are rewatching Horak's fight against the antagonist. One of them is thrilled by the anti-demon magic he displayed. The others are impressed by this year's freshman, especially MC. One woman teasingly asks their captain why they are suddenly reviewing a rookie's fight while she remains still uncertain. Another member speaks up in support of the boy's talent. They also checked his background and found no dangerous connections worth worrying about. They decide Kim Hajin's greatest weakness is money, so they plan to use their limitless funds to draw him in to the group. One member states their true objective, which is to find the traitor inside their organization and punish them. He believes Hajin would suit that job well, but even if they bring him in, there is still a problem. They do not know what color to assign him. The only remaining option is black, the color of their strongest member, and also the same color used by the traitor. Then one man steps forward and says he wants that color for himself. It is the reckless brute who dealt with the guard, but the others immediately ridicule him, saying he is far too foolish to claim that color, so they decide the matter by vote under the captain's direction. Their captain makes the call and asks everyone to raise a hand if they want Kim Hajin to join the organization. In the end, 8 vote yes and 2 vote no, making the result obvious. They will attempt to recruit him. The captain then gives her subordinate Jane Valoran an invitation to a VIP party in Paris, which will become the location of her next mission. As the yellow member of the masks indicate, Jane Valoran prepares to steal a ring. Now it is time for the France trip. Hanyo, the club president, checks attendance and says the teams will be drawn before they enter the portal. As Naeun steps up first, Kim Hajin thinks about how he never properly explored Europe in the real world, but here, anything is possible. If the story follows his writing, she should join Kim Suho's team. Neorn reaches into the box and the scene changes. Then we move to the Eiffel Tower, revealing that the cadets have finally arrived in Paris. As for the teams, there is an unexpected twist. Naeun ends up paired with Kim Hajin, which is exactly what he did not. He wanted. She keeps pestering him while people in France watch the famous academy students. Then they learn that Hanyun has a lover in France, and the two of them make everyone else jealous. Honestly, the whole trip almost feels like he arranged it just to see his girlfriend. Hanyu Yeona introduces her as Natasha, the doctor who will accompany them on this trip, and she greets the group politely, With that done, the cadets split into the teams. They drew. They can spend the day however they like, but everyone must return for the party. At night, since Naeun and Kim Ha-jin are paired together, she asks where he wants to go. With no real plan, he suggests trying a few restaurants. He is fairly surprised when she chooses to stay with him. To Naeun, it is obvious because they are partners. The protagonist, however, remembers how his previous partner abandoned him without caring. Being overly prepared as always, MC already made a list so they can move around without getting lost. The only thing he asks is for Naeun to stay in contact. She warns him that her tastes are very picky, so she will not go easy on him. In the end, they head to an extremely elegant restaurant. To Naeun's surprise, Kim Ha-jin already has a reservation waiting. As they sit down, she wonders how he managed that. The story does not explain it here, but he used the Book of Truth. When the menu arrives, he tells her she can order anything she wants. That takes her off guard. He already knows she is picky about food and comes from a wealthy family. Then Kim Ha-jin senses a familiar presence and instantly tenses up. It shakes him so badly that he suddenly stands. Everything had been going smoothly, but then he rushes off, leaving Naeun alone. Sensing that something is wrong, the protagonist wonders whether the story has changed again. He hurries toward a couple and calls out to them. The girl wearing glasses is Seung-ah, a major character who was never supposed to be in Paris. Seung-ah does not know how to react, and Kim Ha-jin has to push himself just to catch up to her. She pretends she doesn't know him, but MC wants her to stop. At that moment, the system sends another story alert and Seung-ah's boyfriend steps in beside her. Kim Ha-jin decides to step back and check his laptop. The system warns that the story has shifted and Jane and Seung-ah are now fated to cross paths in Paris. Meanwhile, Naeun has no clue why he is standing off on his own. He recalls that their first encounter took place at the Holy Grace Guild headquarters. Back then, both of them had joined as new recruits and they started going on missions together, even surviving difficult situations side by side. They were practically best friends, always ready to support each other. But that bond was destroyed when Jane betrayed her. During their fight, Seung-ah was defeated and demanded an explanation. Jane, the person she had trusted like a close friend, turned out to be a cruel woman who only wanted to toy with her. Her real identity was Jane, the yellow member of the Mask Syndicate. She is a villain known for disguise, deception, and theft. At the moment, Seung-ah appears to be operating undercover in the world. Inside the mansion, Yorin notices that she seems upset. Seung-ah says she is relieved because this may be her chance to finally move beyond what happened. Jorn still doubts the informant who claimed Jane would appear at the party. Seung-ah has doubts as well, but she knows Jane well enough to believe she would come after something valuable. After all, how could Jane ignore Homer's priceless ring? Jane knows where it is being kept, so she will do whatever it takes to steal it, and Seung-ah plans to strike then. After Naeun finishes eating her fill, Kim Ha-jin asks if she is finally ready to split up, since he has other places he wants to inspect. In truth, he simply wants time alone so he can come up with a plan for the party. Since Naeun has no reason to remain, she prepares to leave. Of course, the protagonist cannot resist one last sarcastic remark, and she snaps back. Like always, the scene then moves to the party, where Kim Soo-ho and Yi Young draw everyone's attention. People nearby begin wondering whether they might be celebrities. Yi Young is glad she put effort into her disguise, while Kim Soo-ho feels the tight suit is a little too convenient. Then Yi Young offers him her hand for a dance, since it would seem odd if they did not. As that happens, focus moves to Kim Ha-jin, who arrived at 5:30 and also confirms Seung-ah is here. So far, nothing strange stands out. The event is being held in an old palace outside the city, and the MC is here to keep the story from changing too much using his Deadeye skill. A startled Kim Ha-jin notices a magic portal opening from nowhere, something that should not be possible. Normally, portals like this can only be opened by demonic humans, and only powerful demons can maintain them. Threat. Someone inside the hall is secretly acting as the demon and keeping the portal active. Then he receives another strange system notice. This time, it is a comment from the co-author explaining the change. The mysterious co-author believes an ultra-rare item like Homer's ring should draw more attention, so an evil group called the Brotherhood of Bad Actions has entered the event. Once Kim Ha-jin learns this, he remembers how dangerous they are. Their leader, Hapyo, is an extremely dangerous figure. They love war, steal powerful artifacts, and keep appearing behind conflicts across the world. In other words, the protagonist now has to face an entire villain group simply because the co-author decided it. After activating his Aether spell, Kim Ha-jin hides his face with a mask and prepares to stop the plan. From above, he searches for Yorin and Jane. At that moment, Jane is secretly choking someone Still disguised, she gains access to the safe that holds the ring. The mission seems almost too simple with the artifact right in front of her. Jane reaches for the ring when a nervous yet familiar voice calls from behind. It turns out Jane has been using Yorn's identity for this theft. She is surprised to find Sung-ah in a place like this. Acting confident, Sung-ah says she is only checking on her assistant, pretending not to know as she walks closer. Then she suddenly hugs Jane from behind. Jane is completely caught off guard and has no idea what is happening. A moment later, Sung-ah tightens her hold and reminds Jane that she has no intention of being fooled again. Then she throws her down with a powerful suplex. The impact is so loud that people in the outer hall think something explosive and off. Jane steps through the smoke and returns to her true form. She is genuinely impressed that Sung-ah saw through her flawless disguise. Sung-ah has no interest in talking and charges forward. She realized Yoren disappeared right after they arrived in Paris, and Jane's manner of speaking exposed her. Naeun admits that such sharp instincts are understandable, especially since Sung-ah had already been betrayed once before Sunga can strike him. Her again, a whip suddenly catches her arm. It is Jung-ah, and she wants them to stop causing destruction in the hall. Shang asks who she is, unaware that they are cube cadets. Jung-ah removes her disguise and tells her to lower her weapon before things get worse, but Sung-ah refuses. Her electric energy breaks Yuyeon's whip apart, leaving her truly shocked that her weapon has been destroyed. Sung-ah then turns back toward her real target, who rushes in with a piercing attack. Sung-ah barely dodges it and counters with her sword. The impact of every clash is overwhelming. Sung-ah struggles to keep pace up with Jane, but she finally spots an opening and knocks her aside. With her sword damaged and chipped, Jin collapses to the floor without defense. Furious, Sung-ah lifts her blade to end it completely, but just before the final strike lands, Kim Suho steps in. He blocks Sung-ah's sword using his own blade. Jane is soaked in sweat, realizing she came within a breath of death. Sung-ah coldly tells Kim Suho to move unless he wants the same fate. Kim Suho refuses. He does not understand why they are fighting, but his sense of justice will not let him stand aside and watch, though his words fail to calm her down. Sung-ah kicks him away, but when she turns back, Jane is gone. That brief delay was exactly what she needed to escape. Sung-ah immediately chases after her as Jane runs away with a grin, then a wave of black darkness suddenly cuts between them. Both of them stop cold in shock. A demon has taken the ring for itself. Homer's ring is now held by a demonic human that resembles a tentacled siren. Watching from outside is Hajin. Now the scene shifts to see what Naeun is doing. Poor Naeun has gotten lost exactly as MC expected. She keeps checking the map, yet somehow always returns to the same place every time. Irritated, Naeun complains about her useless smartwatch, then suddenly remembers that her father is the CEO of the company that makes them. She instantly takes back her words and decides to call Yama for help. Unfortunately, she cannot get through, which only makes her even more frustrated. Back in the hall, Yeon Sung-ah immediately recognizes the demonic human by its powers as a powerful hero. Herself, Yeon Sung-ah orders the creature to hand over the ring at once, but the arrogant demon remains smug and claims that she and the other demons deserve the artifact more. Kim Hajin continues observing from outside, waiting for the situation to grow more intense. He quickly understands that the demon already has the ring, and worse, none of the heroes in the hall can retrieve it, so he needs another plan. He makes his move and summons Slime Whip. He launches it forward at full speed, and it crashes through the window into the hall. The demon is taken by surprise, allowing Kim Hajin to safely snatch the ring from her hand, while she looks around in confusion, unable to understand what just happened. With her attention broken, Yeon Sung-ah charges in and attacks at top speed, giving Kim Hajin the chance to slip away. Unnoticed as the protagonist checks the ring, someone suddenly attacks him out of nowhere. He narrowly dodges a massive blast that leaves a crater in the ground. Then a man steps forward holding an energy sword. He has come to stop the intruder from escaping with the ring, and MC never expected another demon to appear so suddenly. The man politely greets him and introduces himself as Sidious. He also reveals that he is a member of the Brotherhood of Bad Deeds. The talkative nuisance admits he is impressed by how smoothly Kim Hajin stole the ring. Still, whether he is sharp or fast makes no difference. After that, Sidious demands that he return the ring immediately. Our guy refuses, which only makes the situation more difficult for the demon, so Sidious decides to use his second option, take it back through force. He grips his lightsaber and rushes forward. Then he unleashes a dark red surge of magic that cuts across the area. Kim Hajin barely avoids being scorched into nothing. This man is definitely not someone to mess around with because his power is truly frightening. Sidious explains that his weapon is a magic sword, a costly item worth millions. As long as its wielder supplies enough magic power, its potential is almost endless. He tells him to hand over the ring and avoid needless pain. The trouble with demonic humans is simple. Once they form a pact with demons, their mana rises wildly. That makes a weapon like this perfect for them and extremely difficult to face. Kim Hajin keeps his gaze fixed on the sword, searching for a way to disable it. First, Sidious calmly prepares himself to strike again, releasing another wave of energy. The protagonist slips away with defensive movements but still ends up trapped in a corner. Realizing he needs time, MC attempts to negotiate. Sidious has no intention of agreeing. After already refusing him, he taunts the masked fighter for thinking he can stall and somehow win. Once he finishes sizing him up, Sidious says Kim Hajin is much weaker than the heroes inside the hall. To him, Hajin is only a man with a gun and decent dodging skills, which makes it even stranger that he dares challenge a powerful demon. When his little speech ends, Sidious lifts his sword for a final strike, expecting to settle everything with one hit. But at that instant, the magic suddenly vanishes. Both the demon and our guy are stunned. Sidious cannot understand what happened to his weapon, while Kim Hajin simply stands there, speechless. Then he explains that the magic sword will be useless for the rest of the day, something even the demon himself did not know. The surprising part is that the protagonist's passive luck activated, which caused the magic sword to fail. Of course, Sidious thinks that explanation is ridiculous. Since he knows nothing about MC's powers, he remains certain he can defeat an unarmed human. But Kim Hajin is not so sure. That sounds more like overconfidence. Using the stigma he has left, he channels light magic and switches his weapon's mode. Sidious charges in, aiming to finish him with a single kick, but just before it connects, the protagonist fires and ends the fight. The scene returns to Naeun, who is playing video games instead of searching for the. She notices several police cars patrolling and wonders what is happening at this late hour, and on top of that, no one is talking to her, which makes her feel left out. Naeun is in a foul mood and does not even understand why she is acting this way. Then a boy suddenly sits down beside her. It is Kim Hajin appearing out of nowhere and startling her. He is hurt and can barely speak after the fight. Then he simply collapses in front of her. Naeun is shocked and asks if he's alright. But Kim Hajin, drained and worn down from the battle, is already unconscious. He cannot answer. In a dream, MC relives part of his real life. He had exam while his parents call out to him, come for him. He wondered why they had pushed themselves so hard just to be there, and then their figures begin to tremble and blur. In that moment, he breaks into tears and apologizes for failing the exam. His parents try to soothe him, fully understanding how he feels. They embrace their son and offer him love even through that painful moment. With that bitter memory in mind, Kim Hajin wakes up crying hard. He is lying in a bed, but where? Worried, Kim Suho and Naeun come over to check on him. Naeun complains that she had to drag him here while he was completely out. She also notices his dry eyes and teases him for crying. Suho tells her to leave, while a maid brings apples and helps them. She explains that he is suffering from exhaustion and should rest as much as possible. Kim Hajin still cannot understand why everyone is helping him or where he is. As it turns out, he somehow ended up in the mansion, which means they have already made contact with. It is already late, but Kim Hajin says he is not hungry and will not join the others for dinner. His mind is filled with thoughts about the murder incident that will soon set his plan in motion. He feels relieved that he woke up in time to witness it. The maid asks Naeun to come with her for the night, which irritates her. Kim Suho says goodbye, but not before peeling an apple for protagonist. He is not convinced that getting up this soon is a smart idea. The MC checks his smartwatch and notices a fresh news report. Thankfully, it says there were no deaths, and most people suffered only minor injuries. Still, Jane is not mentioned anywhere, which means she managed to escape without trouble. Hajin then asks Kim Suho what he knows about the demon. Kim Suho admits he does not know much either, since the monster fled before the hero could defeat her. He takes a slice of apple while Kim Suho continues cutting. More for him. Noticing Kim Suho's injuries, Kim Hajin tells him to look after himself. He even jokes that Kim Suho is the protagonist of the story, so it would be a serious issue if he got hurt. The protagonist recalls how Kim Suho stepped in against Yu Yeonya and Seung Ah without hesitation, even though she was ready to strike him down for interfering. Only the demon's sudden arrival spared Kim Suho from serious harm. He understands the hero's intentions and the path Kim Suho must walk, but there is still one clear weakness. Those who choose goodness are often forced into painful choices. At the same time, he begins thinking about his own life, missing his parents and wishing he could return to his original world. Kim Suho says the word protagonist does not carry much meaning in his world, and if anything, Kim Hajin could be just as much of a protagonist as he is. In Kim Suho's optimistic view, everyone can be a protagonist. Then he mentions the report the protagonist uploaded through his anonymous account, noticing that Mexi was being unusually harsh toward Naeun for no clear reason. Mexi disagrees, saying archery does not fit her true talent. That is why why he made the wager with her. If she loses, she will never use a bow again. Kim Soo-ho shares his own opinion and criticism, criticizing Kim Ha-jin for trying to force her to quit. Kim Ha-jin fires back, asking whether praising someone on the wrong path is really better. After all, endless praise does not make people stronger or help them improve, and some people ignore advice anyway, which only makes things more frustrating. The protagonist asked whether someone like Kim Soo-ho would be prepared to take responsibility. Then Kim Soo-ho asks the obvious question, what is the MC basing this on? If Nayeon's archery leads her down the wrong path, will the MC accept responsibility? Responsibility. He says he has researched and studied her more than anyone. Put simply, he wrote her character himself, so he knows weaknesses that Kim Soo-ho cannot see. Kim Soo-ho still cannot understand what he means. Then a loud sound comes from outside. Using his special eye, Kim Ha-jin realizes Nayeon had been listening with a hiding skill, and her control was so refined that neither of them noticed until now. Anyway, Nayeon rushes into Yuliana's room, completely flustered and embarrassed as she mutters to herself. Then Yeonhyo wakes up and asks what has her so worked up. Nayeon tries to play it off and says it is nothing. Yeonhyo goes back to sleep, leaving Nayeon alone with her thoughts. Nayeon struggles to calm down and act normal, while also thinking about how neither Kim Soo-ho nor Kim Ha-jin noticed her at first. Even so, their careful words continue running through her mind. Nayeon is still confused when one final loud scream suddenly jolts her awake. A shaken Yeonhyo bolts up again and shouts at Nayeon to be quiet already. Poor Nayeon tries to explain that she did not make any sound this time, and both of them quickly realize the scream actually came from outside. The scene shifts to one of Fidel's maids, who is horrified after finding the man dead in a brutal scene. The attackers have carried out exactly what they promised. Every cadet rushes out of their rooms to see what happened. Kim Soo-ho reacts first and runs downstairs alone. Kim Ha-jin comes out as well, gun in hand, shocked that someone had jumped from the third floor. Kim Soo-ho races ahead and forces the door open. The moment he enters, he freezes at the sight of Fiddle's blood-stained body. Fiddle's maid trembles as she explains what happened. Once the other cadets learn the truth, horror spreads through them too. Belbet has lost so much blood that he appears beyond saving. The butler is the first to blame the cadets, convinced they could have killed his master. His anger is understandable, so none of them argue back. The maid says she will call the police and an ambulance, then tells the cadets to return to their rooms. But then Kim Ha-jin turns on the lights, already knowing what is happening. The others do not understand why he suddenly did that. Without replying, he walks straight to Fidel's body, while the maid shouts at him for disturbing the crime scene. She tells him to step back at once, but Kim Ha-jin is serious. He presses to her neck. Kim Soo-ho and the others are left stunned. Even Nayeon begins to think he has finally lost his mind. Then the protagonist speaks and calls out Natasha. He says Fidel is not dead at all. In the original story, Belbet never died here. He only staged his death, later made a deal with demons, and became involved in something even worse. Now that the co-author is altering the story, Kim Ha-jin has no idea what Belbet might do next, which is why he wants to stop him here for good. The entire room falls silent at once. He knows convincing everyone in a moment like this will not be easy, and interfering could create problems for him later. Still, Kim Soo-ho's influence pushes him to act, and he wants to believe he matters just as much as the main cast. At this point, blaming himself for changing the story feels useless when it has already been rewritten so many times. So he stands his ground, saying Fidel is alive, and that this is only a trick to place him in suspended animation and delay everything. Back against that claim, Natasha uses her position as a doctor to shut him down. But Kim Ha-jin is already one step ahead. He points to the wound first, saying it makes no sense for that injury to have come from above. And there is the blood. A person could not lose that much, and the amount around the body is far too excessive to be real. But the strongest proof comes next. The protagonist taps his smartwatch and reveals that Fidel is listed internationally as Swindler Belbet. He says that is the reason behind all this. Natasha turns to the butler and asks whether the ambulance. After hearing yes, she still tries to dismiss Kim Ha-jin's claims and insists that an expert could handle it. She attempts to end the argument, but MC pushes it even further. He draws his gun and aims it at the so-called corpse, leaving Natasha completely shaken. She stares at him and asks why he is pointing a gun at a dead man. Even the other cadets believe he has gone too far and needs to stop. Kim Ha-jin refuses to move, saying he will count to 3, and that will prove whether the man is dead or not. His countdown begins and Natasha panics. She begs the other cadets to stop this madman from aiming at him at a corpse, but he keeps counting, holding the gun to the man's head as he gets ready to fire. Natasha asks why he is so determined to prove it when the authorities are already on their way. Then he reaches 3, and in that instant, Natasha breaks. She can see from Kim Ha-jin's eyes that he is serious. He truly will shoot Fidel. She throws herself over the body, ready to risk her own life as she begs him to stop. At last, Natasha admits the man is actually her father, and she cannot let anyone Kill him. That confession exposes everything, and now everyone understands what was going on. Butler flinches at the sound of a gunshot as Hodges fires. The protagonist says they need heroes here, not police. They have just uncovered and captured a wanted criminal inside the mansion. They arrive and arrest Natasha while taking her father's body away. The fake murder was a plan created by the two of them. Since Belbet was already wanted across Europe, they intended to fake his death and escape the investigation. They also planned to use the cube cadets as witnesses to make the story believable. After placing him in suspended animation, they would revive him later. For context, the drug used to put someone into that state is not very expensive, and Natasha could easily obtain it through her experience working for the institution. Then she used illusion magic from a rogue mage to fake the chest wound, along with many blood bags to make the scene look real. Anyone who arrived first would naturally assume the man had been murdered. The police were secretly bribed too, so during body recovery, they would swap in a fake corpse and help him disappear. After that, the cube cadets would give their testimony, making Belbet's fake death seem even more convincing. It is hard to doubt witnesses from Cube. That would allow Belbet to live under a new identity and continue his crimes. At least, that was the original plan. Won't happen. Using the Book of Truth, Kim Ha-jin learns that Belbet is being taken by the Hero Association in France, so it is safe to say he is finished. For good. MC hums to himself, satisfied with how the investigation ended and with the positive image this gives. The Institute. Yu Yeonha is impressed by his detective work and jokingly calls him Sherlock. She even suggests that he should open his own detective agency. Still, one thing continues to bother her. Kim Ha-jin seems to know criminals far too well. To cover himself, he blames it on his family background. Ironically, the author does not even know Kim Ha-jin Chundong's real past, since he never wrote that character in the novel. Now the scene shifts to the fiendish group's headquarters. When Sela Sin reports that she failed to recover Homer's ring because a masked warrior interfered, she is still shaken that the same warrior managed to beat Sidious. The group's leader asks whether that person might have been a demon, but Sela Sin is certain he was neither a demon nor a hero. With those possibilities crossed out, the leader orders her to investigate mercenary groups and hunters to find a match. Since the man is dangerous, he warns her not to pursue him alone and to report back first. He is also furious that Silas Sin openly presents herself as a demon as if she is proud of it. She tries to act innocent, but he knows better. He scolds her for failing to hide her demonic identity. From others, she apologizes for it and shifts into a human form to blend in. Then the leader asks again about the masked warrior and Sidious's magic sword. Lost. Selasim is clearly displeased to admit that they lost it, the weapon. As for that glowing, saber-like blade, it is now in Kim Ha-jin's possession, though he still has no idea how to use it. Do with it. He lacks real skill in magic and can only depend on stigma magic, so the weapon is almost useless to him. Selling it would bring money, but wasting such a rare item feels wrong. While examining the extremely rare item, he remembers that its true power usually requires a massive amount of magic to unlock. For him, however, that problem can easily be bypassed by spending a few story points. He only has to alter its properties and activate it himself. Once the purchase is complete, the artifact shines and transforms into a silver ring. Its effects include a gradual passive boost to the user's IQ, along with a small increase in magic power. Kim Ha-jin is relieved that he can use it safely and even trade it later if he wants. He thinks about giving it to Kim Suho or Naeun instead, since they could use it better. Between them, Naeun seems more suited because of her natural talent for magic, even if she doesn't realize it. Curious about his own condition, he checks his stats and finds little has changed except agility and sensitivity. It feels as if his growth is beginning to slow down. Still, he believes his persistence will eventually help him push through that wall. While thinking it through, he wonders whether he could handle the stubborn Naeun as he is now, which reminds him to investigate Chundong's past. He is certain the co-author must have left behind some clues. Left behind. If Chundong entered the institution despite being an extra, and is still regarded as a top cadet with hero potential, then he cannot possibly come from an ordinary family. To investigate, Kim Ha-jin decides to hire Jin Yoon, a specialist in locating people and uncovering backgrounds. He is among the best in that field, and his enormous fee proves it. The protagonist has no better choice, so he decides hiring him is worth it. Then suddenly a gust of wind hits. A sudden thought strikes him. He already invested all his money in stocks, leaving him completely broke. Then his eyes move to the seat he has been raising. He has been feeding it every day, and that is where the moment ends. Next, the scene switches to Yo. On his side, she is calling Jin Hyuk, most likely to investigate Kim Ha-jin's past. Winter has fully arrived in Norway, and instead of explaining why everyone's here, MC gets hit squarely in the face by a snowball. It is that brat again, Naeun proudly showing off her perfect aim. Kim Ha-jin explains that club activities resumed after the short break caused by Sven's demon incident. To relax, the household club rented a cabin in Norway for a Group event. An upperclassman goes over the rules. Numbered flags have been hidden throughout the forest, and each one carries a prize, with some rewards being quite valuable. That reward is more than enough to motivate the cadets. Now it is time to drop. And of course, Naeun ends up paired with Kim Hajin. She is convinced he arranged it just to annoy her. Already irritated, she tells him not to hold her back. Kim Hajin calmly warns that she is about to step into a boar trap. A moment later, she gets caught in. But anyway, after that, Naeun notices he is not dressed very warmly and asks how he can handle the cold. He says his jacket is enough. What she does not know is that he is wearing a special relic, the royal court jacket, which allows him to control temperature. Rachel actually gave him that coat as a mid-term gift. To him, she is basically an angel, and he even jokes inwardly that he should have written more kind people like her. Then Naeun spots a flag up ahead. Hajin checks it and says, "Number 1. The strange thing is how high up it was placed." Naeun does not care and starts climbing without hesitation. Meanwhile, the protagonist takes something from his pocket, a blade connected to several wires. Naeun thinks it looks ordinary and has no idea what he is planning. However, those wires have been strengthened with stigma magic, making them much tougher than normal. He throws the blade toward the base near the flag, not too concerned about its first path because he can guide it with magic. The knife lands exactly where it should, and the flag falls from above. Even Naeun is impressed that it actually worked. The flag drops right in front of him, and he picks it up to check the reward, while Naeun hurries over. Excited, Kim Hajin reads the note and discovers they won first prize. Phone number. Naeun thinks that is incredible, but MC looks completely unimpressed and tells her keep it. She starts explaining Young Sung Ah's position as vice master of an elite guild, but that means nothing to him. He already has her number. That simple kindness leaves Naeun unsettled. She tries to return it, saying she has not earned it, but Kim Hajin agrees and suggests they simply head back to the cabin. The scene shifts to Yeona, who keeps replaying their conversation and the answer he gave her, clearly confused as she tries to figure out how the protagonist could know anything about Belbet. Belbet is a European criminal, so they should have no connection. Maybe the MC memorized wanted faces, but even that explanation does not completely fit, so Yeona forms her own theory. Kim Hajin must have a painful past and be searching for whoever ruined his life. That would explain why he memorized those criminals. Since he is an orphan, she even wonders whether his parents were secretly murdered. To her, that would explain why he hides his true ability and keeps a low profile while waiting for a chance to track that criminal down and end it. Still, all of this is only a guess, and his past remains a mystery. If her theory is correct, Yeona thinks she may be able to use it someday to recruit him to her guild. All that scheming leaves her feeling exhausted, mainly because she hates having to contact Jin Hyuk. The scene then moves to Jin Hyuk's office. He is answering a call at his agency, but the moment he hears Yeona's voice, he freezes and wonders why his niece is calling him out of nowhere. She gets straight to the point and offers him a job. Investigate Kim Hajin, a 17-year-old cube cadet. She wants his entire past and trusts Jin Hyuk above anyone to handle it. Later, the students are stunned that Kim Hajin found not only flag number 1, but also number 4. That flag gives a far better reward, a VR headset instead of some girls' phone number. After that, everyone settles in and enjoys the cabin trip. The food is excellent and Hajin helps cook for the others. Because of this, people begin seeing a side of him very different from the bad rumors they first heard. At first, he remembers helping at his aunt's barbecue restaurant, so he is fairly skilled with a grill. While they eat, the students start discussing the end of the semester. They say no one can be trusted during finals because the exams are brutal. Even worse, the pressure can ruin friendships, and finals week carries huge weight for everyone's grades. After a while, someone mentions the recovery unit, immediately catching Kim Hajin's attention. It is exactly what it sounds like, a class for cadets who have fallen behind and cannot keep up, with around 200 students in it. It and 20 of them have already made deals with demons just to pass. That is why this year's finals may become a real disaster. With the co-author twisting the story, the remedial unit keeps expanding, showing how badly the institution is falling apart. One of the girls compliments Kim Hajin's cooking, saying the pork belly is perfectly done, and invites him to eat with them. But Hajin is fine eating himself. He also finds it strange that she is being so friendly over grilled meat, making him wonder whether he is really that good. Once everyone finishes eating, it is time to relax back at the cabin. Naeun gets teased by her group because of one of Kim Hajin's jokes. After dinner, she enjoys the atmosphere and realizes it has been a long time since she last laughed like that. Then Hajin suddenly receives a system. Notice. A client is searching for the con artist Jerome Miller. Kim Hajin thinks the case might be connected to Belbet, so to be safe, activates the Book of Truth and begins asking questions. He learns everything about Jerome Miller, but the flood of information gives him a pounding headache, just like whenever he uses the book. He types the information on his laptop and earns 5 million points for the details. Easy money. After closing the laptop, he takes a moment to admire the aurora. Moments like this remind Kim Hajin that, back in his real life, he had started smoking. He spent almost 5 years with cigarettes, yet since arriving in this world, he has not even thought about them. Naeun quietly watches him and notices that small change. Kim Hajin is startled when he realizes she is there. Though she had only just arrived, she seems oddly disappointed, assuming he used to smoke and had a rough life. In high school, now he is being hit with random accusations and tries to dodge them. Naeun presses him harder and asks something serious. She wants to know whether Kim Hajin truly thinks he can beat her. He responds with a question: is she really prepared to give up the bow forever if she loses the bet? Naeun puts on a pitiful face and says there is nothing to worry about because she will in any way. But her posture says something else. She looks uneasy, almost as if losing would make her cry just like before. Then she shifts the topic to the recent news from France, saying this guy is now being called Sherlock Holmes. Naeun leaves in her usual childish and petty manner, but before leaving she pauses to ask what cigarettes taste like. The scene cuts away before Hajian answers. Now we move over to Detective Jin Hyuk. He is investigating Kim Hajin Haijun's background while hiding with a concealment skill, and his patience is wearing thin. Then he notices a hooded figure leaving a baby near an orphanage. That person's identity remains unknown, and before Jin-Hoo can discover anything more, the vision vanishes, disappears. That only makes him even more confused about who Kim Hajin Haijun really is. Back near his assistant's room, Jinuk returns without a clear answer yet. Even so, he understands his priorities. First, he needs to use the bathroom before thinking through the details. What he confirmed is that Kim Hajin Haijun grew up in an orphanage. Using his detective power, he looked into the day Haijun was left there to identify the person responsible. But all he found was what seemed like a child suddenly appearing. The baby. Jin Hyuk still cannot connect the rest because a strong interference blocked him. To dig further, he would need to keep his full power active for a long time. So yes, he is literally thinking through the case on the toilet. He wants to report to Yanim, but giving away this much for free feels like a scam. Much for free. Then his shameless assistant peeks in with an interesting update. Someone else also asked for a report on Kim Hajin, and the same information could be used to earn money. That person is another Violet Haze user at the same rank as Jin Hyuk, and the request gets straight to the point. They are willing to pay 100 million points in advance, then another 500 million once he completes the job. That is far too much money for an ordinary request, so Jinyuk already has a strong guess about who is behind it. It has to be the criminal group, the Masked Syndicate. Now Jinyuk begins to think this kid may truly be special if people are digging into him this intensely. Class begins, and the instructor announces that the final exams are only a month away. Part of it will be a practical test, even harder than the midterms, covering the hero skills the cadet studied all semester. The midterms had spectators, but Kim Hajin points out that the finals will not. The test will also happen on a remote island filled with dangerous monsters, where they must survive for a week. He already knows the co-author will likely make this entire event miserable with more changes. Even without that, plenty could still go wrong, so he plans to stay alert and avoid being dragged into trouble. The instructor shares no further details, but stresses one thing. This time, outside interference will be impossible, since high-ranking heroes have already handled that, so the cadets only need to focus on the exam. After that, class is dismissed. Missed for the day. As Kim Hajin packs his things, Yanin approaches and reminds him about their bet. He enjoys teasing her, so he mentions that she is about to lose her bow. She snaps back and says she will beat him in the match. At last, it is time for their one-on-one showdown. They head to the archery range where both cadets prepare to compete. He is actually surprised that she brought an entire group just to watch. Jonghak, Kim Suho, and the class representative are all eager to see the match. Jonghak even acts as if there is no bad blood between him and protagonist, despite everything that happened before. Then Jonghak suddenly grabs him by the hair, clearly offended that MC old Naeun to give up her bow. In return, he says MC should leave the academy and stay away. Instead, Naeun does not want everyone crowding around them, so she pushes the group back and starts the match. Skeet shooting. A launcher will send targets into the air, and both of them must shoot them down. Naeun suggests starting at 100 meters, then adding 50 meters every time someone lands a hit. With the rules decided, she assumes he must be nervous now, but Kim Hajin remains completely calm. If anything, he expected something harder. Naeun is ready to crush his confidence. Both archers take their positions, and Naeun starts the launcher, sending the target upward. She fires and breaks the target with clear intent. Perfect aim. She is certain he cannot beat that. For Naeun, 100 meters is simple. Then she realizes he still hasn't fired. It turns out this idiot did not expect the discs to fly out so quickly, so he never even released his arrow. After hearing that, Naeun and everyone watching simply freeze. A moment later, they all burst into laughter, thinking he must be joking. Strangely, instead of laughing along, she is irritated by how casually he says it. She also thinks Kim Ha-jin's stance is a mess. Since she is sure his next shot will not matter anyway, she allows him to take another try. He steadies himself and draws the string back. It is true that Naeun has far better form, but form alone will not decide this match. Kim Ha-jin is not the kind of person who clings to the basics when something more important matters. The real difference between the weak and the strong lies in ability, and the protagonist's powers are nothing ordinary. Then the launcher fires again, and MC releases his arrow with support from his marksman skill. A perfect shot. The disc shatters, and Kim Ha-jin's innate talent leaves Naeun and everyone who doubted him completely stunned. Ready for the second round, he tells them to continue. Now we get a glimpse of Naeun's past. Back then, people praised her as a strict and talented disciple. Then she made the surprising decision to change from the sword to archery. It was clearly connected to her mother, even though she tried to pretend otherwise. She convinced herself she would be fine no matter what weapon she used. After returning the magic sword and apologizing to her master, she stunned the famous hero. He accepted it as her final decision, but asked one last time whether this was truly what she wanted, since it might become a lasting regret. Back in the match, disc after disc keeps getting destroyed as Kim Ha-jin and Naeun stay evenly matched. To the spectators, it is hard to believe he can truly keep up with her, especially now that they have reached 400 meters. One cadet notes that he is not simply messing around, he is trying to put mental pressure on Naeun. Little by little, that pressure begins to build in her mind, adding weight to Kim Ha-jin's tactic. By this point, people start accepting that the protagonist might actually win. Jung-hak's expression says everything. He is furious and desperately wants for her to win. But Naeun's latest shot goes off course and misses. Is the target. MC uses the chance to tell her she was never suited for archery. Irritated, Naeun tells him to stop talking and take his shot. Watching her, Kim Ha-jin realizes she was never calm or steady. She is easy to provoke, which alone makes long-range weapons a poor fit for her, yet she still chose the bow. He keeps pushing, calling her afraid and digging deeper into her mind. This time she is truly furious and snaps at him. Shut his mouth, but he refuses to stop. In his view, this is the only correct move, and there is no reason to protect her choice. Everything she has said until now is only pride she built around herself. Naeun's composure keeps crumbling. Her hands tremble on the bow as she tells him again to be quiet. Then Kim Ha-jin delivers the final push, saying being good is not the same as being great, and that she will never defeat a demon alone or avenge her family like this. That finally sets her off, and Naeun fires at the flying target. Her arrow misses completely. To the shock of everyone there, including Jung-hak, is stunned. Even she cannot believe she missed. In the end, Naeun loses a match that should have been in her favor. After the match, Jung-hak finds Naeun sitting alone, weighed down by the loss. Since he cares about her, he asks, what happened? Naeun can only think about one thing. Kim Ha-jin brought up her family so casually, without caring how deeply it would hurt. That cut deep. She feels betrayed for ever trusting him, even though she knew he was never kind. Jung-hak suddenly wants to help her understand, so instead of only comforting Naeun, he mentions the protagonist's past. As an orphan, he talks about MC's life while growing up alone. He also says MC may carry a pain similar to Naeun's, since she lost her mother. That changes everything for her. Jung-hak guesses that Kim Ha-jin may actually see her as someone important, someone he wants to push and teach, hoping she can live a better life. Once Naeun reaches that thought, her eyes brighten, and Jung-hak decides it is best to leave her alone for now. Left by herself, Naeun remembers the choice she made as a child when she said swords fell. At the time, her brother supported her and believed she could still accomplish great things, but he asked for one promise. When the right time came, he wanted her to reconsider that choice, meaning he also believed she was better suited for the sword. Remembering that promise, Naeun finally feels a renewed sense of determination, resolve. As for Kim Ha-jin, he has improved the story far more than expected simply by changing her life. In the end, Naeun steps forward with confidence, prepared for a new start. Back with the detective, he tells his niece that the protagonist's life seems connected to crime, then asks whether he should keep digging any deeper. Jung-hak tells him to keep going and says she is determined to recruit Kim Ha-jin into her guild. That makes Jin-yoon smile. Now he is ready to work twice as hard, twice the effort. After the match with Naeun, things became complicated because too many people witnessed what happened. This time, MC is genuinely anxious about what might happen once he enters class. He considers skipping, but then runs into something unexpected. It is Naeun. She is practicing with a sword, and her hair is short now. She is startled when she sees him and quickly hides the sword, though it does not really change anything. Ha-jin asks If she is training, then glances at her hair. Naeun demands to know what he thinks. He teases her for cutting it just because she got upset. Flustered, she insists she only did it because of the summer heat. Kim Ha-jin gives her a sincere smile and says it suits her, then asks if she feels better. Naeun says she does. So the protagonist leaves her alone and returns to his own training. She remembers that Kim Ha-jin was meant to be a swordsman when he first entered the academy. He abandoned years of experience and bet everything on a different weapon. The same choice she is making now. That makes her wonder why he decided to do it. Choice. Then her magic sword begins to glow, and the power surprises even her with how far it reaches. Now his words feel less like ridicule and more like sincere advice. At this point, she is certain Kim Ha-jin knew what was best for her from the beginning. Speaking of him, he is out purchasing supplies. Since every cadet must pass a gear and weapon inspection before finals, preparing in advance. That includes camping equipment for the island test. Meanwhile, the sea keeps bothering him to feed it. He checks its size and realizes it has grown, meaning it should hatch soon. He assumes she will look like an ordinary 4-year-old at first, so he can probably hide her in the dorm until her appearance changes. As he examines it, the seed enjoys Kim Ha-jin's hug, and he hopes it hatches soon. Now the scene moves to a meeting of the Mask Syndicate. Jane Valorant is shocked that the boss would go so far as to disguise herself as a cadet just to watch the finals. She needs Jane Valorant's help, though he still feels this is excessive. The cap says she wants to test someone's abilities and recover something from the exam rounds. Jane Valorant has no choice but to obey, so he uses magic to alter her appearance. She already has the documents for the cadet she will impersonate, and to blend in, she must also copy that student's personality. Jane Valorant feels concerned for her, which is unusual for someone so carefree. The boss reassures him and says nothing will go wrong. Back in the classroom, Jane Valorant is being picked on by her classmates, and her empty expression makes her stand out even more. She tries spending time with Jane Valorant's friends just as Jane Valorant told her to do. Then Kim Ha-jin suddenly walks in right in the middle of her fake act. The funniest part is that he is panicking inside because his observation skill lets him see straight through the disguise. The boss can tell that he already knows. Kim Ha-jin tries to leave as quickly as possible, then hurriedly takes his seat. There is no good reason for the captain of the Mask Syndicate to be here. Anyway, the written exams end quickly, and then it is time for the practical test. The cadets board a ship for transport. The protagonist keeps a close eye on Jin-won because he knows she is actually the captain. He thought she would not appear again, but she has already strayed from the original story and came anyway. So now he watches her carefully to make sure nothing goes wrong. He even tried speaking to her once, but all he received was a drink. Now he wonders whether this is connected to her investigation of Kim Suho and Jong-ak. Then the instructor calls everyone to attention and begins explaining the rules. The cadets must survive on the island for up to 5 days and gather as many points as possible. They can earn points by defeating monsters, stealing from other cadets, or buying and selling points. Anyone chasing a top score can even try stealing a supervisor's name tag for 200 points. It sounds simple, but Kim Ha-jin knows fighting heroic supervisors is practically impossible. The exam is about to begin. As the ship approaches the island, once they reach the shore, the cadets scatter. He immediately spots Rachel, asks if she wants to take the final exam together. The sudden offer catches her off guard, but when it comes to the characters he created, Kim Ha-jin is doing everything he can to shield them from whatever changes the co-op author might introduce. On top of that, a powerful villain mage is still a threat, hunting Rachel. That is why he believes she is in the greatest danger during this exam, and he wants to protect her. Surprisingly, even someone as courteous as Rachel knows how to refuse. Kim Ha-jin is not surprised, since top-ranked cadets usually prefer handling things on their own. Instead, he asks to share location information with her, just in case. He has no intention of following the co-author's version of the story. Rachel accepts the location sharing without thinking too deeply about it. That night on the island, a lone student carefully moves through the darkness. It is Naeun, and she stops when a monster suddenly leaps from behind. And it is not alone, because a whole pack of hideous monsters appears. She draws her magic sword and deals with them effortlessly. The battle ends almost immediately, but Naeun only lets out an irritated sigh. She is tired of constant fighting and monsters. There is still nowhere safe to rest, eat, or recover. Exhausted, she begins worrying that she might be the first one to drop out. Then a distant light catches her attention. Hope rises in her, and she runs toward it, certain someone is cooking something delicious. She thinks she is saved until she finds Kim Ha-jin who has brought all his camping gear and arrived fully prepared. Naeun's excitement quickly fades, while the protagonist looks slightly surprised that she came by, and he reminds her they are not supposed to fight this early. She is amazed that he managed to bring so much gear. He agrees to share food, but only if she pays the proper price. Naeun is shocked by his absurd price, but since she is starving, she cannot really turn him down. Refuse. Kim Hajin cooks some bacon for her, and somehow, instead of ending up with Rachel, he ends up feeding Naeun, who happily starts eating. At the same time, he is using his laptop and has just finished hacking the drone servers. Now he can watch the footage of every cadet on the island, including Rachel. Since she appears safe, Kim Hajin starts wondering whether nothing will change this time. Then he sees Rachel meet a group of cadets and ask to buy food from them. One of them says they do not need to charge her, but his smug smile makes it clear he is hiding something. By early morning, Kim Hajin is already awake. He looks up and wonders if this is some kind of polar night, since the sun still has not risen. Naeun fell asleep right beside him and is still completely cold. As for the tiny seed, the MC realizes it is feeding time and takes care of it. To him, the little thing is far too cute. He slips the seed into his pocket, then looks at Naeun and says he does not need her around. He asks whether Naeun plans to wake up or not, but she gives no answer, even when he says he is packing the tent. Kim Hajin decides it is better to finish packing and leave. This is when cadets begin fighting each other, so he thinks eliminating the strongest ones early would be smart, though killing his opponents not an option. Still, the cadets he suspects of demon ties have not revealed themselves yet. There is a difference between demonic humans who rely on others and those with direct contracts. Those borrowing power through other demons can become sacrifices and help recharge each other's mana to delay transformation. Their contracts are lighter, but those who sold their souls directly face harsher limits and side effects. And that is Jewel. After packing, he decides to head for higher ground to gain an advantage. His first destination is the World Tree at the very center of the island. Feeling short on time, he starts running, leaving Naeun behind while she remains fast asleep, even after he is gone. As the protagonist moves across the island, one of the cadets working with Yeona finds him. She asks for permission to attack, but Yeona firmly refuses and says they must not harm Kim Hajin under any circumstances during the exam. Her teammate cannot understand it, since the MC's rank is near the bottom at Cube, but Yeona knows what he is capable of and believes they still would not beat him even if they tried. Soon he reaches the World Tree and gets into position. Rose has no idea what he is doing and wonders if this maniac is really about to climb the World Tree. He is proving her right as he launches himself upward, using wild agility to bounce and move around the tree. Rose is left speechless, and Yeona points out that this is exactly why they should not attack him. She reminds Rose that his rank does not reflect his real strength, and he is sharp enough to notice her arrows without even looking at their source. Then Yeona asks Rose to keep this matter secret because for now she wants to respect Kim Hajin's privacy. Agrees. Then Yeona receives an illusion alert on her smartwatch about Yo Jung, and she decides it is time for them to return. Protagonist is still moving through the world. When he activates his eye skill to scan the cadets, nearby one person immediately stands out. Kim Hajin focuses and confirms that he has found one of the demon-linked cadets. He thinks this part should be simple. Now all he needs is a stick to use as a marker, written on top. Once everything is ready, MC throws the stick at full speed, then curves its path with stigma magic. The stick shoots straight toward the target. The cadet only notices when it strikes the ground nearby. Startled, he picks up the stick to figure out what is going on, then turns toward the direction it came from, trying to find the one who threw it. His first guess is the World Tree, where Kim Hajin is already observing him and waiting for the rest of the plan to unfold. Now we return to Naeun, who is taking this exam far too lightly until she suddenly wakes up, and the first thing on her mind is what he said, leaving her shy like a girl with a crush. Those were Kim Hajin's words right before he left her. Naeun knows people always praise her looks, but hearing it while she was asleep still gets under her skin. The funny thing is, the protagonist was actually talking about that ridiculous seed, while Naeun thinks he was talking about her, or maybe some pet or even himself. Just imagining him saying those words to her makes her feel deeply embarrassed. She has no idea how she would even respond. Now we return to our guy who has no clue what he has caused. Even so, he suddenly gets that strange feeling that someone far away is talking trash about him. By morning, the rest of the cadets are moving again. In Rachel's group, she is still uneasy about what happened last night. She joined Yuhi and Yuzin's team, yet they asked for anything in return. They were far too helpful, and that is exactly what troubles her. Her instincts keep telling her that something is wrong. Most cadets are splitting up, gather points, but Jo Yohoon's group clearly is not focused on that and barely seems to care about points. What worries Rachel most is how interested they appear to be in her definitely trouble. She decides to get away and wonders whether she should look for Kim Ha-jin instead. But then Rachel Han calls out to her, saying he found a 10-point monster and wants her help taking it down. She's not interested, but decides she can leave. After the hunt, Rachel follows him while the others remain behind, making her feel even more nervous. When they reach the spot, Ji-hoon points toward the large bear he mentioned, except it is not a bear. It is a masked killer who looks hungry for blood. Shuyo-hun acts as if he does not know him, but Rachel instantly senses the danger. She shoves him aside and narrowly avoids the deadly strike aimed at both of them. They barely dodge it, and Rachel cannot understand why a demon is on the island. Her first move is to help Ju-hyun escape, so she checks on him, but he starts making a huge scene over. Small cut compared to what Rachel has endured. It is practically nothing. Then Ju-hyun runs the moment he realizes there is a demon here. Rachel knows he was lying. His acting was terrible. Still, she has no choice but to face the demon. She raises her weapon. Her suspicions were correct, though she never imagined Jo Yoo-hoon would sell her out to a demon. The demon human rushes at her and unleashes a storm of sharp attacks. Rachel barely avoids them, but that leaves her exposed. She manages to block the next blow at the last second and realizes this opponent is absurdly strong. Even then, she refuses to back down, believing she can still stop him, still fight her way through it. The close battle continues until Rachel spots an opening and throws him off balance. Her blade strikes the demon, but then fear suddenly grips her. She realizes her foot is trapped in the ground. That gives the demon a perfect chance to counter while she cannot. Rachel thinks it is over for her when another monster suddenly appears behind her. Caught between both enemies, she knows she can't dodge. Just as the monster attacks with full confidence, a beam of light pierces through it and takes it down instantly. The second demon tries to finish her off by sending out a wave of slashes. She has no way to avoid it, so Kim Soo-ho steps in and cuts the attack apart. Then he signals Naeun to strike. With her long-range weapon ready, Naeun takes up her bow again and fires a powerful magic arrow that brings the demon down. Their friends rush over to help, saying those enemies were nothing serious. Fortunately, Rachel does not seem badly injured. Kim Soo-ho notices the demon escape the arrow by leaping off a cliff. Since another attack could happen, he asks Rachel to stay with them for now, and they move together as a group and all. Of a sudden, Rachel feels pulled towards something nearby. She notices a bullet lodged in the area and wonders where it came from. That makes her remember who took down the first demon, especially with such a precise beam-like shot. It was Kim Ha-jin, our guy, simply doing what he does best. Right now, he is firing at that bastard Jo Yoo-hoon while he runs away. By the campfire, Kim Soo-ho learns that Naeun has started using a sword. Of course, she is too embarrassed to explain the real reason, so she calls it just a backup weapon. Meanwhile, the princess cannot stop thinking about Kim Ha-jin. No one else could use a gun like that, much less a sniper rifle. What she cannot understand is how he knew she was in danger, or why he helped only to stay hidden again. Her thoughts are interrupted when Naeun suggests they work together from now on, since she and Kim Soo-ho are already teamed up. Rachel thinks it over, then decides it is better to leave the group despite Kim Soo-ho's concern. She explains that she needs to meet someone right away. Most likely, it is the person who saved her. MC has earned 22 points in total from Naeun and the monster he defeated. Even so, he still needs at least 50 more to feel safe. Like Naeun, he is annoyed by how many monsters he still has to hunt. Then, to his complete surprise, someone suddenly appears to meet Kim Ha-jin. It is the masked guild captain hidden beneath Ijin's disguise. He grows nervous and wonders whether she really came here to fight him. Knowing this girl is far too strong for him right now, he forces himself to stay calm and assumes she may have her own reason for coming casually, but the moment she draws her sword, Kim Ha-jin starts panicking again. He smiles at her, but inside, he knows he is in serious trouble if they fight. Kim Ha-jin tells her to draw her weapon. The protagonist quickly realizes he cannot beat her directly, so he tries another plan. To buy time, to only one thing decides. Cadet duel. Without her noticing, he releases Aether's slime thread. The captain warns that if he refuses to use a weapon, she will simply knock him down. The thread reaches her and finally catches its target. Kim Ha-jin has her exactly where he wanted. The captain does not understand what he is doing, then realizes he is surrendering by removing his smartwatch. The funny part is, it is not even his watch. Using Aether's thread, he stole her smartwatch without her realizing it. She is completely shocked by the trick. Kim Ha-jin explains that cadet duels are decided by whoever takes the opponent's smartwatch, so once he presses the fingerprint button, she basically loses. The captain is stunned that he caught her off guard, while MC thinks she should have studied him more. Homework on him. Feeling slightly generous, he tosses the smartwatch back and says he will let this one go. The captain still has no idea what he means. Kim Ha-jin takes that opening to run. Even so, he leaves a strong impression on the masked guild captain. Unfortunately, Jane Valoran was not fully focused because she got distracted. Even though the disguise skill had already cut her senses in half, she was still outplayed by a young cadet. For next time, she decides preparing a summoning portal portal would be the safer choice. Back at camp, our guy is just relieved he escaped alive. Running into her nearly cost him everything, so it helped that her disguise weakened her. Kim Hajin feels he has done enough for the moment and should take a short rest. While checking his points, he suddenly notices Rachel, who seems to have appeared from nowhere. He wonders if she came looking for him. It turns out she is hungry too, so Kim Hajin offers to share a meal with her to start a conversation. Talking, she asks what he has been doing all this time. The protagonist keeps the answer simple and says he has only been hunting. Points. In his mind, he knows she really wants to ask why he saved her, but she is too shy to say it. He also notices she is injured, which makes sense after facing a demon. As the food cooks, the seed of Von Schul starts acting strangely in his pocket. Suddenly, it shoots out and dives straight into Rachel's jacket, creating a painfully awkward moment and making Kim Hajin yelp. Rachel finally pulls the seed out and asks why an almond was inside her jacket. MC is far too embarrassed to admit he is raising an almond, so he quickly says, "It is a seed." She gives it back, though Rachel is still clearly embarrassed by what just happened. As Hajin checks the food, Rachel finally asks what she came to ask. She wants his help. The princess explains that there may be a team somewhere out there hunting her. She brings up Johan, and he tells her not to worry because Johan will not be chasing them anymore. The scene then hints that Jonghak has already dealt with the group in a fit of anger. Jonghak has harshly taken down the rest of Johan's teammates. Johan cannot understand what is happening, or why Jonghak, of all people, is standing there with a cold smile. Jonghak greets him by launching a powerful projectile, sending a stick to land right beside Johan. Han's face. The stick carries a mocking message on it, along with a location. Johan tries to explain that it was not his fault, and that he was chasing an innocent person. Jonghak does not care. He is not here to listen. Johan starts to panic as Jonghak grips his spear and says he hates people like him. Then he grabs the cadet by the neck and begins restraining him while speaking about his disgust for manipulative snakes like Johan. The scene ends with a brief look at the control tower overseeing the exam. One member of that team is Junghain Seung-ha, who appears lost in thought. Her friend approaches and asks what is keeping her awake. Instead of discussing Kim Suho as usual, Yeon Sung-ah brings up Kim Hajin. She explains that Kim Suho is still their main target, but she also discovered something interesting about protagonist. She obtained a secret file called the Jonah Report, where Jonah says MC might be an even stronger candidate. The report might be false, but they still learned one important fact. He used light magic. To her, his rank does not matter here. Since she still lacks proof, she plans to bring back his name tag. After all, stealing a supervisor's ID tag is worth $2. Back at camp, Rachel studies Kim Hajin's bullet, and it confirms what she suspected. She still cannot understand how he knew she was in danger. Something about it feels strange, but one thing is clear. The person behind the attack was the mage, Age Lancaster. Filled with regret, Rachel wonders if it might have been better if she had died that day. Meanwhile, the author is busy hunting world tree monsters. He chooses a good spot to shoot from and feels the hunt is going more smoothly than expected. Rachel seemed deeply down earlier, but food helped bring her back quickly. Then Kim Hajin notices a glow nearby. He discovers a lake and thinks it should have monsters worth plenty of points. He throws out a ball of light, assuming it will lure them in. Suddenly, he senses someone close by and moves toward them. No one replies, but it is clear that person is still following him. Using his special eyes, he spots Nayeon hiding. Her stealth cannot fool him. He fires a shot right beside her, forcing her to come out. Startled, Nayeon becomes annoyed while Kim Hajin asks why she has been spying on him. She tries to make an excuse, but she cannot think of anything convincing, which only proves she really was following him. Wanting an honest answer, the protagonist presses her, and Nayeon finally admits she is hunting Seung-ah. That catches him slightly off guard, though Nayeon is more curious about how he managed to see through her stealth. Instead of answering, he opens his laptop. Since no one else can see it, she has no idea why he suddenly crouches down. Kim Hajin thinks back to Seung-ah's role in the novel. She first observes Kim Suho, then begins watching other candidates as well, meaning she has probably been keeping an eye on him too. Surveillance. He checks where she is hiding and finds her positioned at the top of a tree. That makes him wonder whether he has become a candidate in her eyes. While Kim Hajin works through that thought, the short-haired girl begins running out of patience. She is also stunned by how he created that light sphere. The MC does not want to deal with it anymore, and since neither of them agrees with the other, they decide to head their separate ways. He knows there is no safe way to tell her the truth. Explaining the stigma's magic would also mean revealing that this entire world exists inside a book he wrote. So Kim Hajin returns to hunting. 2 hours pass and he earns 15 more points. Even then, someone else starts bothering him. This time that person reveals herself. Seung-ah remembers him clearly and wants him to feel at ease around her. She says her mission is to test the cadet's abilities, so she offers him a small challenge. The rules are simple. She will stand still and use only her left hand, while Kim Hajin can attack however he wants. If he lands even one hit anywhere except her left hand or makes her take even a single step, she will gladly hand over her name tag. It is an excellent deal, but this is Sung Aya and Kim Hajin knows it will not be easy. Even so, the reward is tempting. 200 points could launch him straight into first place. The real issue is that he is facing the brilliant Sung Ah, so this will not be simple. She waits to see whether he will accept or retreat. Back down, he reaches for his gun, making it clear that he is ready to take her on. Then he fires a bullet straight at her. Sung Ah treats it as the perfect chance to test him, and with one finger she flicks the bullet aside, displaying incredible speed, reflexes. She had already seen him create a light sphere, and although she blocked the shot, the impact still leaves her fingers aching. Sung Ah is satisfied that the report was accurate. After all, Kim Hajin on the other hand feels somewhat disappointed. He used a reinforced bullet, yet she deflected it without magic. That proves a direct attack will not work on a hero like her. Next, he uses his stigma to form two swords and throws them at her, but Sung Ah evades them easily and notes that he once fought like a swordsman before changing styles. His range of abilities impresses her. Kim Hajin reloads and begins firing again and again, but Sung Ah blocks every shot instantly. He realizes his gun is far too powerful for a standard training weapon, confirming that he has a gift that enhances his weapons. What she does not expect is for the knives to suddenly fly back toward her. Kim Hajin uses a tricky angle to catch her off guard, knowing she is limited to her left hand. Even so, she has tricks of her own. She activates her aura, knocking knives away from her. It does not break the rules, since the attack never touches her body and she does not move. Now Kim Hajin is certain he simply cannot beat her. Sung Ah is amazed that he can curve projectile paths with magic. She is completely fascinated, wondering what kind of power it is. To her, he seems like an onion with endless layers. She wants to inspect his entire range of talents, but the protagonist has had enough. He puts his gun away and simply starts walking off. Sanga is stunned and cannot believe he is actually leaving, so she asks why he is going now, right when things are becoming interesting. Then the clever author turns back and reminds her that she already lost the moment she took a step. She had grown careless and forgotten the rule about not moving, even once. The realization hits Sanga hard, and she is furious that she was outplayed so easily. She hears Kim Hajin say he does not really care anyway. The fight is pointless, and since he has nothing against her, he is choosing to give up. Then he walks away while Sung Ah follows after him as if she still cannot let it go. In truth, MC only wanted to test himself against her because he thought he might have a slight chance, but now he understands that she is a monster in every possible sense. Sung Ah keeps following him, calling his name. The entire exchange is being observed by Jijin, who is evaluating Jen's abilities. Jen asks whether everything is fine, since she left her group behind just to come here, but the captain believes she made the correct decision. Suddenly the island trembles as something even larger begins to stir, and the captain calls the train. Then the scene reveals a cocoon hanging from a young tree. It looks ready to hatch soon. Now, about that young butterfly. It is a parasitic monster that grows by feeding on trees. In the original story, Rachel and Kim Suho defeat it on the final day of the exam, and after Kim Suho is exposed to its powder, Rachel's abilities improve her own abilities. But right now, Rachel is with Kim Hajin, so he needs to find a way to pull her back into the story and make her face the young butterfly. Still, there is one obvious problem. Rachel suddenly asks where they are even going, since they have only been wandering around. The issue is that he has no idea where the young butterfly will appear. Now let's check Sung-Oh's group. They have gathered enough monsters to take first place. Only 20 hours remain before the exam ends. While Sung-Oh is occupied, Naeun suddenly asks what he thinks about Kim Hajin's abilities. She says he acts as if he is hiding a huge part of his power. From the museum to the pair exam, every time they encounter him, he proves absurdly strong despite his low stats and rank. Kim Suho suddenly remembers what Kim Hajin told him and assumes the protagonist has a crush on Naeun, so he starts grinning foolishly for no reason. Annoyed, Naeun asks what he is smiling about. While they are talking, a tree root bursts from the ground and attacks them. Both of them are shocked to see the roots moving by themselves. The roots as well, which gives him a useful clue about where the young butterfly is. The roots soon overwhelm the cadets, leaving Rachel and him on their own. Kim Hajin explains his plan. He wants to find the source of the tremors and defeat the monster, but he needs Rachel to protect him along the way. It is a fairly reasonable request, so Rachel agrees. That makes him think things through. If the cadets go straight to the source, they will have the best chance of facing the young butterfly. Meanwhile, Kim Suho watches everything unfold and wonders whether she should intervene, since this creature was never meant to be part of the exam. After thinking again, she decides it could become a valuable test for the cadets. It may sound harsh, but she believes future heroes should be able to handle a threat like this. Real heroes are shaped through hardship. Then Naeun drops in with a massive magic sword strike, cleanly cutting through one of the roots, and even she is surprised by how strong that attack was while Kim Suho reacts with excitement. As a swordsman, he starts giving her advice on cleaner cuts and better sword control, which annoys Naeun because he is ruining her big moment. The roots seem endless, but they can still be beaten. Kim Suho realizes that fighting the roots directly is not the solution. They need to eliminate the source connected to the trunk. Some cadets point out that the tree looks strange, and they can see a creature twisting inside cocoon. Then the shell suddenly cracks open and the caterpillar reveals its true form, shocks the cadets. Then the butterfly pulls itself away from the tree. It rises into the air, and as it flies, the dust begins to spread. A dense cloud of dust scatters over the cadets, and Naeun is the first to sense how dangerous it is. She quickly realizes just how threatening that dust truly is. It drains her strength, and the other students soon begin losing power as well. Naeun passes out, but Kim Suho catches her before she can fall. She never reaches the ground. Somehow, he appears to be the only one still able to stand while everyone else weakens. Everyone else is exhausted. Kim Soo stayed upright by holding his breath against the dust, but his limit is near, and he wonders if he can finish this. He focuses on the monster, but then notices two cadets suddenly rushing in. Rachel and Kim Hajin appear out of nowhere, already prepared with masks covering their faces. They move without hesitation and charge straight toward the monster. Rachel sees the fallen cadets and understands that the dust affected them, but what unsettles her most is that the protagonist seemed to know this was coming. He draws her attention and points to the airborne monster, making it clear he will handle that while Rachel deals with the roots. As they prepare, Kim Hajin fires a powerful shot. The attack breaks one of its wings and forces it to cry out in pain. The sprout butterfly shrieks, and roots suddenly erupt from beneath the ground. Rachel had been waiting for that exact moment. She seizes the opening and cuts through the roots with remarkable skill. Her swordsmanship is impressive, but she soon notices more roots moving underground and turns back. Looking toward Kim Hajin, she sees a massive root burst upward, nearly striking him, so she reacts instantly and pushes him aside. But then another root becomes a problem. It catches her right foot, pulls her into the air, and hurls her away. She crashes into a tree, and Kim Hajin's concern for Rachel causes a brief but costly distraction. The roots immediately shift their focus to him, and things start to look hopeless. Just when it seems over, Kim Suho leaps in and saves MC. He rescues him at the final moment, but that action makes him lose control. His breathing slips out of rhythm, and he looks back at Rachel in fear. She has fallen unconscious. The seed slips from his jacket and bounces toward its mother. Kim Hajin can hardly process what he is seeing. The seed hops onto Rachel's face and begins showering her with affection. The protagonist is already irritated, while Kim Suho calls for help and grows worse by the second, leaving them with almost no options. Protagonist thinks it through and realizes that, with stigma magic, he can only create 3 fire bullets. That means they have only 3 chances to bring the creature down. He understands he will need help, but suddenly, a bolt of lightning appears. It strikes the young butterfly and knocks it down. The creature crashes to the ground, and Kim Hajin immediately wonders who caused it. The answer is the masked guild captain, standing amid crackling lightning. As the sprout butterfly falls, MC even suspects that she might know something about the dust. With the monster finally within reach, Kim Suho gathers the last of his strength. He uses that remaining power to deliver the finishing blow. The monster is finally defeated right after that. Kim Suho's remaining strength leaves him completely. He collapses, and Jane approaches the young butterfly. She reaches toward the item she wants to take. Suddenly, Kim Hajin stops her and demands that she back off. He tells her to quit, saying that it is not something she should be taking. According to the author, even the captain still does not understand what the dust truly does. She only wants it for later profit. If she takes it, however, Kim Suho will lose a major power-up he will need against future enemies. Jonghyuk barely shows any reaction. She looks around and realizes that everyone except Kim Hajin appears to be unconscious. Their awareness has already faded. The captain cannot believe an ordinary cadet like him has managed to last this long. Because of that, she begins to see him as someone worth watching. In truth, the protagonist has been using ether to block the dust. He has also been controlling his breathing and tries to put his mask back on. Before he can, Jane wraps him inside a dark portal. Inside that space, the captain reveals her identity, admits she already knows Kim Hajin, figured it out from the beginning. He chooses to play it safe and tries to remember the name she used when they met during the midterms. For a moment, even the captain has to think, since she uses so many fake names that keeping track is difficult. Then she recalls the cards she gave him under a false identity. MC wonders if she is some kind of exam supervisor, while the captain remains suspicious and keeps pressing him. Answers. He tries to talk his way through it with a bluff, but she fires a warning shot and gives him a deadly serious stare. The captain is ready to end him, until she suddenly remembers she should be acting like a hero. Panicking, the author explains he realized the truth when she gave him the smartwatch. He also says that eyes, though even she understands that glowing eyes alone should not be enough to see through Jane Valoran. Disguise. As she stands there in thought, the captain assumes his magic may naturally be linked to anti-magic, and its attribute. If that is true, then any magic released from his body would carry anti-magic qualities, which explains how he pierced Jane Valoran's skill by channeling that power into his eyes. Once she accepts that theory, the captain becomes completely sure that Kim Ha-jin is a useful asset. She shatters the illusion sphere and, as a gesture of goodwill, chooses to share the sprout dust with him. The captain begins adding a condition, but Jane Valoran immediately interrupts before she can say something foolish. Lohan, the simplest thing she could ask for was hope. Hogan's phone number. After the conversation ends, the author finally exhales, because he truly thought everything was finished for him. He has achieved what he came for. The sprout dust is now his. Still, the captain's interruption threw off his timing, though Kim Ha-jin begins wondering how to hand the dust to Kim Soo-ho without making anyone suspicious. Then Rachel suddenly comes to mind, along with the seed that has been looking after him, taking care of her. Her body begins to glow with a beam of light. He grows frightened, realizing the seed has finally reached its hatching stage. The light reaches Kim Ha-jin while Rachel slowly opens her eyes. She notices a girl standing before her, a girl holding her gently and constantly healing all of her injuries. Something about her feels strangely familiar to Rachel, and she realizes the girl resembles a younger version of herself. The girl attempts to speak to her, but Rachel cannot understand the word. She wants the girl to repeat it, but the moment is cut short when Hulken rushes over. Beside Rachel is a tiny Rachel. Evandel calls the terrified Hulk and her dad, then says her mom has fallen asleep again. Jong-hak and the others had been unconscious, but at last they finally begin waking up. They find a dazed Hulken character carrying Kim Soo-ho while Jong-hak takes care of the others. The fourth day of the final exam is finally finished. They are returning to the academy. With the finals over, the protagonist quietly thinks everything is done. Although the butterfly caused chaos, everyone who helped defeat it will receive extra. When MC checks his smartwatch, he notices that she still has not contacted him, even after taking his information for her plans. Even so, he still cannot understand why she reacted so strongly. While he is deep in thought, Naeun brings up the dust again, so he reminds her it knocked everyone out. She heard from Kim Soo-ho that Kim Ha-jin defeated the butterfly by breaking its wings, yet she cannot understand how a pistol could damage a creature's wings. He then politely asks why she suddenly chose a sword instead of her bow. Naturally, he enjoys stirring trouble, and Naeun snaps that he was the one who told her to do it. Kim Ha-jin turns it around, pretending he was only worried she might struggle with a less familiar weapon using. Still, she insists she is fine. She is skilled with a sword too, so it will not be an issue. Protagonist accepts that and asks how it felt to use a sword again. Her posture seems stiff and dull, so MC assumes it must have frightened her. That makes her flustered and tense, because she wants to appear as though she handled it perfectly. He notices right away whenever Naeun lies. After all, he wrote that trait into her. He smiles, realizing that even if the story has changed, her personality remains mostly the same, and he believes things will still work out in the end. He tells Naeun she was born to use a sword, which is true according to what the author originally intended. Yoo Yeonho is eating with Kim Soo-ho and Naeun. Secretly, she ships the protagonist and Naeun, and the thought alone embarrasses her. Even Kim Soo-ho suspects there may be something between them after the protagonist's words. The purple-haired boy thinks most people who try to get close to MC eventually give up because of his cold nature. That makes Na Jung-han noticeable, since he keeps appearing, showing interest in her. Naeun tries to strike back by reminding Yoo Yeonho that she approached him first, but that only happened because Yeonho wanted something from him. The protagonist and Naeun feel different, leaving them both completely embarrassed. She tries to conceal how anxious she is, while the others wonder how she will handle the situation. Just as they mention Kim Ha-jin, they spot him nearby, causing poor Naeun to quickly act like she doesn't pay any attention when the MC glances her way. She simply keeps walking, which only gives Yanya even more reason to tease her. Beneath her calm front, Naeun's guard is clearly beginning to break, and the change is written all over her face. Anyway, the author heads back. He returns to his room and finds Evandel waiting there. She looks like a tiny version of Rachel, and she's absolutely thrilled to see her father. She leaps forward. She jumps toward him and asks where Kim Ha-jin went. He tells the little girl not to call him dad, since things could get messy if anyone found out about it. The girl refuses to let it go and asks why. He is beginning to understand just how much patience is needed when dealing with a young child, while the little girl gives him a pure, radiant smile. And the protagonist simply can't stop himself from smiling back. Evander had evolved beside Rachel on the final day of the exam. Kim Hajin had been truly shaken when he learned the truth. She even hugged him, delighted that he had raised her so well. MC began to panic when a scouting helicopter started inspecting the cadets. He hurriedly asked Evander to return to her former seed form. She refused at first, kept calling Rachel her mother, and grew sad about having to leave her behind. Even so, Evander eventually changed back into a seed, which was how Kim Hajin managed to bring her back to his room. While this monster child keeps stirring up trouble, he somehow became a teenage father overnight. During lunch, Evander cheerfully enjoys her meal. He wants her to finish quickly so he can concentrate on the butterfly seedling powder. This powder is a magical item that clings to its target and brings out hidden potential. Its main purpose is to raise potential, and it works on both people and objects. The issue is that it was originally meant to go to Kim Suho, but the captain ended up interfering. Now Kim Hajin still has to figure out the proper way to deliver the powder to Kim Suho. After that, the story shifts. Rachel lying in bed, reflecting on a dream that involved a child. The sensation felt so vivid that it hardly seemed like a normal dream. She wonders whether an elemental tree influenced her sleep, or if it was only a hallucination. Even so, she cannot stop thinking about it, and the memory leaves her filled with gentle warmth and happiness. Rachel feels as though that warmth will remain with her from this moment on, almost like they may meet again one day. Then the focus returns to Yanha, who is patiently waiting for someone. That person finally appears, and it is Kim Hajin, the one she had thought might back out. She tells him another person will join them, but since that person is late, they should leave first. At that moment, the protagonist starts wondering who the final guest could be. Yana congratulates him on his final exam results, though MC doesn't care much about his score. She jokes that he should have lost 20 points to seem more ordinary. Even so, she knows many other guilds have begun to take notice of him. Kim Hajin looks out the window, then suddenly freezes, in shock. That is when Yana finally welcomes him to the impressive headquarters of Essence of the Strait a few years later. A few hours earlier, he had received a message about the Guild Experience program. Selected cadets would be contacted through their smartwatches and allowed to observe active heroes while they worked. Each guild could choose any cadets they wanted, but higher-ranked guilds were given priority. Kim Hajin feels excited because he wants to watch real heroes in action. Usually, each guild selects 3 first years and 3 second years. Because of that, first years ranked below 300 almost never receive the chance. Since the protagonist entered with a rank in the 900s, he assumes he has no possibility, no matter how well he performed later on. Then a sudden notification on his smartwatch catches him completely off guard, and he is stunned that someone actually invited him. It turns out the offer came from Essence of the Strait. Back in the present, Yu Yeonya and Kim Hajin walk together. He learns that many heroes spend a great deal of time indoors studying dangerous assignments before heading out into the field. Then he gives Yu Yeonya a pointed look after realizing she is the only reason he was accepted into this guild experience. As the guild master's daughter, she can bend the rules slightly. They enter the research and analysis rooms. One hero says Kim Hajin placed first on the written exam, so this area seems like a suitable match for him. Sanho is a hero and Yuyeonya's most trusted assistant. He is responsible for organizing guild experience programs for future scouting prospects. He appears to be a decent person, but because MC wrote this story, he knows Sanho will one day betray Yuyeonya in a harsh and painful way. Then someone approaches them and speaks to Sanho and the new cadet. Yuyeonya already knows about Kim Hajin, and this woman is another hero from the guild. She immediately judges him by his rank and looks at Yuyeonya as if she clearly believes the girl misused her authority to bring him here. It is clear that she does not want him around. Yuyeonya supports the current Vice Guildmaster Hoseok, placing her directly against Yuyeonya. Even so, that resentment will not last forever. Eventually, that is meant to change as the story moves forward. Over time, she rises to become the guild's deputy leader and one of its most reliable supports. Sanho tries to speak up for Kim Hajin, pointing out that he ranked first on the written exam, but she dismisses it as nothing impressive. Outstanding or not, she doesn't place much value on cadet-level academics and instead begins pushing him with tougher questions. Yuyeonya chooses to test him directly and passes him a report. To work through it, Sanho reminds her that she is not allowed to reveal such material. The information is confidential, but Gina ignores that. Her only goal is to belittle the protagonist, and he grows irritated, seeing it as an ideal opportunity to prove her mistaken. He reaches toward Yuyeonya and asks for a sheet of paper so he can write out his response. She continues taunting him, and Kim Hajin cannot understand why she is treating him so harshly. At the same time, Yuyeonya realizes that her second guest has finally Arrived at last, she and her assistant go to meet that person, leaving Kim Hajin behind too. He studies the dungeon raid variables and admits the concepts are far beyond what ordinary cadets would usually be able to handle. Still, his keen insight allows him to organize the details quickly and write down the solution. Effortlessly, he is just about to complete the final part of his explanation when Jin has suddenly pulls the paper away. She is irritated that he kept solving it instead of following the others. Kim Hajin is so furious that he nearly loses control of himself. In any case, he leaves the analysis room feeling frustrated because he was unable to fully finish his conclusion. He only hopes she will not force him to redo the entire test. Then, just as he is about to step out of the elevator, he runs straight into Naeun. She looks just as shocked to find him there and immediately starts questioning Yu Yana about the situation. Watching Yu Yana's response, Kim Hajin realizes she deliberately kept both of them unaware of the plan. It has been a while since we last checked on Jinyuk's detective agency. He is exhausting himself trying to gather any information he can about Kim Hajin, but nothing useful is coming up. Kim Hajin's past is almost empty, with no clear trace of his parents or how he ended up as an orphan. Jinyun is reaching his limit after his niece handed him this nearly impossible assignment. At the same time, everything surrounding this boy only becomes more intriguing. A fragment of a report mentions an accident involving a pregnant woman and her unborn child. Next comes the mobilization task assigned to Naeun and the protagonist during the guild experience. Sano asks why she arrived late, and Naeun explains she had to meet her grandfather before hurrying over. Her grandfather is no ordinary person. He is the great hero, Jinyun. Yeonha receives an important call and tells them to continue without her. In the bathroom, she talks with her uncle Jinyik and asks how the investigation is progressing. The investigation? Jinyun teases her, saying he has barely had time to begin, but Yeonha becomes angry, upset by his answer, and Jinyuk asks why she cares so much about the boy's parents to begin with. After all, Kim Hajin is not openly searching for them, but because he once showed interest in criminals. Yu Yeonha suspects he may be looking for his parents and wonders if they were linked to a past crime. Past incident that connects back to Jin Yong's investigation into the Guangzhou shelter tragedy. He cuts her off, says he has a client to handle, and ends the call. Afterward, Jin Hyuk begins wondering whether there is a real link between that boy and the shelter incident. Speaking of that case, roughly 16 years ago, a wave of monsters swept through Guangzhou and left many victims, including 9 heroes and 87 civilians, lost their lives in the attack. Jinyun led the investigation at the time and was later rejected by his family because of it. The government blamed demons, but that was only a cover. The true culprits were elsewhere. They included the country's president at the time, Kim Hajin Seok Ho, Daihan Group chairman Jinyun, and Yeonha's father. They never tried to uncover the truth and instead sent people to bury it. To them, the incident barely seemed to matter. That raises one question. What if someone survived? What if Kim Hajin's parents were lost in that incident and it drove him toward revenge? Sensing genuine danger, Jinyuk decides he must stop looking into the case. If Jinyun goes after him, he will be the one at risk. The story shifts back to Naeun, who is enjoying herself as she sprints ahead with the others. Unfortunately, the MC's physical stats are awful, so he can barely stay with them. Seno wonders whether Kim Hajin will be fine, while Naeun does not seem worried about him at all. Yet for some reason, Yu Yeonha looks deeply upset. Most of her frustration is directed at her useless uncle for ending the call on her. They arrive at the monster site, where a group of golems is wrecking the surroundings. One golem is moments away from harming innocent people. It lifts a massive fist, ready to strike the ground, but Yu Yeonha's whip wraps around it and blocks the attack. That brief opening allows Senho to rush forward with his spear, throwing it with every bit of strength he has. Jonghak launches his own spear and the weapon crashes into the golem. Meanwhile, Kim Hajin finally catches up with the group. Naeun prepares to fire an arrow at the golem, but then decides her sword would be the better choice. She recalls that all the golems share the same weakness, then charges into slash at their ankles. Magic gathers around her blade, and just as she closes in to attack, the golem surprises her and drives its fist into her stomach. Naeun cries out from the impact and crashes to the ground. She cannot believe the golem has become this powerful. The monster moves in to finish things when someone suddenly shouts her to get away. It is Kim Hajin pulling her back with ether magic. The rescue succeeds, but he ends up a bit too close for comfort. Oddly, the simple urge to save Naeun makes his ether respond by itself, and the moment quickly turns awkward while he desperately searches for something to say. He ends up giving her honest advice. When things become dangerous, she should fight from a greater distance. He even mentions that her sword can release longer ranged attacks. Naeun does not take offense, but her thoughts freeze. Even so, she acts tough as usual. Then she looks away and thanks him. Kim Hajin Ha-jin knows there is a vital reason she must continue using that sword. With it, she will someday be able to hold nearly 10 times more mana than an ordinary hero. Naeun's natural talent is called Mana Ocean, and her sword helps awaken it. In simple terms, her mana capacity is incredible, and even her raw output surpasses Kim Suho's. The mission ends with the heroes defeating the golems, while the rescue team deals with remaining work. Then Kim Ha-jin senses someone staring directly at him, and the moment their eyes meet, he immediately understands who it is. Naeun calls out that they have to leave, so he turns away, feeling sorry for the person watching him. Elsewhere, Yu Yanya is tired of being trapped in the office for countless hours. Her friend tells her to pass the work to someone else, but this arrogant fool still believes she can handle it better than anyone. Then her friend checks the document Kim Ha-jin wrote. Since Yu Yanya already looked down on D1, she planned to judge his cadet test harshly as well. But the instant she reads the report, she is left speechless, and her entire attitude shifts. She begins flooding the protagonist with messages, demanding that he call her immediately. Unfortunately for her, MC has no interest in returning to headquarters or dealing with her again. Instead, he leaves Jonghak a message, saying he will not join tomorrow's guild activity. Kim Ha-jin thinks this will make things more entertaining, while Yu Yonya replies to Jonghak with pure sarcasm. She points out his academy rank and says he is not suitable for a guild as outstanding as Straits of Essence. That only makes Jonghak more furious, since this entire problem began because Jonghak could not keep his mouth shut. Knowing Yu Yonya will be furious later, the protagonist still believes this is the best move. After such a long day, he starts feeling sleepy. It is even harder because he still has to keep his energetic little child occupied. He picks up a vandal and considers doing something else while she remains sound asleep. Then Kim Ha-jin takes out the powder and examines it closely. Recently, one thing about it has been bothering him. There is plenty of it, enough to strengthen several main characters at the same time, including himself. So he chooses to divide the powder into 3 portions. He reminds himself that he must survive together with main cast, which means taking every useful opportunity as wisely as possible. After splitting it, he takes 1 portion, but decides using it on his body would be pointless because there is no hidden talent waiting to be awakened there. That means the best place to use it is on his ether magic, so he scatters the powder over the golden sphere. The effect should begin soon. Then Kim Ha-jin receives a late-night message from Naeun, making him wonder why she is texting him to thank him for helping her. She keeps typing without sending anything for nearly 10 minutes, and when he finally asks what she means, Naeun brushes it off and says it is nothing. MC simply tells her to sleep because she is acting strange. Instead of getting angry, she laughs, which only confuses him further. The fact that they are already talking this casually feels strange to him. He began as a powerless background character in the story, yet now he has become an important figure standing among the main cast, making him wonder whether he is considered a supporter character now. Even so, there is still a lot he has to handle. The scene moves to Yu Yeona, who is worn out from work. She and buried beneath tasks lately. Straits of Essence has its own intelligence team, but they are poor at gathering information, so Yu Yeona is trying to recruit new agents. And yes, she is still irritated at her shameless uncle for abandoning the investigation and dumping it on her, leaving her stuck with all the dirty work. Then at that late hour, Naeun suddenly calls. Yu Yeona answers and says she is busy, but Naeun keeps it brief. She and Kim Suho are attending a seminar and want Yu Yeona to join them. She nearly refuses until she hears that John will be there. Ready to hang up, Yu Yeona asks if that is everything, but Naeun changes topics and mentions yesterday's drone footage from the golem fight. Yu Yeona confirms that it exists, since she has to prepare the guild report for management anyway, so she has already watched it. Sharp as ever, she immediately realizes Naeun is worried about the moment Kim Ha-jin caught her, because the camera captured it clearly, with the two of them together. Now Naeun is practically praying the clip never gets shared, while Yu Yeona teases her and asks if being held like that felt nice. The call ends with Naeun blushing intensely, while Yu Yeona hangs up. After that, we cut to Naeun and see that she is completely red with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yu Yeona is convinced Naeun is simply avoiding the truth, so she returns to work in a much better mood. That mood lasts only until an unexpected message arrives. She is so shocked that she jumps from her seat. Kim Ha-jin has voluntarily quit the guild experience because of Jenna's foolishness. Now Jenna is absolutely furious. She scolds Jenna for ruining such a promising prospect, and she is annoyed with him too for never doing what she expects. Returning to the protagonist, his story points are dropping because his role in the plot keeps expanding. He did not expect to gain many points lately, so he decides he needs to use them carefully. After thinking it over, Kim Ha-jin admits his physical stats will keep lagging behind. His true strength is clever fighting, like when he invested powder into ether, so this time he chooses to spend his story points on his weapon. It seems risky, but the effect is worth pursuing, especially since his luck keeps pulling him through. Going all in, MC chooses to awaken the skill and hopes this does not turn out badly. He types on the keyboard and confirms the activation, though he is still nervous about what might happen next. When he opens his eyes, the system gives him bad news. The skill's quality has fallen because he lacked enough story points, but his luck saves him at the last moment, making the penalty less severe than it could have been. Kim Ha-jin feels relieved, even though he is not completely satisfied with the result. It was a reckless gamble, but at least it did not end in disaster. With that preparation finished, he remembers why he upgraded his skills right now in the first place. On his smartwatch, he receives a notice about the travel club's next destination. It is time for the main story to start moving again. For the past week, Kim Ha-jin has devoted himself to physical training deliberately. Even after spending points on his weapon, he still does not want to give up on strengthening his body. Every session leaves him exhausted, yet he still cannot raise his physical stats to an average cadet's level. Still, when he activates his ether magic, he is glad to see that its development is finally complete. We get a clearer explanation of ether. It is basically a fluid he can shape however he wants, for different purposes. His physical strength modifier has risen to 0.7, and now he has detailed materialization, which lets him control the fluid's color and texture. He experiments with it and decides not to create guns, because they are too complicated. So to test the fluid, he shapes it into a knife. It works perfectly and feels like an ordinary blade, but there is one major difference. Using his observation skill, Ha-jin sees that materialized objects receive up to a 44% strength boost, meaning this blade is much tougher than a real one. He throws it with all his strength to test it, and the blade cuts into rock, something a normal knife could never accomplish. Detailed materialization is a major upgrade, especially when combined with his enhancement. Even if both abilities are still below mythic weapons, they are strong enough to fool enemies. A careless opponent can still be seriously hurt by something as simple as a knife, and that works to his advantage. Then we cut to Avandal playing with the ether fluid. Kim Ha-jin tells her to stay in her room while he goes out for club activities, and he even promises to bring her something delicious if she listens to him. He jokes with the cute little potato, then heads out. Avandal smiles, waves goodbye, and says she will be waiting for him. Meanwhile, Rachel receives a visit from a servant who has come to check on her safety. After the recent attacks, the school assigned important staff to protect her. They also mention the cadet who saved her life. The Royal Guild wants to recruit Kim Ha-jin, and that makes Rachel truly happy. She already knows his combat ability is far beyond that of a low-rank fighter. Rachel assumes other guilds are probably preparing offers too, though no one can act openly yet, since serious recruitment at this stage is illegal. The Royal Guild may not stand among Korea's top guilds, but they are excellent at approaching cadets, so Rachel believes they can offer Kim Ha-jin the best deal. Then we move to the travel club president, who introduces the group to England. It is extremely hot, and Naeun is already annoyed. Jonghyuk asks why the protagonist is still wearing his cadet uniform. Naeun is even more surprised that he looks perfectly comfortable with a jacket over it too. To them, that seems ridiculous. What they do not know is that he is wearing the black coat Rachel gave him, which adjusts to the temperature around him. Kim Suho and Kim Ha-jin are both impressed by the country's architecture. Then they learn their final stop for the day is somewhere that does not exist in the ordinary world. This place is known as Clancy Islet. It is a floating island, and the only way to reach it is through a portal. The MC explains that this artificial island is owned by the government and built with floating stones, filled with wealth, entertainment, auctions, and product showcases. It is basically this world's Las Vegas and the main stage for the next section of the story. When they arrive at Clancy, Naeun's face brightens with excitement. Kim Suho is surprised to learn that both Haina and Naeun have visited this place before, but the memory weighs on Naeun, since she last came here with her brother shortly before he was caught up in a dreadful incident. Wanting to lift her spirits, Kim Suho asks her to show him around. That immediately improves her mood, and she gladly agrees. The club president explains that an event will be held on the island that afternoon, and everyone is allowed to attend. Until then, they can explore freely. Before meeting the backup team, Naeun quickly raises her hand and asks whether they can visit the casino. She truly is a natural gambler. Since cadets are considered adults here, They are permitted to enter the casino area, so the four of them head there, with Naeun easily being the most excited among them. The entire place radiated wealth and glittering gold. Kim Ha-jin had not expected it to be this extravagant. They are ready to jump in at once, but first they have to present their ID cards. At the reception desk, using his observation skill, Kim Ha-jin immediately sees through Valoran's disguise and casually asks how long she has been working there. He acts casual, but now he knows Jane Valoran is already inside the casino. That is important because the event scheduled for 7 o'clock will be dangerous. Several demons are going to gather here, so he clenches his fist and tries to stay composed as his nerves are tested, though not for the reason most people would expect. He is actually eager to gamble and see how far his luck can take him. Since the incident will not happen until 7, he still has plenty of time to play first. Before long, Kim Ha-jin cleans out one slot machine after another, all thanks to his unbelievable luck, and he starts wondering what game he should try next. Meanwhile, poor Naeun is trapped in a frighteningly bad losing streak. The man sitting across from her is Bert. Frustrated after losing so much, she decides to quit and leave, but Bert suddenly stops her and offers to return 20% of her losses because he feels sorry for her. Unfortunately, that kindness only makes her even more furious, and she slams the table while taking out her frustration on the game. The funny part is that, in about 2 hours, she will be crying in this very casino, with nothing left. Sadly for her, the casino staff are the ones controlling the flow of the games. Their leader, Bert, is a minor character, but still an important one in Ha-jin's story. The protagonist watches Naeun lose again and realizes there is only so much she can do against a man who gambles for a living and has tricks prepared. So he steps in like her rescuer and takes her seat, confident because he wants to see how this game will unfold. Naeun thinks he is being reckless, especially since the minimum bet is 100,000 won. Even so, Kim Ha-jin enters the game, which only annoys her even more. The players receive their cards and begin looking over their hands. Then one of the men turns to the MC in surprise and asks why he has not flipped his cards over. He calmly replies that he has no intention of doing so. With observation, he can read them, even while they are face down. To everyone else, that sounds ridiculous, especially coming from a kid, so they wonder whether he even knows the rules. Kim Ha-jin ignores their reactions and deliberately reveals his weakest card. One man grows irritated by the protagonist's attitude and the way he seems to be looking down on him, but the protagonist replies that the man spoke first and started the argument. The situation nearly turns into a scene, but Bert intervenes and reminds his friend to behave. Since they are dealing with a cube cadet, they need to show proper respect. Bert himself is just as stunned by Kim Ha-jin's move, yet he conceals it well and keeps his composure, at least until the MC breaks that composure too. Elsewhere in the casino, Jane Valoran, still in disguise, confirms that 6 evil society members are present, along with 3 undercover association heroes. There is also a scammer and 1 hero acting alone, though that last person appears harmless. She also encountered the one whom the captain seems fond of. Now she wonders whether he can recognize her after their previous meeting. The captain says his special skill can see through disguises, and she wrongly assumes he would not use it on ordinary people, because Kim Ha-jin's skill is active all the time. Now back to Bert. His expression is starting to falter while the protagonist continues playing with complete confidence. By the 12th round, the pot has already climbed close to 60 million won. Bert is holding the ace of hearts, and the rest of his cards form an exceptionally strong hand. Even with such good cards, he maintains a flawless poker face he calls Max, matching his opponent's bet. Another player raises, Kim Ha-jin follows, and Bert stays in as well. His hand is so powerful that defeating him should be nearly impossible. Winning here should be rarer than hitting the lottery. The MC is far from ordinary. Bert points at the cadet. Now completely focused, his gaze settles on the ring hanging from the cadet's necklace. The artifact. He received it in the hall. Naeun notices and asks what it is, but the protagonist pretends not to know and says, "It is nothing worth mentioning." Still, with the way Naeun thinks, she most likely assumes he is keeping it for someone important. She gives up on playing and gets up to leave. Kim Ha-jin wants her to stay, but Naeun says the game is already finished. She even offers to repay whatever he might lose, rather than let him gamble such a valuable ring. MC grabs her and says it is fine because he has no intention of losing. The sudden action leaves her completely flustered once again. Then he tells Bert that the ring is extremely expensive, so if they are going to continue, Bert should also put his bracelet on the line. Bert accepts. Now both artifacts are laid out on the table. It is time for the reveal. Bert reveals first, showing 3 aces and 2 jacks. Jacks making it a full house. It looks like a total defeat. Bert even apologizes while reaching for the chips, certain that victory is his. Then Hadron reminds him that his opponent's cards have not been revealed yet. The match is not finished, though that reminder almost seems to work on him for a moment, so he quickly turns over the cards and reveals 4 of a kind. Ma Jung-hyun's expression says it all. She cannot believe he actually managed it. Kim Ha-jin shrugs it off as if it was nothing but luck. But Bert is finished. He cannot understand how things turned out this way, and his calm act finally collapses as he snaps at the protagonist. It gets bad enough that security has to intervene and restrain him. After checking everything several times, they confirm MC won fairly and without cheating. Nayeon thinks Bert looks miserable while he studies the bracelet. It is a special magical artifact with a seal that reduces the damage taken by its wearer and converts energy into mana. The amusing part is that Bert never understood its true function. Since the wearer cannot directly use the stored mana, it simply remains sealed inside the artifact. If 1 or 2 more magic seals were added, that mana could be released. In the original story, however, Bert would not discover this for another full year. Nayeon grows curious and asks what Kim Ha-jin would have done if he had lost the match. He calmly replies that he would have accepted death as the price. Now that he has money, he even offers to repay everything Nayeon lost. She says she does not care and tells him to keep it. All she gives him is a shy compliment, saying he looked really cool. Yes, she is definitely starting to fall for him. Anyway, Kim Soo-ho and Yoo Yeonya meet up with the protagonist and Nayeon. They arrived just barely in time for the event. Kim Ha-jin is dressed like a fashion model, and even Yoo Yeonya asks what caused the sudden change. He says he simply stopped by an antique shop and somehow ended up wearing a high-end designer outfit. When money is mentioned, Nayeon proudly explains how MC kept winning every luck-based game like someone unstoppable. Their conversation is cut short when a man appears, someone who seems to know Nayeon. She did not expect to meet him here, and he says he only came for entertainment. He jokes that maybe he is her secret boyfriend, making Nayeon instantly blush and deny it with full force. The man is Jun-woo from the Forsaken Plains Guild, the same hero Jane Valorant once described as harmless. Jane Valorant appears pleased and greets him in a very refined manner. They continue speaking while the masked guild captain watches them from the shadows. She calls for Jane Valorant, who appears through magic, prepared to play her assigned role. Then the event begins, with countless broadcasts covering it live. They mention VIPs from around the world, proving how important the event is. A new way to use the white crystal is about to be announced. Everyone is eager to hear it. Rachel arrives in an elegant car. Car stops and she steps out. Immediately she captures everyone's attention. Reporters surge toward her in a crowd, asking for her thoughts. The princess ignores them while her guards move in to keep them away. She closes the door behind her and stops before something that appears to be a spatial gate. Rachel feels relieved to finally have a moment to herself alone, but then Zeland appears. The CEO greets her. She is clearly displeased to see him and asks whether the anti-demon security is truly prepared. He says Clancy Islet is currently the safest place in Europe. Top heroes are present to handle any issue, so nothing should go wrong. Lithan Corporation also strongly backs the Royal Guild, so they are using this event to improve its standing and public reputation. Even so, something about his words feels suspicious to Rachel. His smug smile makes it clear that he is hiding something, but in the end, all he tells her is to look forward to the event, sitting alone at a table. There are still 30 minutes before the official start, yet the venue is already packed. What troubles him most is why anyone would hold such a risky event in a place filled with demons. The author created many corrupt companies in this story, but Lethan may be the worst, not because the company is overrun by demons, but because the humans in charge are vile. They possess the white crystal, a powerful treasure that demons must never obtain. From the main story, Kim Ha-jin knows at least 3 demons will reveal themselves today. The final one is Happyo, the captain of the collection team. At the protagonist's current level, he cannot truly stop them from carrying out their plan. He needs to let the story unfold naturally. Then an unexpected voice calls his name, the master. Guild captain. She surprises him and says she is only patrolling the area for safety reasons. Jane Valorant teases the captain about chatting with her crush, which instantly makes her furious. Poor Kim Ha-jin wonders if he caused it. After calming down, the captain apologizes and says she heard something strange through her earpiece. Even further, since Kim Ha-jin also heard Jane Valorant. Kim Soo-ho notices Kim Ha-jin speaking with an unfamiliar woman and asks who she is. MC introduces the captain as Zhao Feng, a personal acquaintance, then greets his friends. She acts as if she already knows them because of their high rankings. Then another guest suddenly joins in. He seems extremely curious about how Zhao Feng knows a cadet. He also asks about her guild connections, meaning he has probably realized who she truly is. Time passes and the event finally begins. Kim Soo-ho and Yeona stay together, leaving Kim Ha-jin with the other 2. Zhao Feng dodges his question and says she has to return to her assigned post. She leaves at once. As she walks away, he starts sweating, hoping this clown still has not discovered his identity. Meanwhile, Rachel looks down from above and notices the protagonist's table. She also sees that he is wearing the same black royal coat she gave him, and the sight makes her smile. And the event officially starts. Zeland introduces introduces himself as the company's CEO and speaks about driving innovation forward. He explains the energy that gives monsters their power. At its source, that energy is mana, and when mana condenses naturally, it becomes a treasure with extraordinary power. Among those treasures, white mana crystals are especially precious. Across all of human history, only 480 have ever been discovered, knew how to use them. But now Zeland says that has changed. He reveals the artifact and announces that, after years of research, his corporation has found the best way to use the white crystal sealed inside the chamber. Its exact purpose remains hidden, while the crowd applauds with excitement and curiosity, and waits in silence. The vacuum cube chamber is said to be connected to the Persian Empire and its long history. As the speech goes on, Rachel keeps watching several suspicious faces. Figures move through the area. At first, they seemed like security personnel, but now she is no longer certain. She senses that something bad is about to happen, yet she cannot act without evidence. Then she sees Kim Ha-jin stand up and leave in a hurry. It makes no sense for him to go before the event has even ended. That only deepens her suspicion of MC, who always appears near trouble and carries a mysterious air. For Rachel, it is hard not to be suspicious of him. She orders her guards to search for anything unusual. In the hallway, they hurry away, leaving her by herself. Rachel touches her ring and activates Shadow Step, concealing her presence. With that skill, she can move without being noticed. Her main goal is to follow Kim Ha-jin because she knows something is unfolding behind the scenes. Both Zeland and he believe that something will happen inside Clancy Hall. An investigation into Lethan Corporation's internal documents has already been completed. The item inside Clancy Hall is believed to be a genuine artifact, an ancient piece of pottery. What is strange is why Zeland risked displaying the real thing instead of replica. Hapio thinks Zeland is simply overconfident and may believe this stunt will boost the company's reputation. In theory, it makes sense, since the portal to Clancy Island is heavily guarded. The island was also created with magic, so demon-made artificial ports are useless here. So instead, Hapio and his group decided to arrive by plane. No one would expect demons to appear that way. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-jin heads toward an unknown location, with Rachel quietly following behind him. She stays cautious and observes from a distance. Hidden by her skill, she sees him trying to open the rooftop door. The issue is that those doors are locked for security reasons. The protagonist pauses to think, then pulls out a hammer, leaving Rachel completely confused. She wonders if this fool really intends to break the door open. Weapons are strictly forbidden on Clancy Islet, so a tool is the closest thing he can carry. Still, using a hammer on a reinforced magic door seems ridiculous, but Kim Ha-jin pays it no mind and swings with full force, sending the doors flying apart. Rachel is stunned silent. She cannot believe what she has just witnessed. This guy is casually walking around with almost superhuman strength. Then she hears chaos break out. In the hallway, the attack has started, and several demons are harming people without hesitation. Even Zeland is caught up in it, and amid the chaos, one villain manages to seize the white crystal. That villain is suddenly attacked by a hero. After the strike lands, the hero is shocked that the target dodges and activates a multiplication skill, turning himself into a seriously troublesome opponent. Shang Chen introduces himself as an elite hero, yet for some reason the villains split apart, scatter, and flee. Shang Chen calls him a coward, but he cannot even decide which copy he should chase first. Watching from nearby, the masked guild captain waits for her moment to act. Meanwhile, monsters are also ripping through the event, leaving Naeun frozen in shock. Now they have faced both demons and monsters at once. Junwoo, covered in injuries, rushes over to help her. He throws Kim Suho a sword so he can join the fight, since Suho could not bring his own weapon. Junwoo knows Kim Suho must fight, and since he brought him here, he expects him to prove what he can do. Beneath all the chaos, things unfold just like the original novel. Nate divides into 8 copies and escapes with the white crystal. A hero is now chasing one of the copies, but that one is not carrying the crystal, so the pursuit is useless. Jane Valorant goes after another copy, while the captain chases the real one carrying the white crystal. Just as in the original story, she is ambushed by a group of demons who outnumber her, but they keep forgetting just how powerful she truly is. She releases a small black sphere, and her enemies badly misjudge it. The instant they touch it, the sphere begins consuming their very presence. One man cries out as his body is pulled in by the crushing force of the black hole. The sphere draws in the remaining demons as well, swallowing them. In a single attack, even Nate is shaken. After witnessing that move, a black whip quickly catches him and drives through him, pinning him in place with ruthless precision. Even though Kim Ha-jin created her abilities himself, he still finds her fighting style frightening. According to the original story, the white crystal should have ended up with the Mask Syndicate. Then something changes. The Nate before them is only another copy, meaning he does not have the real crystal. That makes the MC check his laptop at once to see whether the story changed, but there is no message, so this is not some planned update from the system. It is simply the result of shifting story variables, which is dangerous because Kim Ha-jin has no idea how to handle something he never wrote. Then he remembers his stigma, the final card he can still use. He channels magic power into the stigma and concentrates. Through Eagle Eye, he forces his senses far beyond their normal range. With that, he can see through walls and search the entire area much more efficiently. Even so, he still cannot find the white crystal, so he keeps searching in desperation for the person carrying it until a vehicle catches his attention. The person inside is carrying the vacuum cube, but suddenly something strikes Ha-jin, and he reels backward. Too much information floods into his mind, making him stumble. He has pushed his power too far. Even so, this is no time for him to stop. He leaps up to get a clearer view and finally spots the crystal at the perfect moment. He climbs on and quietly apologizes for stealing the bike, then starts it up and races away. The story shifts back to the chaos. Clancy Hall, where Naeun is doing everything she can to help people evacuate. Kim Ha-jin appears and calls out to her. She gets irritated because he did not arrive sooner. Then he throws her something important. It is the magic sword he took from Sidious. He tells her it matches her abilities, and if she is going to fight demons, she will need a proper weapon. This sword reacts to the user's mana, and as already shown before, Naeun possesses an incredible amount of it. With this weapon, she can face any demon she encounters. Naeun asks why he is giving it to her, but Kim Ha-jin has no time to explain and leaves because he still has something else he must do. She tries to stop him, but he is already gone. After creating some distance, the protagonist tracks down the vehicle, carrying the mana crystal. He accelerates to close the gap as quickly as he can. Inside the car, the man wonders how long it will take them to escape. Then Kim Ha-jin rams his bike straight into the car, striking it with enough force to flip the entire vehicle. He pauses to catch his breath after putting so much strength into the crash. The man kicks the door open, furious, and ready to deal with whoever did this to him. More than that, he is still waiting for his escort. Kim Ha-jin understands that this is why the man had been putting on an act, pretending to be so completely confident. The cargo plane is part of that confidence, but they have no idea MC is about to use story points to send it away. The move leaves the man visibly stunned. As he grips the white crystal, the plane suddenly changes direction without the slightest warning. Now there is no one left around to protect this man, so Kim Ha-jin steps closer and tells him exactly that. They should have a short conversation, but then he senses a sharp presence approaching. It comes from a different direction. In the next instant, a massive blast falls from above and rips through everything in the area. It is the same brute from the Mask Syndicate, the one who had already taken care of Rachel as well. The situation could not be worse. His timing could not have been more terrible. Ha-jin's advantage vanished completely. He appears in a flash. Then he receives an even greater shock when he notices Rachel lying unconscious beside the man. Preparing himself for battle, he begins gathering his ether magic, though Kim Ha-jin never expected things to become this chaotic. Jong-hak notices what he is trying to do and warns him not to start a fight unless he wants to get hurt, but the protagonist refuses to retreat and points his gun at the case containing the white crystal. He threatens his enemy. The brute realizes MC is concerned about the princess and says he only brought Rachel because he believed she wanted the crystal too. He cannot understand why she matters so much to him, but he still offers him a harsh choice. He asks whether Kim Ha-jin is truly ready to pull the trigger before he harms Rachel badly. The author still refuses to step back and prepares to fire, warning that if this continues, he will destroy the very thing he came to claim. Impressed by the boy's courage, Jong-hak finally yields and lets Rachel fall to the ground. She now lies in the center of the battlefield, while the man demands the crystal. The protagonist quickly tosses the case over, and the man catches it. He catches it without effort. The truth is, Kim Ha-jin was never truly aiming for the crystal. He already knew it would end up out of his reach. At best, he could trade it to save someone, and this time that person was Rachel. Even so, he still wants to ask many questions when suddenly, the brute smiles darkly and tries to catch MC unprepared with a sudden heavy punch. Kim Ha-jin's face says, "All." Oh no, a fist is rushing toward him at full speed. The strike sends out a massive shockwave, revealing just how terrifying the brute's strength truly is. When the smoke finally fades, the villain remains standing there. Surprised, his fist is stopped just short of Ha-jin's face. He did not flinch or lose his composure for even a moment. At that instant, the brute recognizes his resolve. He had only been testing the boy, and now he is convinced Kim Ha-jin has real potential. Calling his performance impressive, the man turns and leaves, while the protagonist finally releases a breath of relief. Once the man is gone, the pressure proves so overwhelming that MC sinks to his knees. It was truly the definition of a brush with death. Just remembering it brings back the image of that fist stopping inches from his face. Nothing he possessed could have protected him from that attack. If he had made even the smallest mistake, he would not have survived. Then Rachel begins to move, meaning she has regained consciousness. She cannot understand what happened because everything unfolded too quickly, and Kim Ha-jin tells her the villain is already gone, so she is safe safe now. Since she still looks confused, he explains how they obtained the white crystal, then asks whether she had been after it as well. Rachel honestly admits that she was only following him. Then she holds out a bullet she found during the finals. He realizes it must have come from the time he used the sniper rifle. He reaches out to take it. She swiftly pulls it away and slips it into her pocket. Again, Rachel had followed Kim Ha-jin because she was worried about him, but the enemy found her and she lost. Seizing the moment, Rachel asks why he helped her during the final. It was not only then. He had helped her before as well, so she wants to know why he keeps going so far for her. Rachel believes he has been paying very close attention to her. It is a difficult question to answer, so Kim Ha-jin slowly links up an excuse. He says he is her biggest fan, which sounds rather strange. Then he commits to the lie and claims he even joined her online fan club. Deep down, the protagonist wonders whether he has taken that lie too far. But he cannot tell her the real reason, since Rachel is the kind of character who keeps walking into danger. If she dies or gets seriously hurt, the entire story could collapse beyond repair. Rachel is clearly shaken. She struggles to gather her thoughts and asks, "So, do you really like me?" Once again, Kim Ha-jin starts sweating heavily and looks completely cornered. Anyway, the focus returns to Clancy Islet, which is still in total chaos. Jung-hak is annoyed because part of his hair got singed. Nayeon quickly asks if he saw what just happened. She is confused because she truly does not understand what Nayeon means. Nayeon talks about Jung Hyun smashing monsters with only his fists, without even relying on a weapon. Then there was Kim Suho, slicing through everything in front of him like an unstoppable swordsman. And lastly, there was Nayeon herself, swinging that magic sword and nearly taking monsters down. The single strike. She is thrilled with her new weapon. Nayeon also mentions Kim Ha-jin suddenly riding away on a bike. Jung Hyun says he only caught a glimpse before he disappeared, and Nayeon still has no idea where he went. Then Kim Suho anxiously says Rachel is missing. Her guards are searching everywhere, and Nayeon cannot understand where she went, since Rachel was there before the attack. Ayuna suddenly realizes the demons may have gone after Rachel too. Could they be trying to use her as a hostage against the British government? Yoon is furious and shaken when everyone suddenly sees Rachel coming back on the bike. Her safe return calms Yu Yeonya until they realize it is the very same bike Kim Ha-jin used when he left. The guildmaster's daughter quickly connects the dots. While everyone was distracted, MC ran off, and now Rachel is the one returning. That can only point to one conclusion, causing her to vastly overestimate his ability to defeat every demon alone. He is stunned because he already seems strong, but now he feels far beyond the level of a cadet. Later, at the premium double star hotel, Mei Jung Hyun looks as though she is waiting for someone. Kim Ha-jin comes to meet her, and it is surprising that none of the club members are nearby. It turns out they all went to eat because he arrived so late. Nayeon asks him to come with her and seems strangely eager to leave right away. The protagonist has no idea why she is acting so kind, and he cannot figure out what is really going on. With every step, Nayeon's feelings grow even stronger. She stops and turns toward Kim Ha-jin, but this is not a love confession. Embarrassed, Nayeon asks if they are friends, and considering their history, that question carries real weight. Instead of accepting it immediately and simply saying yes, MC bluntly says no, his expression completely serious. That reply hurts her instantly, so she turns away and brushes it off as if it meant nothing, then walks ahead, hoping he forgets she ever asked. But the truth is Kim Ha-jin does care about her. He simply cannot call himself her friend because of the path he is walking. Someday, he will be responsible for taking the life of the person she values most. That is why he refuses to grow closer and cause her greater pain later. Deep down, he admits they were never meant to be friends. The next day, he returns to the dorms and a vandal is far too excited to see him. She brought him some delicious chicken, and that alone is enough to make her run off happily. The co-author is really starting to appreciate having her around. Now, with no more interruptions, it is time to get back to work before break begins. The first thing he does is sync his smartwatch with his laptop. It always bothered him to rush to the computer for sudden story edits, but now he is finally ready to buy that feature. By the way, Yo Young's punch did not stop simply because Kim Ha-jin wanted it to. It also matched the author's absurd luck stat, which activated at the final moment and saved his life. With points from that, he is ready to spend nearly 200 immediately on the smartwatch. Now the sync is complete, and every function can be used through this device, making him wonder why he waited so long to purchase it. With that settled, it is time to call his agent Soo-hyuk. Kim Ha-jin asks whether he obtained what was requested, and it turns out he ordered a bike. Kim Soo-hyuk explains that even the cheapest model will cost at least 150 million won, which is an enormous amount. The protagonist is willing to go even higher and use the entire budget, so Kim Soo-hyuk reminds him how ridiculous that price is. Still, MC buys it. After all, this is the same guy who earned 2 billion won at the casino, so the cost barely affects him. Besides, the story is approaching the part where the master of the War Horse Guild raids the Devil's Lair dungeon. Once that happens, their stock will soar, and all of Ho Chan's investments will finally pay off. Realizing he is about to become extremely rich, the guy starts laughing like a villain. The break finally ends and Kim Ha-jin watches the excited students nearby. On social media, it has been a while since he last checked the main cast's posts. He used to look every day to see if anything important appeared. After scrolling forward, he finds Jonghyuk posting a bold picture with quite a bold caption. That guy keeps posting constantly, almost as if he is trying to earn money through Instagram. Kim Ha-jin feels a little disgusted by it. As for Kim Soo-ho and Jonghyuk, they hardly post at all, while Rachel's account is clearly managed by the royal palace. Then there is Naeun, who still has not uploaded anything since the casino incident. He knows his words probably hurt her, but he assumes she will eventually get over it. Once he enters the classroom, he is relieved that things are progressing without problems. Their unforgettable teacher announces the beginning of the second semester and explains the changes that will come with it. First, their rankings will be updated. Second, Cube has welcomed several new transfer students. A recent transfer ceremony brought in talented mages from prestigious magic academies. They are all future heroes and each class will receive 20 new students, raising every group to 200. Kim Ha-jin has already memorized them, and then the instructor calls them in. The class applauds as the mages walk inside and take their seats, but one of them catches the protagonist off guard. He cannot recognize the face at first and wonders whether he has seen that person somewhere before. When the new student turns enough for him to see clearly, he realizes it is Tomer. She looks different, but he is certain it is her. The real question is why she is here. Then the system sends a notice about a story change. The co-author has conveniently added her to the main character list, meaning her role has suddenly grown much larger. That immediately troubles Kim Ha-jin, because the story now has another irritating change for him to handle. And with that sinister smile on Tomer's face, it is obvious she is plotting something. Back at MC's place, he now has a brand new dorm room thanks to his second semester promotion. Rachel is delighted because the room is enormous. Apparently, he earned the upgrade because his rank improved to student number 330 in the academy. He rose more than 600 places and entered the mid-level cadet group. That is enough for him, especially now that a vandal can move around freely. Now, more importantly, he wants to focus on Tomer, whom he still cannot fully understand. After politely telling a vandal he is going to class, Kim Ha-jin heads out. The semester's first class is an outdoor training session with their instructor, and its goal is to help the new students and old students learn to cooperate. The exercise is called the Dangerous Walk, and even though no real monsters are hiding in the mountains, many traps are scattered throughout the area. Those traps will act like demons and artificial monsters. This time, however, the danger is much higher. One careless move could send a cadet to the hospital, making everyone tense as they split into teams of 12 at assigned starting points. Naeun and Kim Soo-ho end up in the same squad, while Rachel and Ha-jin seem to be placed elsewhere. Once the teams are finalized, the dangerous walk begins. Naeun's team is clearly unsettled by the dark atmosphere, even though just a moment earlier it had been morning. Kim Soo-ho warns everyone to stay alert for traps because they could step into one at any moment, and right on cue, a student steps on a trigger, causing monster-like violence to snap around him. The cadets draw their weapons and fight back, but in the end everyone gets caught except for the two swordsmen. They free the others, only to be frightened badly by a girl who looks like she came straight out of the ring. Both Kim Soo-ho and Naeun are shaken, knowing that was a truly terrifying moment. Still, Kim Soo-ho cheers Naeun on and praises her performance, which makes her want to ask him the same question she once asked Kim Ha-jin. She wants to confirm whether the two of them are really friends, but Kim Soo-ho is caught off guard by such a direct question. He says of course they are, then asks why she would even wonder about that. Naeun remains uneasy, and his answer still bothers her. She stays silent. She thinks anyone else would have answered normally, just like Kim Soo-ho did, but Kim Ha-jin is different because he rejected even the idea itself. That leaves the clueless girl wondering if he might be planning to confess and want something deeper than friendship. Anyway, they are surprised when they run into the protagonist group in the same area. After gathering together, the cadets discuss rumors about an illusion barrier. After all, they have been wandering in circles through the mountains for an hour. Then they point to Kim Ha-jin, who handled things himself and led them out of the barrier. They praise MC like a divine navigator because of how impressive it was. He reminds them that his team's training session is almost starting, and Ji-won supports him. When asked whether they have chosen partners yet, both Naeun and Kim Soo-ho say they still have not decided. Ji-won has seen enough of cadet Kim Ha-jin and decides she will choose him as her partner. Her words surprise Naeun and Delek, since the teams need balance, and among the mid-rank cadets he seems like the smartest choice. Naeun grows frustrated but cannot explain it properly, so she simply calls him stubborn. He's the kind of guy who is difficult to handle. Honestly, even Naeun seems puzzled by how far she is taking this. Dalek leans closer and reminds her about the dark rumors surrounding the shooter. People claim he is always leaving campus and wasting time on unnecessary expenses. That immediately draws Kim Suho's attention, which only makes Naeun even more irritated. Annoyed, she snaps at the fool and asks whether Dalek has ever actually seen Kim Hajin doing any of that. She and Kim Suho are both upset that people believe rumors with no proof. They even defend him, saying he is actually a decent person. Furious, Naeun storms away and Kim Suho suggests they return to the hiking mission. The scene changes to Yeonya, who has just finished altering her voice. Since this is her first meeting with them, she does not want to make even the smallest mistake around these people. They are the Falling Blossoms Intelligence Guild, a new group of agents under her direct command. Wearing a cloak, Yeonya addresses the team and feels that everything has gone smoothly so far. She has already divided Falling Blossoms into 3 separate departments. The first will collect information from various guilds. They are the spies. Their main duty is to uncover the plans of groups like Holy Grace of God and Desolate Moon. The second team will focus entirely on locating powerful monsters inside dungeons, and that unit will be known as the Scouts. The third and final team will operate secretly, far away from the public eye. They will handle unusual matters, even severe crimes, and they are called the Shadows because they work in deeper silence. Turning to the third team, she assigns 5 of them a mission to investigate those targets. Her only rule is clear: never be noticed and never get caught. The interesting part is that 4 of the 5 targets are fake. She wants to watch their responses and looks forward to seeing the results. Among those 5 names, the only genuine target is Kim Hajin, a person of interest. The alarm has already stopped, and morning arrives sooner than Kim Hajin expected. He is surprised to find little Evandel sleeping on his bed, completely knocked out. He pets her for a moment, then hears a cat meowing outside. The co-author explains that creating ghost-like beings with witch magic is easy, but this ghost cat is different. It is actually a real cat that Evandel made with her power. For now, it simply looks like a cute little visitor. It may become useful later. After that, he heads out to get breakfast. Along the way, he is surprised to run into Yeonya. She asks where he is going. The boy replies that he is going to grab something to eat. They walk together, and Yeonya mentions how much his ranking has risen. At the same time, he admits this is probably his limit, which makes her ask whether he has thought about his future. Kim Hajin says he is not worried at all. Still has plenty of time. Yeonya sees it differently and reminds him that the real trial begins in their 3rd year. Then she directly invites him to the Guild of the Essence Strait, the group she is destined to lead one day, where joining would make things much easier. To her surprise, he says he is interested in the Guild of the Abandoned Plains back home, though he does not know whether they would accept him. Still, he likes their mercenary style. Trying to persuade him, Yeonya says he may be able to change his mind if she can find the thing he wants most. That makes the co-author uneasy, so he asks what kind of information she is referring to. He avoids answering and reminds him that she already handled Gina for bothering him. Then the story shifts back to the classroom where the co-author quietly observes Kim Suho will soon enter a dungeon. In the original story, after returning from break and climbing Mount Jiamag alone, he discovers a hidden dungeon. Clearing one alone should be impossible, but Kim Suho manages it anyway. As the main character, he defeats the boss and gains an important weapon along with a power boost. With Butterfly Burst, that weapon helped him climb even higher. The problem is that Kim Hajin currently has the dust, so the weapon will not receive that boost anytime soon. That is why, in this timeline, the protagonist wants to accompany Kim Suho into the dungeon. This version of events is not as generous to the hero as the original story was, and honestly, this greedy bastard also wants to join because he thinks there might be treasure waiting inside as well. Later that afternoon, back in his room, the co-author thinks through how to deal with Tummer while Evandel rests on his lap as he tries to prepare a solid plan before entering the dungeon with Kim Suho. Tummer is not exactly loyal to demons, and if he can locate her father, there is a real chance to make her an ally. After all, this dangerous mage has only one goal: to find her father and end him. The problem is that Kim Hajin has no idea where that man could be, which makes everything difficult. Even the Book of Truth cannot help him with this. Detective Jin-yoon can only investigate within Korea, so that option is limited as well. That leaves him with just one lead. According to the data system, the only person connected to Kim Hajin Jundong is Kim Hosup, so Kim Hajin contacts him immediately. Kim Hosup has been working hard at an intelligence gathering agency, so Kim Hajin asks him to search for someone. Kim Hosup worries that his boss might catch him, but he he takes the job anyway. MC also wonders whether that school bully is still bothering Kim Hosup, since the guy sounds almost lifeless. He tells Kim Hosup that there is a way out if he ever wants to quit his job. He should join the Blossoms Guild. With that, the call ends and Kim Hajin feel like he has helped strengthen Jang He's agency even further. Now it is time for Kim Suho's solo dungeon raid. He is busy, carefully training with his sword and refining each strike when Kim Hajin approaches him. Kim Suho wonders if he is training this late too. Kim Hajin thinks Kim Suho may be pushing himself too hard so early in the semester, so he casually asks whether Kim Suho is preparing for a dungeon mission or something. At first, Blue Boy answers cautiously, until the protagonist directly brings up the Geomac Mountain dungeon and says he knows about that same dungeon Kim Suho is aiming for. Kim Suho is shocked and asks how MC found out. Kim Hajin acts as though he simply noticed it while discovering the dungeon. Pointing to his sharp eyesight, he emphasizes that this is his specialty. Then he makes Kim Suho an offer. He wants to join the dungeon mission, even if they divide the rewards 90 to 10. Kim Hajin is fine with tagging along and letting Kim Suho handle things his own way. Kim Suho admits he found the dungeon last week, and because it looked smaller than most, he thought he could clear it alone. But knowing how dangerous solo raids can be, he thinks bringing someone else might make sense. Kim Suho says he is not sure the protagonist is someone he can trust during a raid. For now, he wants to test Kim Hajin's ability, see whether he is capable enough. He suddenly challenges him. MC would only stand a chance against Kim Suho if Kim Suho had a handicap, and even then, the gap between them is enormous. Still, he decides his best option is to focus on evasion. He accepts, though he complains that the open ground gives Kim Suho far too much of an advantage. Kim Suho remains serious and says he is not here to test weapons, and there is no reason for Kim Hajin to try winning. He will end the match himself. When he decides he has seen enough, the protagonist realizes Kim Suho means this is a real test and will not go easy, so he relies on the only thing left, his mind. The wooden training sword Kim Suho uses is filled with mana, making MC's bullets useless from the start. If he depends on them, Kim Suho will make him look foolish. That means the only weapon he can truly rely on right now is his luck factor. Kim Suho tells him to give the signal and begin the fight. Kim Hajin stalls for time while quietly adjusting his stats. Once everything is ready, the protagonist decides it is time to start. As expected, Kim Suho opens the fight by charging straight at him at full speed. Kim Hajin activates bullet time to buy a few seconds and respond to that lightning fast rush. Thanks to that, he can read the path of Kim Suho's sword before the strike even lands. By slipping past several swings, Kim Hajin avoids most Kim Suho's attacks. Even so, Kim Suho's monstrous speed is still overwhelming him, and MC realizes he cannot stay on defense forever. Suhaji finally counterattacks and fires a shotgun toward Kim Suho's face. Kim Suho reacts calmly and shifts into defense. Instead, the fight is a humiliating experience for the co-author. Even with a time-slowing skill, Kim Hajin still cannot fully dodge Kim Suho's attacks, and if this continues, he will only fall further behind. So he does everything he can to lure Kim Suho into making one tiny mistake. Then Kim Suho disappears and reappears directly behind him in an instant. With his back completely exposed, Kim Hajin quickly uses ether magic to pull himself away by hooking onto a tree, while the hero's powerful strike slams into the ground, surprising him. But this is truly Kim Suho. At the same time, Kim Suho charges again at full speed to close the distance right in the protagonist's face. And that is exactly what MC wanted. He had been baiting Kim Suho into stepping on. The moment his foot touches down, an explosion bursts from his jacket and sends Kim Suho flying. It launches him into the air and catches him completely off guard. Because of that, Kim Suho crashes hard, and Kim Hajin immediately seizes the opening without hesitation. The match ends with a Glock pointed at the hero's head. He judges the damage was not severe, but the Kata jacket he modified had been a trap, created with story points. That unexpected move defeats Kim Suho, who senses the protagonist's determination and agrees to bring him into the dungeon raid, and the two of them shake hands, marking the start of their partnership. After that, the story shifts to an abandoned factory with Kim Suho. Broken glass scatters all over the floor. It turns out Yunjun has smashed the relic under Drune's orders. The act is part of a plan to raise the relic's value. Now the only step left is to activate the white crystal. Drune begins the process, and the crystal releases a concentrated beam of light. The light reshapes the material and transforms it into weapons. Magic swords. They are replicas of the original, created only from fragments. Even so, Drune figures they no longer need to search, because this test proves they can create fake weapons stronger than low-grade relics. A single fragment can make 30 swords. As for the complete quantity, Drune believes they can produce 600 swords in total. Even at 800 million won each, they would earn nearly 500 billion won in profit, an unbelievable sum, close to 400 million. Yunjin realizes they have just discovered the ultimate winning lottery ticket. Jane Valoran then brings even more encouraging news to the group. She mentions the Pack Horse Masters Guild, which is planning to raid the dungeon soon. That becomes their next target, since the captain of the Mask Syndicate intends to take everything from them. Thinking back on the duel, Kim Suho remembers that Kim Hajin left over a dozen openings, yet Kim Suho still failed to defeat him. What made it even more puzzling was the strange finishing move MC used. Kim Suho still cannot understand what happened, wondering if he was pushed back by raw strength or some sudden burst of mana. With a smile, the lovable hero admits he has no idea how Kim Hajin's powers actually work. Still, he has learned one thing for certain. The protagonist is genuinely strong, and the only reason he keeps that power hidden is for his own reasons. In a strange way, Kim Suho relates to him, since he also conceals parts of himself, though he never expected to meet someone so much like him. Then a sound nearby snaps him back, and he notices Naeun practicing. In the park, Kim Suho's voice startles her, and she immediately feels embarrassed. She is also surprised he is still out so late, which gives him an idea, so he casually brings up the pageant, and she asks why they met in the first place. Teasing her slightly, Kim Suho says they were cheering for her, which makes Naeun snap at him. Pressing him for the truth, she demands an answer, and Kim Suho finally admits they were just sparring a little, which catches her completely off guard. She finds it shocking because she always thought Kim Suho was far stronger than Kim Hajin, so training with him never seemed useful. Kim Suho keeps the details to himself, leaving her a bit annoyed. Tired of being teased, she returns to training. Wanting to help, Kim Suho gives Naeun a few pointers on how to use her sword, showing that loosening her grip slightly can make her swings much quicker. That clean slash leaves her stunned. Impressed, she asks him to show her again. Suho ends up training Naeun for some time. Later, back in her dorm, she recalls Kim Suho offering to help with her sword practice. By this point, she is beginning to understand. Naeun gets up and picks up her VR headset, then puts it on. It has become popular recently. Inside the game, seasonal matches are held and streamed live, allowing winners to grow famous enough to become household names. The game stands out because, unlike most others, it does not depend on stats or items. Players must rely on their own skill to control the battle. Naeun has an excellent record with 98 wins and only 17 losses. She is not too concerned about ranking right now and simply decides to look for someone to fight. Her gaze stops on a swordsman named Extra 7. His record is perfectly balanced, and since he is also in Platinum, he seems like the right target. She expects to finish this quickly, in only a few strikes. After sending the duel request, Extra accepts it. The match will begin in 3 seconds. Aiu Yonya observes her opponent carefully, waiting to see how he begins the fight. What she never expected was for him to attack before the countdown had even finished. Their first exchange immediately puts Na Jung Hyun at a disadvantage. Then he grabs her by the neck and throws her off balance with a low kick. Extra 7 follows up with a final strike, and that is how Naeun loses to someone with an even 50-50 record. She becomes so angry that she starts suspecting he must be cheating, and she demands an immediate rematch, but she loses again. A third match follows, and nothing changes. Jung Hyun gets defeated once more. Surely the next round will be different, right? Not at all. Yonya falls again, leaving her furious. But she has no choice but to accept her own helplessness. While her opponent simply watches her. She wants to log out and sleep, but still begs for one final rematch. She learns that he is usually online around this hour, so Na Jung Hyun asks him to teach her new skills whenever they run into each other. Extra 7 agrees and logs off. The author removes his headset, wondering why that kid was so stubborn when he had just won so many matches in a row. His goal was to test the game's random enhancement system, and he used it on the headset to greatly raise his stats. The random upgrade system is proving far more useful than he originally expected. It costs a lot, but it can strengthen any piece of gear and takes his gaming experience to another level, and because of it, his senses feel sharper overall. It is a bit disappointing that the maximum boost is only 44, but Kim Hajin thinks luck might raise it even further. A vandal is eating an entire cake all by herself. MC realizes he needs to step in and takes it away. She begins crying and begging for another slice, but he uses the ultimate anti-child tactic by putting it on the highest shelf. Then he lifts her up and promises something even tastier in the morning, which calms her down a little. Kim Hajin promises to keep his word as long as she does not eat any cake tonight. Once she falls into a deep sleep, he checks his smartwatch and finds a message from Kim Suho, inviting him to the raid meeting. With a faint smile, the author feels pleased by the timing and thinks everything is going according to plan. The only thing left now is to clear the raid. A few days later, training continues. As usual, the classes remain the same too. He eventually defeats Nayeon without meaning to, but that only makes her even more curious about his techniques. Since Kim Hajin is a poor teacher, he has no real advice to offer. What truly confuses Nayeon is his 50% win rate, especially when he is clearly much better than her. Trying to explain it, Extra 7 says he does not care about match results, and she likes that side of him because Nayeon takes every defeat personally. Extra 7 thinks that is enough for today. She says she is looking forward to seeing him tomorrow, completely certain he will be online at this same time. As she waves goodbye, Kim Hajin logs off, saying he will return. The game has become part of his daily routine now. He is actually surprised to find someone so polite. Even so, he has no idea what to call her, since her username looks like random keyboard smashing. Kim Hajin begins wondering what that username could possibly mean. Then it suddenly clicks. It might be Nayeon. Still, he simply cannot imagine her behaving so politely like this. Her attitude feels too different, so he convinces himself it is probably some guy behind the screen. Meanwhile, the brat keeps getting better with each strike. Kim Suho is impressed as well. She tells him she has been playing a game and that it is really helping her improve. He realizes she is talking about Century Gladiators. He does not play it himself, but he has heard how useful it can be. Nayeon explains that she found a mentor in the game, someone with incredible skill. He trains with her every day and is the only person who truly makes her excited to fight. She says his style is aggressive and precise, with every move planned to break down his opponent. In close-range combat, Kim Suho guesses that this guy must be fairly sharp and likely some sort of hero. 91 says she already asked, and apparently, that is not the case. Then Kim Hajin's voice suddenly finally draws her attention, and she gives him an embarrassed glance. The protagonist is surprised to find them together and asks what is happening. Kim Suho starts to explain that it is training, but she quickly interrupts and pretends they simply happened to meet by chance. Looks bewildered, while Nayeon tries to brush it off with a small annoyed expression. Kim Hajin says they should get going, so Kim Suho says goodbye. Curious, Nayeon asks where they are headed, but Suho treats it as private business and refuses to explain. Before leaving, the MC tells her to enjoy her training. Nayeon is left confused, unable to understand how those two seem so comfortable together. She knows Suho was probably joking earlier, but now she actually starts wondering whether they have been meeting because of her. Her thoughts start running wild. She tells herself it makes no sense, especially after Kim Hajin rejected her friendship. This silly girl pretends she does not care at all, but then secretly follows them. She watches the two chat, and when he suddenly mentions Nayeon, she gets startled. That only fuels her imagination even more. Now she is convinced he might actually like her or something like that. Kim Suho and Kim Hajin have lunch together before heading toward the dungeon. They need to stay cautious, since Suwon is known as one of the most dangerous areas near the capital. Monster and dungeon outbreaks permanently changed the land, reducing the place to little more than rugged mountains. That is why Western Suwon became a restricted zone. Mount Geomag lies right along the border. The author thinks about the hidden pieces he placed in this world that remain undiscovered. Some are too difficult to claim alone, but leaving them could let the villains reach them first. If he enters the dungeon with a hero like Kim Suho, Kim Hajin believes he may be able to secure one of those hidden pieces for himself. That idea catches Kim Suho's interest. Just as they finish eating, since Kim Suho did not bring any cash, the protagonist ends up taking care of the preparations. Then someone completely covered up walks into the restaurant. Their outfit immediately makes Kim Hajin uneasy. The person visibly trembles after seeing him and quickly places an order. From that reaction, the MC realizes what is happening. This little troublemaker must have recognized him using her observation skill. Person boldly calls out to Nayeon by using her purple hair as the clue. She tries to speak loudly enough to draw her attention. Of course, he knows it is her, since she cannot even eat normal food without standing out. He tells her to come eat with them, which only makes the situation worse. Feeling utterly embarrassed, she grabs her order and runs away, without even paying for it. To cover her bill, the protagonist notes that Yeonya spent 3 entire days hiding her face. It is Friday, the day of the dungeon raid, and Kim Suho takes the lead. Deep in the mountains, they continue moving. After walking for a long time, Mount Geomag is dangerous because it sits right beside the restricted zone. Kim Hajin remains alert, carefully watching everything around them until they arrive. Kim Suho marks the location and reveals that the entrance is so small it is easy to understand why people rarely discover it. Because the gap is narrow, Kim Suho warns that escaping will not be simple. He wants Kim Hajin prepared for anything that might happen inside. As usual, he already is. Takes out his golden gun. Then he says it has plenty of power, just in case. He also spent points to create lighter bullets. They will not help much against a high-level boss, but Kim Hajin trusts Kim Suho to handle the rest. Right before entering, he reaches out and asks Kim Suho to hold his hand. This earns him a confused stare. The protagonist explains that the path inside is too dark, and using a flashlight would only attract monsters. Kim Suho agrees with the idea, so the two enter while holding hands. As they move forward, Kim Suho remarks how strange it is that the cave is huge inside despite having such a tiny entrance. It is freezing in there as well, and then Kim Hajin senses something nearby and tells him to wait. To his surprise, there is an entrance to the dungeon. Even he had no idea it existed. He immediately activates his perception. As he scans the other passage, Kim Hajin detects intruders drawing closer. From the sound of their steps, he can tell that two men are approaching from the opposite side. Kim Suho does not understand what is wrong, but MC tells him to stay silent. He concentrates on their voices but still cannot connect them to any familiar group. Even so, the dark energy around them makes one thing obvious: they are dangerous. Then the system suddenly displays a comment from the co-author who altered this raid. The co-author thought the dungeon was too small and dull for its reward, so they changed it into a hidden stage tied to the Devil's Den dungeon. In other words, the two dungeons are now connected. In this timeline, growing worried, Kim Hajin asks Kim Suho for the date. It is August 14th, the worst possible timing. That is the very day the guild planned to raid Devil's Den. Now he is almost certain those two men are part of that group. When they come closer, Kim Suho notices the change and Kim Hajin finally tells him where the intruders are. That guild is among the strongest, and even its scouts are mid to high rank fake heroes. If even the story's main hero would struggle here, what are they supposed to do? Fortunately, luck is still on their side. The two demons only came to scout this section, and they decide to join the main party. Kim Hajin realizes this is their only chance to defeat the boss quickly. He activates Eagle Eye and strengthens it with the power of his stigma. Now his vision stretches farther and covers a wider area, allowing him to locate the boss. After confirming the route, Kim Hajin memorized the position and urges Su to end this fast. Meanwhile, in Swan's Devil's Den, the main party is exhausted from hunting. The raid leader contacts the two scouts he sent ahead. It is Jin Kyung, the guildmaster, and they report a hidden opening leading to a secret stage. Satisfied, Jin Kyung orders them to stay where they are. The main force will come to them. This makes things much worse for our heroes, because Jin Kyung now cares more about the hidden stage than main dungeon. Before they move, one member points out that two people are missing from the main group. He touches his earpiece and gets someone else's attention. Behind him, Keeling has opened a door that leads to a giant black portal. Even though no one asked him to, Keeling looks irritated and refuses to explain anything to the person questioning him. Then Jin Kyung orders Keeling to close it immediately, but he only plays with his earpiece. Jin Kyung loses his temper and rushes into attack, but with just a single finger, the man is taken down by a spider bite in a horrifying instant, and his body is torn apart. The remains fall to the ground, leaving the others frozen in horror. Everyone stands paralyzed with fear while their attention stays on Keeling's madness. Then the real threat steps forward. It is everyone's favorite villain, feared syndicate captain. She releases waves of dark energy and overwhelms them all by herself. The only reason she lets them live is because she is waiting for the stock price to rise. Now the captain wants to explore the hidden stage connected to this dungeon on her own. Chowling asks whether the plan has changed. She says the two targets inside the dungeon are not enemies. They are a treat. This is merely a test to see whether they are worth recruiting. Turning her body into dark fluid, the captain moves after them. Meanwhile, the hidden stage is filled with weak undead, and Kim Hajin shoots them down one after another, since long-range combat is best in this place. He also protects Kim Suho's side while Kim Suho struggles to see through the darkness. How easily he handles it shows just how powerful Kim Hajin truly is, and Kim Suho is clearly impressed. Even so, the protagonist tells him to move faster. The two continue cutting. They push through the undead side by side. The enemies seem endless, but there are so many weak ones that it barely matters. At last, Kim Suho discovers the writing, and Kim Hajin realizes they have reached the boss's location. Ancient letters are carved into the wall, and Kim Suho wonders whether his smartwatch might be useful. MC scans the text with it and finds out it is a riddle. Kim Suho says he has heard of dungeons like this before. In the original story, he could not solve it and only barely managed to translate the words. Back then, he needed help from her and her intel guild, but right now they have no time for that. Since Kim Hajin is the author, he already knows the answer is lightning, and the moment he says it, the writing vanishes from the wall. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble, and the wall starts to open. It opens with a heavy crash, revealing a path deeper inside. So the answer was correct. The amusing part is that Kim Hajin did not even create the riddle himself. He borrowed it from another story. He explains that lightning and thunder happen together, but people notice them separately because light travels faster than sound. Suho thinks he is a genius for solving it so quickly without knowing real truth. Hajin prepares his gun. Finish the raid. They move inside while the captain becomes impressed with Kim Hajin. Once again, she feels that his judgment and long-term planning make him stand out. Even in a small dungeon, he reached this stage in only 10 minutes without any help. That is more than enough proof and more than enough reason to consider bringing him into the masked society. Still, one thing troubles her. She still has not seen him take a person's life. Without hesitation, then she hears about the 2 maniacs sent to scout the hidden stage. The captain realizes Kim Ha-jin has no idea they are demons, so she decides they will make perfect test subjects. The cadets prepare to face the figure at the bottom. He sits on a throne. He is known as the Swordsman of Ruin, the dungeon master of swordsmen. Simon fixes them with a sharp stare, then suddenly moves at terrifying speed, aiming straight for Kim Suho. Kim Suho does not even understand what just happened. He reaches for his sword when Kim Ha-jin suddenly shouts his name. Kim Suho had been distracted, and he assumes the boss must have used some kind of teleportation skill. But then he feels the overwhelming power pouring from the Swordsman of Ruin, and it shakes him deeply. This is an upper mid-level monster that can even speak like a human. Unlike anything he has faced before, his confidence begins to waver as the swordsman plants his blade and promises them a swift end. That sword is the thing Kim Ha-jin truly wants. He quickly talks to Kim Suho, who seems calmer now because this kind of fight is his specialty. Kim Suho's talent is built around swordsmanship, and he is destined to reach true mastery. Against another swordsman, he should not be defeated. Kim Ha-jin then reveals something crucial. The sword is the real boss, and the earlier voice came from it. The knight is only an ordinary corpse. That is how it happened. In the original story, Kim Suho was meant to learn this during the battle, but the protagonist wants to finish quickly. He tells Kim Suho to focus on the sword while he handles the knight. That way, he can support him. Before they finish speaking, the Swordsman of Ruin charges forward with a surprise attack. Even Kim Ha-jin can hardly believe what is happening as the strike blasts a crater into the ground and MC panics over what may have happened to Kim Suho. But Kim Suho is still the protagonist. He blocks the attack with his sword at the very last second. The clash throws both swordsmen apart. Kim Suho rushes the knight again, and his skill catches it off guard. Then Kim Suho attacks from above, trying to catch the knight off guard. Still, the knight reacts quickly and smugly believes his enemy is trapped. But once the dust settles, the sword has only struck the ground. Kim Suho is already gone. With his unbelievable speed, Kim Suho slips past his opponent. He attacks from the knight's blind spot, aiming directly for the sword. Exactly as Kim Ha-jin instructed him, the thrust lands, but not in the place he wanted. It only damages the body, and that still is not enough. The knight praises Kim Suho's swordsmanship, having stopped the attack by sacrificing an arm. Even worse, the demonic sword now tries to seize Kim Suho's talent.